An hour has passed in the illusion, and only half an hour has passed in reality. This 2-to-1 time difference seems very small, but in fact it is quite incredible. It is equivalent to allowing a warrior to use one day as two. Of course, the fantasy world built by Qin Yi also has shortcomings. That is, in the illusion, only knowledge-based learning can be carried out, and physical cultivation cannot be carried out. After all, no matter how real the illusion becomes, it is still just a lie. In addition, the content that others want to learn must be something that Qin Yi has already learned thoroughly. If it is something that Qin Yi knows nothing about, he will definitely not be able to stuff this knowledge into the fantasy world. But this is definitely enough. Originally, the remaining time of more than 3 hours was not enough for Chen Xian to learn the details of the secret realm of the Great Wall, but Qin Yi extended it to 6 hours, which was completely enough. Chen Xian lost enough time to read the secret information because of the curse from outsiders. Qin Yi used special means to make up for it. It didn't count as helping him cheat, it could only be said to be compensation. Although he and Chen Xian are as close as brothers, he will not engage in malpractice for personal gain, nor will he create trouble for Chen Xian after entering the secret realm. Similarly, he believed that Chen Xian was not willing to get a good national examination result through external force. Looking at Chen Xian, who was absorbed in studying in the fantasy world, Qin Yi suddenly had a new idea. When he further understands the way of illusion in the future, he may be able to develop a new business model to sell the illusion he built. It only takes a trace of illusion power to make a warrior whose realm is lower than his own fall into an illusion. It is equivalent to asking others to spend money to buy time. Let people use the fantasy world I built to study. It seems that the layout is a bit small. Only knowledge-based learning can be done in the fantasy world, so comprehending the Great Tao is also knowledge-based learning. Qin Yi's eyes lit up, and his mind was full of ideas. Open. He is destined to understand all the ways in the future, and he will master as much of the meaning of each avenue as possible. When the time comes, he can let someone designate the avenue he wants to comprehend, and then sell him the corresponding illusion of the avenue. In this way, it not only saves people time, but also gives people an opportunity to comprehend their favorite avenue at close range, which is equivalent to a mini-enlightenment state. Even if I don't know the Tao he wants to comprehend, as long as the Tao is the same, I can always draw parallels and gain some new insights and experiences. Once this Tao illusion becomes popular, I'm afraid warriors all over the world will go crazy. Grab it! Even a simple state of enlightenment is an opportunity that many warriors will not be able to achieve in their lifetime. Qin Yi thinks this idea is very good. The good thing is not that you can make a lot of money, but that it gives the human race a great way to improve the overall racial strength and potential. As a human being, you need to have a big picture. Anyway, in the future, he will not need to expend too much effort to produce this kind of grand illusion. It is basically a zero-cost thing. At that time, I can lower the price, and even poor warriors can get a chance to enter the illusion of the Great Avenue. An illusion does not necessarily only allow one person to use it alone. I can change my thinking and create a long-lasting fantasy world and set up tickets. The Martial Arts Federation has a dream room, and I can also create a fantasy room, 1 room per avenue. Qin Yi secretly thought. As for why prices should be set, the reason is very simple. If it were free, countless warriors from around the world would come to bother him every day, and he would definitely have no free time of his own. This is a good thing that benefits all mankind, and it is likely to be a major event that can change the future destiny of the human race. Of course, it is not advisable to rush into this matter. At least you have to wait until he respects it before making detailed plans and cooperating with the authorities. Tear. As he was thinking about it, Qin Yi's brain suddenly hurt. He frowned and looked inside, then smiled. The spiritual weapon type has finally taken root. After more than a month of hard work, infusion of a large amount of high-level spiritual objects, and the feedback from climbing the road to immortality, Qin Yi can be said to have raised the spiritual weapon to the 2nd stage. At this moment, the tip of an iron-gray bud waved, officially taking root at the bottom of the sea of consciousness, absorbing the Taoist will and power emanating from the 6 Taoist branches above, and growing vigorously. Next, the spiritual weapons will grow branches, and these branches will penetrate Qin Yi's meridians and bones, like steel bars reinforcing cement, strengthening Qin Yi's physical body and greatly improving his physique. It is unimaginable how strong Qin Yi's physical body will be after the second stage of spiritual weapons is fully grown. You know, his physical body already has a series of spiritual, passive, and immortal blessings. Passing through the sea of consciousness in his mind and his eyes sinking, Qin Yi came to the prototype of the mountain and sea realm located in Dantian. He was pleasantly surprised to find that in the past half a month, the mountain and sea realm had unknowingly expanded by more than twice. The breath of reincarnation in the underworld is becoming more and more mellow, and the world of mountains and seas has begun to transform towards the real world, and is currently in a state of half virtuality and half reality. When he becomes a marquis, real life and spiritual beings will probably be able to exist in the world of mountains and seas. At that time, I can bury the 1,000-year-old immortal would obtain from the secret realm of Yendang Mountain in the underworld. Qin Yi murmured secretly, however, we must also pay attention to the overall balance of the mountain and sea world, and not allow the underworld to develop too far ahead of its time. The mountain and sea realm built by Qin Yi was divided into 3 realms, the underworld, the world, and heaven. Due to his recent great progress in understanding the way of reincarnation, the development of the underworld far exceeds that of the human world and heaven. Being top-heavy is not a good thing. Once the 3 realms are out of balance, it may cause the entire mountain and sea realm to collapse. However, what makes Qin Yi particularly troubled is that he still doesn't know very well what avenue he needs to understand in order to speed up the progress of perfection between the world and God. He looked down at heaven and the world and fell into deep thought. Immortals and gods live in the sky. Whether they are Western gods or Eastern gods, they essentially represent the same avenue. The Shinto incense is used to worship and faith becomes a god. This avenue, maybe it can speed up the perfection process of God. As for the human world, Qin Yi discovered through observation that the development speed of the human world is actually much faster than that of God, but slightly slower than that of the underworld. It is possible that his understanding of any avenue can help speed up the construction of the human world. In the human world, there should be no special avenue. Jingle bell, a pleasant alarm bell rang in the room, interrupting Qin Yi's thinking. He took out his cell phone and turned off the alarm clock, knowing that the time was almost up and it was time to lead the team into the secret realm of the Great Wall. At the same time, Chen Xian also woke up from the secret realm on time, his eyes filled with confusion at first, and then became excited. Brother Qin Yi, your method of studying in the fantasy world is so awesome. I just finished reading it. Chen Xian read hundreds of pictures and more than 300,000 words in one breath, and memorized them all word for word, remembering them all. At heart. Qin Yi nodded slightly, stood up, and signaled, "Let's go, it's time for us to set off." The 2 of them walked out of the room one after another, and in the corridor on the 3rd floor, 8 other people were already ready and looking forward to it. After Lu Lingxuan lost his qualification for the national examination, Qin Yi's team only had 9 candidates left, which saved him a lot of trouble. The ancient Great Wall of China stretches for tens of thousands of miles and has survived thousands of years of wind and frost. It is one of the 8 wonders of the world. After the spiritual energy was revived, many passes of the Great Wall in China changed and turned into a mysterious realm. According to detection, the dangerous difficulty level of the secret realm transformed by the passes of the Great Wall is not lower than C. Among the many secret areas of the Great Wall, the Shanhaiguan Secret Area, Jingmen Pass Secret Area, and Jiaguan Secret Area are the most famous. Among them, Shanhaiguan Secret Realm is located in Beihai Province. It is a terrifying A-level secret realm. Jiaguan and Jingmenguan are worse, and they are the top of the B-level secret realms. The examination room chosen for this national examination is Jingmenguan, located just north of Tianjing. December 20th, early morning, 7:30. The queue of candidates composed of 42 provinces has been neatly lined up under the Jingmen Pass, waiting to enter the secret realm. Although everyone present was fully prepared, they were still nervous before the exam, making the atmosphere quite solemn. "Boss, if something happens to me after I get in, remember to come and save me." Behind Qin Yi, a slightly joking remark came. Qin Yi turned around and saw that it was Jiang Xie, the leader of Fujian province. He nodded to the other party and smiled back, "Don't worry, come to me anytime if you need anything. I will definitely arrive as soon as possible." In addition to sensing the status and whereabouts of the candidates in real time, the invigilation card, in the hands of the provincial team leaders can also communicate with other team leaders, but you cannot teleport to other team leaders like teleporting to the admission ticket. You have to fly over slowly. Not long after. The time had reached 7:50, and a figure slowly flew up from the eastern sky. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was the examiner, on the bright side of the national examination, Mingwang Chulin. At this moment, Chulin's face looked a little tired, and she probably had to deal with the Liu family's affairs all night. After she arrived at the scene, she stood in front of the narrow space crack in Jingmen Pass and looked down at the crowd. When she saw that everyone had arrived, she announced, "The national examination is about to begin. Please come forward and enter the secret realm and advance to wait." Hearing this, the team leaders stepped into the air one after another. Without any nonsense, they filed into the space crack. The rule that the team leader must enter the examination room first was only added a few years ago. The reason for the new addition is also very interesting. It is because in the national examination 7 or 8 years ago, a certain candidate was so unlucky that as soon as he entered the secret realm, he was randomly teleported to the core restricted area of the secret realm. He wanted to activate accurate on the spot. Examination, let the team leader lead you and give up the exam. It's a pity. The team leaders hadn't even entered the secret realm at that time. Therefore, the unlucky candidate passed away peacefully. Since then, there has been a rule for team leaders to enter the secret realm 10 minutes early. Where the space crack can transport the warrior to the secret realm is a random event that no one knows, and even the official has not found a way to control it. Qin Yi was not the first team leader to enter the secret realm. He observed outside for a few seconds before stepping into the space crack. What made him a little curious was that in front of the Jingmengwen secret realm, there was no official means of suppressing the secret realm. For example, the Xiantian secret realm and the Yendang Mountain secret realm that he had experienced before had strong official means to suppress them at the entrance to the secret realm. There is the flying blood sword in the Xiantian secret realm, there is a jade statue of the mysterious Taoist in the Yendang Mountain secret realm, but there is nothing in front of the Jingmengwen secret realm. In the 5th level spirit beast talisman, the big dog who had been sleeping for a long time also woke up before the exam began. He seemed to see Qin Yi's confusion and said, "Are you curious why there is no divine object to suppress the secret realm of Tianjing City? Entrance? What's so strange about this?" The reason is very simple. As the capital of China, the security level of the capital city has always been the highest. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the city, and the number of real kings alone exceeds double digits. Therefore, those who appear in the secret realm in the capital has been cleared by the official experts at the first opportunity. Even every once in a while, a team of real kings will go in and clean up. Except for the Yenshan secret realm, no one in the other secret realms can break out of the secret realm. With strength, there is nothing to fear. That's it. Due to the lack of top-notch combat power, the Chinese provinces were unable to sweep the secret realm, so they could only use sacred objects to guard the entrance. The secret realm in Tianjing is different. The dangers in the secret realm have always been controlled within a reasonable range, and the forces in the secret realm simply don't have the ability to kill them. As for sneaking into human society, that would be even more difficult, because Tianjing's censorship is too exaggerated. Only an S-level terrifying secret like the Yenshan secret realm can make Tianjing give up cleaning. But although I say that, it doesn't mean that the Jingmengwen secret realm is not dangerous. You know, the most dangerous places in the secret realm are the restricted areas, such as the central volcanic area of the Yendang Mountain secret realm. These restricted areas cannot be cleared. Yes. The big dog was afraid that Qin Yi would overturn if he relaxed too much, so he mentioned it more. Wow! The surrounding space was undulating like a water moon cave. It was blurry for a while, and then gradually became clear, condensing a new look. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yi passed through the space crack and officially entered the secret realm of Jingmen Pass. The first feeling he felt when he came to the secret realm was that his mind was swayed, and he felt that his breathing was much smoother, and he felt like a fish in water. The concentration of spiritual energy in the secret realm is at least 10 times that of Tianjin capital city. He stepped on the solid ground and looked up. Directly in front of him was a tall and winding mountain range. The overall height was quite average, with no particularly prominent peaks. The peaks of the mountain top seemed to be connected in a straight line. Visually, the altitude was about 3 meters. About a kilometer. The mountains are lush with greenery, and the aura is so rich that it turns into a spiritual mist, lingering on the mountainside, half hidden. This kind of deep mountain and old forest has such a beautiful environment. You can definitely find a large number of spiritual objects, even a large number of mid to high level spiritual objects. But what is surprising is that the mountains above are obviously full of life, but on the flat land around the mountains, there are very few living things. Looking around, the earth is dry and cracked, withered and yellow, and it is actually dead. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes. After reading the detailed information about the secret realm of Jingmen Pass, he immediately guessed where he was now. We are going to get rich. If he guessed correctly, he should have been teleported to the core area of the Jingmen Pass secret realm Fulong Mountains. According to official data, the mountains here winding tens of thousands of meters and reaching a height of more than 3,000 meters are probably the transformation of a real dragon after its death. It is precisely because of this that vigorous mountain forests can grow in places that were originally withered. Those trees all grow on the corpse of the real dragon, absorbing the nutrients from the corpse. First a god, then a phoenix, and finally a real dragon. It seems that my luck is also good. Qin Yi looked at the Fulong Mountains, planning to do something big. The official rules do not restrict the leader's freedom within the secret realm. As long as they put the safety of candidates as the highest priority, it doesn't matter what else they want to do. There are still 8 minutes left before the candidates enter the secret realm, which is enough for Qin Yi to take a tour of the Fulong Mountains. Chapter 233 Yan Qi. Standing in the deep forest of the Fulong Mountains, you can feel a vital energy coming from under your feet, which is not like the corpse of a dead dragon at all. The rich vitality is also mixed with the terrifying dragon power. Even if the true king passes away, his majesty will not be reduced at all. If the realm is lower than the mountain and sea realm, he will not even be qualified to approach the mountains. And if you want to go deep into the Fulong Mountains, you have to go to the feudal realm. If an average candidate is unlucky and is teleported deep into the Fulong Mountains at the beginning, he will probably die as soon as he opens his eyes, just like the unlucky candidate a few years ago. Good thing. This level of dragon power puts no pressure on Qin Yi at all. Don't talk about him, even the big dog didn't feel anything. He crawled out of the spirit beast talisman, sat on Qin Yi's shoulder, and looked at the Fulong Mountains at his feet with interest. The big dog's body is much less variegated. He was originally a mixed-haired wild dog with yellow and white hair, but now his hair is completely white, and most of the yellow color has disappeared. In other words, his coat color has been purified, which seems to be a symbol of purified bloodline. Part of the pure divine blood remaining in the big dog was taken out by Qin Yi to amplify the remnant soul of the celestial clan, and the other part was completely digested and absorbed by him. Today, the big dog has shiny hair and piercing eyes. Looks quite extraordinary, not like an ordinary dog. His realm has unknowingly risen to the top level of the 4th level, which is equivalent to the 4th level of a warrior, the peak of the Grand Master. But as a dog that has exhausted its cultivation and started over again, Big Dog's true strength cannot just be judged by its superficial level. Qin Yi estimates that he can even compete with ordinary feudal lords now. The true dragon clan specializes in the way of the body and the way of qi and blood. Their qi and blood are astonishingly surging, and their muscles and bones are powerful, extraordinary materials. The vitality that constantly overflows from the ground should be caused by the loss of qi and blood after the death of the real dragon. As an old dog with extensive knowledge, Big Dog also has some knowledge about the dragon clan. But Qin Yi doesn't care much about this knowledge. All he wants to know now is, a real dragon, which part of the body is the most valuable? The big dog smiled obscenely and said, it depends on whether the real dragon is male or female. Qin Yi frowned. What do you mean? Immediately afterwards, an idea flashed in his mind, and he probably guessed the deep meaning of the big dog's words. "You don't want to say?" The big dog nodded excitedly. "Yes, if it is a male dragon, the most valuable thing on the body must be the dragon whip. The true dragon is a symbol of yang energy, and the whole body is the qi and blood are as strong as the scorching sun, and the dragon whip is where the real dragon yang energy gathers. Whether it is the dragon whip itself or the spiritual things that grow due to the yang energy emitted by the dragon whip, they are absolutely the best supplements." Although the big dog likes to talk nonsense on weekdays, it is obvious that he is not talking nonsense at this moment. Dragon whip might be a real gem. Qin Yi's mouth twitched and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but as a warrior, you shouldn't care about such dispensable external factors. "Well, at worst, I won't use it myself and sell it to others in exchange for other spiritual objects." Thinking of this, Qin Yi immediately jumped into the air and floated above the deep forest. The sea of consciousness surged, and thousands of spiritual thoughts spread out and swept around. At the same time, his body also began to move faster, and a sonic boom exploded. He was like a strong wind, sweeping over the Fulong Mountains and stirring up the sky. With this search speed, the entire Fulong mountain range can be searched in up to 5 minutes. After all, the total length of the Fulong Mountains is only more than 10,000 meters, so he only needs to pay attention to the places with the heaviest yang energy. Aha! His spiritual thoughts were as sharp as swords. Wherever he passed, the giant trees bowed their heads and pressed downwards, but any creatures that dared to stop him had their bodies shattered into pieces, chopped into powder, and exploded into blood mist. Dragon's blood grass, ambergris, dragon scale wood. Every single precious spiritual object was discovered by Qin Yi. He would accept a few casually at first, but later, he didn't even think about picking them up. The spiritual items contaminated with the blood and breath of the real dragon are at least the second level and above. Most of them have the effect of replenishing the blood and improving the strength of the physical body. Unfortunately, they are of little use to Qin Yi. His body and blood are too powerful, and spiritual beings below the 6th level are useless to him. Collect a few pieces casually and use them as rewards for subordinates or as gifts to brothers and friends in the future. A large number of spiritual objects and spiritual trees were uprooted and thrown into storage bags. The B-level storage bag given to him by Su Ruoxu had a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, but most of these spiritual trees nourished by real dragons were extremely huge. It takes up too much space and can't fit in a few plants. Qin Yi still has to leave some space for the follow-up good things. It would be great if my mountain and sea world had been completely realized. Then the storage bag would no longer be needed and I could just stuff the things I got into the mountain and sea world. It would be perfect. The complete realization of the realm of mountains and seas is a symbol of the true king. At that time, the realm of mountains and seas was no longer the realm of mountains and seas, but was renamed the realm of the true king. The true king's domain can draw outsiders into it, and naturally, spiritual objects can also be thrown in and stored. As long as a true king domain is formed, even the lowest true king domain can have an area of 10,000 square meters, comparable to an A-level storage bag. Watching Qin Yi's autumn wind sweeping down the Fulong Mountains like fallen leaves, the big dog was so happy that it chewed wildly with its mouth and ate all kinds of spiritual fruits and spiritual roots non-stop. Most of them even changed one after one bite. The main thing was a waste. It is rumored that a true dragon of 10,000 meters is the true king, a true dragon of 100,000 meters is the pinnacle, and a true dragon of 1 million meters is the venerable one. Now it seems that this rumor is true. The big dog ate the spiritual fruit. He said hesitantly, "The true dragon clan is one of the 10 ancient tribes in the foreign land. Their strength is still higher than that of the celestial clan, but it is difficult to reproduce. The number of people in the tribe is very small, and most of them wander outside. The Fulong mountain range at the foot of Qin Yi is about more than 10,000 meters long. From this look, it is a dragon who has not long entered the true king realm, but for some reason fell into the secret realm of Jingmen Pass. As for the million-meter Longzuan, 1 million meters is 1,000 kilometers, which is comparable to the diameter of an entire province in Qin Yi's previous life. A real dragon, the size of a province, was hovering in the sky. The sense of oppression was exhilarating just thinking about it. But something is strange. In the past 5 minutes, Qin Yi used his spiritual thoughts to sweep a distance of more than 7,000 meters, but did not find any special wounds in the Fulong Mountains. Didn't this Dragon King die of trauma? Qin Yi hovered in midair and suddenly stopped moving forward. The big dog raised his eyebrows and said excitedly, "Have you found the place with the strongest yang energy?" Qin Yi narrowed his eyes, as if he was a little unsure, and observed for a while, then responded, "No, but I found it. A very strange place." "A strange place?" The big dog threw away the true blood leaf that he had taken a bite of and asked, "Tell me more specifically, what's so strange about it?" "Qin Yi, just over 200 meters to our left, there is an area of 300 to 400 square meters, valley. The valley seems to be blocked by something, not only exuding extremely strong yang energy, but also a cold yin energy." Yin energy? How come there are places with strong yin energy in a real dragon, and there are both yin energy and yang energy? The big dog was also a little frightened. But after thinking deeply for a moment, he suddenly raised his head again and came up with a surprising answer. "Is it possible?" Chapter 234, the place where yin and yang meet. Since ancient times, no matter which ancient feng shui book it is, it will be mentioned, where yin and yang meet, there must be great treasures. Especially where extreme yang and extreme yin appear and blend together. This kind of place is so rare that even Big Dog has only read about it in books and never seen it in real life. Unexpectedly, there is a treasure place where yin and yang meet deep in the Fulong Mountains. Yin and yang are contradictory and completely opposite things, but if there is a place where yin and yang are harmonious, strong and soft, they will definitely breed top spiritual creatures. The higher the quality of yin and yang, the more harmonious the yin and yang will be. The treasure land that breeds the better spiritual creatures. When the big dog pointed out this, Qin Yi also became interested, and he turned around and flew towards the place detected by his spiritual sense. A few seconds later, one person and one dog came to the sky above a valley. Looking down from here, one could see that the huge valley was blocked by a stone pillar reaching the sky, with only a few gaps for people to pass through. The deep valleys flow with cold yin energy, while the stone pillars reaching the sky exude boundless hot yang energy. At the intersection of the two, yin and yang blend together, half bright and half dark, as if there are strange spiritual plants growing. Qin Yi got closer to some stone pillars, and then he was surprised to find that the breadth of this stone pillar was completely different from the breadth of Fulong Mountain Range. In other words, the stone pillars are not integrated with the Fulong Mountains, but fell here later. Woof! The big dog jumped down from Qin Yi's shoulder, stretched out its paws, touched the stone pillar, and then went to the edge of the valley and touched it. Immediately, its expression changed, as if it understood something. Damn, there is such a thing. The big dog didn't know what expression to show at this moment. Qin Yi still didn't quite understand and asked, "What do you want to say?" The big dog's expression was subtle, and gradually, evil and lewd smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He explained, "You may not believe it, but the Fulong Mountains should be a female dragon." "A female dragon? How did you know?" Before Qin Yi could express his confusion, he suddenly understood what the big dog meant. Immediately afterwards, a subtle expression appeared on his face. I have to say that Big Dog's brain is really full of yellow waste, and he can actually associate this kind of thing just by observing it. However, there is really nothing wrong with the association of big dogs. The logic is very clear and consistent with reality. Qin Yi looked at the sky-reaching stone pillars and the valley filled with stone pillars again, and his eyes changed. Valley, female dragon, yin qi. Stone pillars, yang qi, stand. What Big Dog wants to express can only be understood by saying it, and everything can be said without saying anything. So, the reproduction of the true dragon clan is similar to that of animals? Qin Yi marveled, feeling that a new worldview had opened up. The big dog shrugged, "It's not necessarily about reproduction. They may not need to perform such exercises to reproduce. But, just like after the human warriors have become successful in cultivation, there are also many people who will do this kind of thing. The main purpose is to relax your mood and cultivate your sentiments. Cultivate your sentiments, but as a result, Lang Buting was killed by an outsider with a sword, and his head was separated. His other head died at Jingmen Pass along with the female dragon. A secret realm, right? After fantasizing about that scene in detail, Qin Yi felt an inexplicable chill down there, and couldn't think about it anymore. All I can say is, what a miserable male dragon. Regardless of the truth, Qin Yi and the others found a treasure this time. Looking around, the sky-reaching stone pillars are covered with all kinds of vegetation. Just looking from a distance, you can feel that it is extraordinary. The same is true in the valley. And where the valley meets the stone pillars, the spiritual beings growing there are even more astonishing. There are probably 5th and 6th level spiritual beings. But before Qin Yi stepped into the land of yin and yang, he noticed that the invigilation certificate in his pocket trembled. This is when the candidates enter a secret realm. The national examination has officially started, and his first priority must be to keep an eye on his 9 candidates and prevent them from getting into trouble. If I go to explore the land of yin and yang at this time, I'm afraid there might be some surprise hidden there and I'll be trapped, so I won't be able to quickly free my hands to help the candidates. In the face of right and wrong, Qin Yi can still distinguish the importance. No matter how advanced the spiritual objects are in the land of yin and yang, they will not run away and can be picked at any time. But once something happens to him and he gets trapped, the candidates will be doomed. Qin Yi is not afraid that he will die. With his current strength, he will be trapped for a while. He took out the invigilation certificate from his pocket, put an array of spiritual thought, and roughly paid attention to the status and coordinates of the candidates, and then felt a little relieved. The 9 candidates from Jiangnan province were all teleported to the outer areas of the secret realm, and no one started in the core area. Among them, the most dangerous one should be Chun Xian. He is now near a large lake in the middle circle of the Jingmen Pass secret realm, close to the inner ring. That large lake is called Soul Lake. There are countless residual souls deposited in the lake, some from ferocious beasts, some from alien races, and some from humans. It is a soul burial place. Thousands of kilometers away from the diagonal of Soul Lake, there is a bone mountain, where countless bones are piled up, which is a bone burial ground. These 2 special areas seem to be connected in some way, hiding a huge opportunity. Even without looking at this possible huge opportunity, there are still many good things in the Soul Lake, such as the inheritance of certain alien races, as well as spiritual objects that enhance spiritual power and strengthen the soul. Based on Chen Xian's luck, I guess he will become stronger again. If he encounters danger, he won't be too aggressive. Qin Yi calmed down and did not immediately leave for the land of shadows. He looked as steady as a mountain and unhurried, but the big dog beside him was very anxious and couldn't control his mood at all. Seeing that Qin Yi didn't want to go deep in a short period of time, the big dog rubbed his paws and suggested, "How about you let me go in first and try? We are 2 people. You are responsible for protecting the students, and I am responsible for exploring the secrets. If you are in danger, you can find a way to save me. Or wait until I am sure that there is no trouble there, and then call you in." After saying that, the big dog patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, dog, I have always been upright, and I will never take all the spiritual things for myself." Take all the spiritual things for yourself? You don't want to swallow all the spiritual things, but only the best ones, right? Qin Yi saw through the big dog's mind at a glance. The big dog looked cunning and said nothing. Qin Yi didn't care too much about this matter. After getting along with the big dog for a long time, he knew that the big dog was not that kind of greedy dog. To be precise, big dog is indeed greedy, but if the spiritual object he gets is useful to Qin Yi, he will definitely not keep it secretly. He reluctantly agreed to the plan. "Aren't you afraid that there is a big danger inside, and the dog's life will fall inside?" The big dog curled his lips indifferently. "If you don't enter the dragon's lair, how can you get the dragon's son? Don't tell me, there are still things there." What a dragon's lair! Literally a dragon's lair. Chapter 235 Rape. The big dog excitedly rushed to the place where yin and yang meet to find treasures and explore the secrets. In the empty Fulong Mountains, only Qin Yi was left sitting alone on a stone pillar to rest quietly. To be honest, sitting on this stone pillar, Qin Yi felt a little uncomfortable once he remembered the nature of this stone pillar. But he was very interested in Yang Qi and true dragon Qi in blood, so he had no choice but to overcome his psychological obstacles and get close to the stone pillars. Looking down along the surface of the rough stone pillars, you can see spiritual plants clinging to the stone pillars from time to time. Some of them look like moss, and some look like ivy, but what they have in common is that they all exude hot yang energy and are not as dark as ordinary moss. What look! Feeling the yang energy emanating from the stone pillars, Qin Yi inexplicably found that his total energy and blood volume was also rising slightly. You must know that his total energy and blood have reached a bottleneck early on. Unless he continues to climb the road to immortality and break through the realm, he will always be stuck at 280,000 calories. My body is in the process of automatic cultivation all the time. It will automatically absorb the spiritual energy and other nutrients around it to nourish flesh, and organs. Sitting on the stone pillar can increase the upper limit of the total amount of qi in blood, which shows that the yang energy produced by the stone pillar is of great use to me. It can actually raise my upper limit. Qin Yi guessed that the owner of this stone pillar, or the main dragon, is definitely above the true king, and may even be at the extreme level. Think about it, a male dragon that can breed with a true king level female dragon will definitely be stronger than the female dragon under normal circumstances, right? Just like in human society, male warriors who can marry women in the feudal realm are often true kings. After all, the gap in realm will make people become creatures of two worlds. Let alone ordinary people, even men at the Grand Master level would find it difficult to have anything in common with women in the feudal realm. They don't even have a common topic, and their views are hardly similar, so naturally they can't be together. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are queens who like to keep pretty boys. Pure yang energy continued to pour into the body, and Qin Yi quickly digested these great tonics. He had taken a lot of 5th and 6th level spiritual substances in the past, and his body had already developed resistance to middle and low level spiritual substances. It won't be good either. It was an unexpected surprise that Shizhu Yang Qi was effective on him. Even if this upper limit increase is very slow and very weak, it may only increase the upper limit of qi in blood by 1 card per second, but after all, it is an increase in the upper limit. People must learn to be content. The principle behind this yang qi seems to be related to the Tao of the physical body. You can try to understand it. Qin Yi closed his eyes and began to observe the yang qi wandering in the muscles and flesh. However, just in case something unexpected happened, he multi-purposed himself and spent only 1/2 of his energy on sensing yang qi. The remaining 1/2 was placed on the invigilation certificate, ready to respond to the candidate's calls for help at any time. The secret territory of the huge Jingmen Pass. The entry of more than 400 candidates and 42 team leaders is just a drop in the vast ocean of secret realm and cannot make any waves. Qin Yi is sitting cross-legged to comprehend yang qi, the big dog is exploring and hunting for treasures, the candidates are carefully searching for spiritual objects, and the remaining team leaders. These team leaders do not have Qin Yi's strength and dare not act recklessly, so most of them gather together through proctoring certificates and have a look after each other. At this moment, the team leaders are rushing to the agreed location. In fact, they originally told Qin Yi about this agreed place, but considering Qin Yi's combat power, they finally gave up. Jin told Qin Yi this request, maybe he thought they looked down on Qin Yi. Southeast of the Jingmenguan secret realm, in the central area. This place is a large piece of empty flat land, but it is not a plain, but a plateau, about 5,000 meters high, which is more than 1,000 meters higher than the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, the roof of the world in Qin Yi's previous life. However, the altitude of more than 5,000 meters was nothing to the team leaders from each province. With a slight push, they leaped to the flat ground at the top. Here, everything is desolate, dead, and silent everywhere, there is no life, only endless stretches of charred black sand, like ruins. Dragon Shell Plateau. It is said that hundreds of years ago, a true king-level dragon turtle broke through here and successfully entered the venerable realm. After the breakthrough, it shed its old turtle shell and left it here. Because the dragon turtle had an amazing talent, it encountered a terrifying thunder disaster when it broke through. The turtle shell was washed by the thunder, and the original bulges were flattened, and the surface was scorched black, and it turned into the plain it is today. When you step on the plateau land, you can still vaguely feel the numbness coming from the soles of your feet, like an electric shock. Are we the only three here? From the horizon not far away, Jiang Sheiyueshir Shiran flew through the air and landed next to the other two team leaders. The location agreed upon by the team leaders from each province in advance is the Dragon Shell Plateau. Now half an hour has passed since the national exam started, but there are still only 3 team leaders who have arrived here. It can be seen from the invigilation certificate that most of the remaining team leaders are also on their way. They are not far from here and they will all be gathered in an hour at the latest. Of course, there is also a small group of unlucky team leaders who are trapped in the restricted area of the secret realm and cannot escape for the time being. They may have to rescue them together. Both the Shandong team leader and the Shanxi team leader went to rescue people. They used the transmission of admission tickets when their candidates came up. The team leader of Nanhai province who was waiting here first explained. In this world, the Chinese rulers have a large sea area, and there are many islands scattered in the sea area. These islands are basically the size of municipalities. They can be regarded as a city and belong to the South China Sea province. Jiang Xie fell to the ground, took out the invigilation certificate and looked at it for a while, then sighed. Qin Yi seems to have bad luck. He was teleported to the Fulong Mountains just after entering the secret realm. There seems to be a statue hidden in that mountain range. This special ferocious beast has escaped the general cleaning for many years. As mentioned earlier, the secret realm near Tianjing City will be officially assembled by a group of true kings every once in a while, led by Juidian to carry out general cleaning. In this mode, there is definitely something extraordinary about a high-level ferocious beast that can escape the general cleaning. The team leader of Chang'an province smiled and pointedly said, "Bad luck? I don't think so. Maybe he is a manifestation of good luck. The more dangerous the place, the more opportunities there are. For example, the Fulong Mountains definitely hide some great opportunities. With Qin Yi's ability to instantly kill the true king, it's hard to say who is unlucky when he enters the Fulong Mountains." Jiang Xie was startled, and then he laughed to himself. Yes, does Qin Yi have anything for them to worry about? Entering the secret realm of Jingmengwen is almost like an outing for him. When the name Qin Yi was mentioned, the leader of the Nanhai province's eyes flashed slightly, and an inexplicable look flashed deep in his eyes. This man is extremely talented. Even Chen Ziluo, the heavenly lord of 10,000 tribulations back then, has never heard of someone who could instantly kill a true king in the mountains and seas. If we pass on his news, I should have the resources to become a king. My heart was filled with greed. That's right, Wang Chang, the leader of the Nanhai province, is a traitor who has been hidden in human society for many years. Chapter 236: Dao's plan to defeat the devil. In fact, Wang Chang had nothing to do with the alien race at the beginning. He comes from a humble background. Like Qin Yi and Jiang Xie, he is a low-level person with no background. He has made a comeback through his own hard work and talent. In the beginning, Wang Chang was still a high-spirited and smug young man. He was very promising at a young age and achieved top 10 results in the national examination. In 5 years, he made a rocket-like leap from the district level to the provincial level. He was also the permanent resident of Nanhai province. Test team leader. But when he entered the peak realm of mountains and seas, his realm was stuck. He was stuck for 3 years without making any progress. At that time, he knew that people's talents have their limits. The so-called genius is just not ordinary yet. After he struggled to become a marquis, the next step of becoming a king was already slim. In this case, because of a chance, he met a foreigner who slipped out of the cave in the South China Sea, the Wood Spirit tribe. The Wood Spirit tribe is a mountain and sea realm. Although Nanhai Dongtian has the means left by Chen Ziluo to suppress it, this method is more sensitive to big guys. The aliens below the feudal realm can sneak out at a certain price. But even if you slip out, you will be caught and suppressed by the human race immediately. It is extremely difficult to completely blend into human society. It can be said that there is no one in a million. The Wood Spirit tribe was arrested by the ruling office of Nanhai province within 3 days of leaving the secret realm and was imprisoned in a special interrogation room. Since it was a big case, the superiors assigned it to Wang Chang to take over. During the interrogation of the alien, Wang Cheng's loyalty to the human race was shaken. He quietly let the wood spirit go, and subsequently obtained an astonishing treasure. It was with the help of that treasure that he was promoted to the peak of the feudal realm within the next 2 years, and had a chance of becoming a king. If there is a first transaction with a foreign race, there will be a second and third time. But Wang Cheng is a man with a delicate mind. He comes from a lower class, has a deep palace, and knows how to hide himself. Therefore, he had very little communication with the foreign race. He only occasionally passed on some innocuous little information to the other party to earn some small gadgets, but did not dare to make big transactions. After several years of investigation, he seemed to have been recognized by the Wood Spirit tribe, and the Wood Spirit tribe was the bridge that put Wang Cheng in touch with the Natural tribe, the main tribe of the Wood Spirit tribe. This Natural tribe is also one of the 10 ancient tribes in the foreign land. It is said that the tribe members are all evolved from high-level spiritual plants. As soon as they are born with consciousness, they have strength comparable to the feudal realm and have long lifespans. In recent years, the natural race has been asking for information about the geniuses of the Blue Star human race. They don't want the ordinary geniuses, but the most defiant geniuses. The Natural tribe has always been generous with their actions. As long as the information passed on to the genius is true enough and meets their conditions, it will be a 6th-level spiritual fruit at least. Moreover, the Natural tribe also guarantees that this spirit fruit must be what you need most. In other words, whatever type of spiritual fruit you want, they have it. Wang Cheng felt that no one could refuse this kind of reward. He can't do it anyway. The 6th-level spiritual fruit is still the most suitable 6th-level spiritual fruit for you. This can at least increase the chance of becoming a king by 20%. Don't forget, the Natural tribe itself is a spiritual plant, and they can produce spiritual fruits themselves. Wang Cheng can be sure that the other party did not lie to him. The Tenjo information requested by the Natural clan requires that they can kill enemies at least one level beyond the Grand Master realm, and must have practiced for less than 5 years. In all these years, Wang Cheng has never seen a genius of this level, and has only heard of it occasionally. A genius of this level was simply not something he could see. He originally had no hope, but Qin Yi's appearance rekindled his confidence. The moment I saw Qin Yi kill Fang Yan the day before yesterday, the happiest person was definitely not Qin Yi, but Wang Cheng in the audience. The official government must have a lot of protective measures for geniuses of this level. Even if I leak his information to the Natural tribe, there will definitely be no problem. Nothing can happen to Qin Yi. Oh, I do it for myself too. Wang Cheng seemed to feel a little guilty for betraying the human race, but after some self-comfort and justification, he suppressed this guilt. If a person does not serve himself, he will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Looking at the team leaders from various provinces gradually gathering around him, Wang Cheng sighed, secretly wiped out a light green leaf from his storage bag, held it in the palm of his hand, and hid it in his sleeve. As cautious as he is, he will naturally not use means to contact the Natural family in the real world. Compared to the real world, the secret realm is obviously a better place. In the secret realm, the human race officials have almost no monitoring methods, which is the safest time for him to hook up with foreign races. Wang Cheng gently rubbed the lines on the leaves, and with a thought in his mind, a ray of spiritual thought penetrated into the leaves and disappeared. Regarding Qin Yi's information, his authority was too low to use the files to check. However, relying on his connections, he still gained a little understanding of what outsiders had seen. It should be enough to package these and send them over. Just as the Chinese national examination is in full swing. Foreign land, ancestral world, demonic abyss. Daofa has not continued to sleep since he woke up a few weeks ago. He stayed awake and wanted to use the soul-chasing mark to explore the situation of the human race genius. But what surprised him was that the genius of the human race had used some means to erase the soul-chasing mark he had put on him. How is this possible? Did the sages of the human race take action? Daofu Tianma had no doubt that there were several sages hiding in the human race. Although he hasn't seen it before, just because he hasn't seen it doesn't mean he doesn't have it. Daofa didn't know what he had experienced in Blue Star due to his distraction, but he had once seen Qin Yi's talent for enlightenment in public through his magic eyes, which made him quite afraid, as if he had seen the man who was killing all the people in a foreign land. A human being. The god of 10,000 tribulations, Qin Yi. He raised his head and looked into the deep sky. His gaze penetrated countless spaces and landed on a large, bright curtain. Daofa was waiting for his stone table to cross the curtain and return from Xianyuan cave. In that stone table, a lot of information about Blue Star was also recorded, including Qin Yi's part. However, he waited for a long time, but his face suddenly darkened. Stone table was stopped. Is it the human race, or? The person who stole the table was very clever. After succeeding in an instant, he escaped without a trace and cut off the causal connection between Daofa and the stone table. This person's realm must be at the top. It's interesting to dare to rob the demon's things. Daofa was not annoyed. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and with a wave of his hand, he sent several subordinates to investigate the situation. The stone table disappeared near the northwest corner of the curtain. There is no need to worry about the stone table matter for the time being. What Daofa wants to know most now is the news about Qin Yi. With the talent of that human race, now that more than a month has passed, human officials will definitely start to pay attention to him and protect him. Sending the true king in Juedian there will most likely not be able to do anything to him, and the existence above Juedian will not be able to do anything to him. It's extremely difficult to get through the curtain. This is a very tricky thing, but Daofu has a way to break it. The living venerable cannot cross the curtain, so let the dead venerable come back to life. In Xianyuan cave, it seems that there are several corpses of sages left. They are immortal and only their souls are missing to settle in. Daofa licked his lips. Chapter 237 A Killing Spree. Fulong Mountains, the valley where Yin and Yang meet. Qin Yi sat alone on the stone pillar, with a large amount of mist evaporating from his body, like an immortal shrouded in the fairy mist, looming. The yang qi rising from the sky poured into his body, heating his body crazily and turning it into a big furnace. If an ordinary person came close, they would be horrified to find that Qin Yi's body surface temperature has reached more than 200 spend. The temperature on the surface of the body is over 200 degrees, and the temperature inside the body, which has been accumulating with heat, is even more unbearable. In the past, even if Qin Yi had high temperature resistance, he could only withstand temperatures of 300 to 400 degrees on the surface of his body, and the organs and meridians in his body could withstand temperatures of 100 or 200 degrees at most. But after he evolved the Nirvana divine body, the body's heat resistance seemed to have no upper limit. The high temperature of 400 to 500 degrees was just like playing. Not only was it not painful, but it was also extremely comfortable, as if taking a bath. Nirvana divine body passive, the higher the temperature, the faster the cultivation. Qin Yi even felt like he could go for a swim in the center of the sun and come back. He wasn't kidding, he really had this idea. In the past 10 minutes, Qin Yi's total energy and blood volume has been increasing bit by bit. This bit by bit is really literally bit by bit. Although I add less each time, I can't bear to increase the frequency so fast. 10 minutes later, he had actually added more than 300 calories of energy and blood. Unfortunately, as his body gradually adapts to the yang qi emanating from the stone pillars, the effect of yang qi on him is gradually getting worse. It is estimated that adding more than 1,000 qi and blood to the sky will be the end. Better than nothing. After all, there are still too few people in this world who can use foreign objects to break the limits of warriors. In the bushes below Qin Yi, rustling noises could be heard from time to time, whether it was the sound of wind or a vicious beast passing by. At first, Qin Yi didn't pay much attention to these slight noises, but as the noises became louder and louder, he frowned and felt slightly unhappy. I don't want to kill you, but you still have to come over? Call out. The spiritual thought turned into a sword and fell from the sky. There was a roaring sound in the air and an explosion in an instant. The bushes dozens of meters away in front shook together, and immediately red blood spattered out. He couldn't see the sword energy, nor could he see when Qin Yi would make his move. From beginning to end, there is only sound, but no picture. A ferocious beast of about level 4 was killed. The body was torn into pieces, and the fractures were extremely smooth. From the time he was alive to the time he died, he didn't even let out a roar. Qin Yi's spiritual thoughts swept over the corpse. The grade of this ferocious beast was too low, and it was not even worthy of being placed in the storage bag. This is a ferocious beast that looks like a goat, but what is different from ordinary goats is that it has dragon horns on its head, a hairless body, and dark green scales. Except for its head, other parts of it look quite like the legendary Qilin. It's a bit of a waste. This kind of creature that is contaminated with the breath of a true dragon and mutated is estimated to be worth a lot of money. It can be sold for 4 to 5 million contribution points. If the body of a normal 4th level ferocious beast is complete and fresh enough, there is no problem in selling it for 2 to 300,000. Qin Yi thought that the big dog should have something similar to a storage bag. Let him save it for himself this time. Next time before he enters the secret realm, he will either buy a few more storage bags, or completely solidify the mountain and sea realm and use it as a warehouse. However, it seems that things are not over yet. Rustling, after the 4th level dragon sheep was killed by Qin Yi, the surrounding deep forests and bushes suddenly erupted with more violent noises. The ground seemed to shake at this moment, and leaves fell from the air. Countless leaves fell from the sky. The hot aura of ferocious beasts spreads from all directions, bringing with it a sinister feeling. Beast tide? What's going on? Am I just unlucky and caught up with the beast tide, or are these ferocious beasts here to kill me? Qin Yi stood up with a calm expression and no sign of panic. The mere beast tide was not a big trouble to him. Even if a large group of 5th and 6th level ferocious beasts gathered to attack, he would still be able to escape unscathed. He walked in the air, stepped on the flowing light, jumped to a height of 100 meters and looked down, and then his pupils condensed slightly. In his sight, a radius of several thousand meters was filled with ferocious beasts. These beasts had obviously been gathering for a long time, and their target was him. Not only on the ground, but also in the sky were a large group of special birds and beasts, circling around him. What did I do? Why do you hate me so much? Qin Yi observed it carefully and then understood immediately. The ferocious beasts around him were all ready to kill him, and without exception, their whole bodies were filled with strong yang energy. These ferocious beasts feed on yang qi, and the main source of yang qi in this area is that stone pillar. Qin Yi sits alone on the stone pillar, which is equivalent to one person monopolizing the source of yang qi and occupying the treasures of the ferocious beasts. No wonder I said there are no ferocious beasts entrenched near the stone pillar. It is estimated that due to the long-term struggle between the ferocious beasts, no ferocious beast has an absolute dominance, so we have reached a subconscious consensus: none of them are close to the stone pillar. All ferocious beasts can only absorb yang energy from the periphery. Fierce beasts do not have the wisdom of humans, but to achieve this tacit understanding, human wisdom is not needed. Like many animal groups in nature, this phenomenon occasionally occurs. Wow! With a thought in his mind, Qin Yi killed a bird that tried to get close to him. He stared at the menacing herd of ferocious beasts, and then at the huge bird that fell from the sky, only to see a massive amount of pure yang qi pouring out of the body of the dead bird and returning to heaven and earth. The yang qi from the ferocious beasts seems to be purer and of slightly higher quality than the yang qi emitted from the stone pillars. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. These ferocious beasts have lived in the area around the stone pillars for a long time, and are soaked in yang qi every day, which is equivalent to using the beast body as a filter and purifier. After the yang qi they have purified over the years, the effect on me is definitely better. The higher the level of the beast, the higher the quality of the yang qi, and the more obvious the effect. He felt like he had found a treasure. The next second. Boom! Qin Yi stepped out and crossed a distance of tens of meters. He flashed in the air and stepped on the dense group of ferocious beasts. His energy spread suddenly and instantly crushed the bodies of dozens of low-level ferocious beasts. In an instant, juice splashed all over the sky, flesh and blood were torn apart, and the yang qi concentration in this small area suddenly increased dozens of times. Qin Yi bathed in the pure yang energy, and the pores all over his body felt extremely comfortable. He felt as if he had soaked in a hot spring with a suitable temperature after a lot of exertion. Cool. He opened his eyes suddenly and glanced at the densely packed ferocious beasts around him. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise upwards. "You're here to kill me, right? No need to bother, I'll take the initiative to kill you." Bang! As he spoke, he crashed into the tide of ferocious beasts like a meteor, unfolding the 7-injury crazy fists with all his strength, and the ferocious aura was refined to the extreme, with only one thought left in his mind. Kill. I want to kill you hard. A killing spree. Chapter 238 Soul Lake. Just when Qin Yi was killing the young beast desperately. Jingmen Pass Secret Realm, Soul Lake. This is a huge lake with an area of more than 300 square kilometers. There is no wind on the lake. The lake is dark, like a mirror, calm and very sticky. If you put your ear close to the surface of the lake, you can still hear the sounds coming from the lake. If they are there or not, sometimes they are like gibbering, sometimes like the roar of wild beasts, and they are unpredictable. I hate it so much, the natural tribe, I want to kill all the natural tribe. In a corner of the Soul Lake, sinking more than 40 meters, Chen Xian was floating in the dark and calm lake. Motionless, his eyes closed tightly, as if he had lost consciousness. But there was still an angry murmur coming from his mouth. If anyone were to observe Chen Xian with an A-level or above pupil technique at this moment, they would be horrified to find that a wisp of remnant soul is floating behind Chen Xian's head, with disheveled hair and a withered face. The tail of this remnant soul was connected to Chen Xian's brain, while the main body was floating outside, with his hands pinching his neck, his eyes red, and he kept roaring. Chen Xian is possessed by the powerful remnant soul in the Soul Lake. Just like Qin Yi was almost possessed by the remnant soul of the celestial clan Venerable in the Shantian secret realm, once a person with a strong body but a weak soul is targeted by the remnant soul, this will result. Even if this remnant soul goes crazy, he will still have the instinct to snatch a powerful body. Chen Xian fell into the same state as Qin Yi at that time. This residual soul was constantly encroaching on his sea of consciousness, and the memories of the two people were also blending crazily in the process. Through these memories, Chen Xian understood that the residual soul possessing him was not human. It comes from a foreign land, and its name is Yuexin clan. Although it is not one of the top 10 ancient tribes, the strength of the Yuexin clan is not weak, and it is much stronger than the Blue Star human clan. Only among the strong men of the Yuexin clan known in this remnant soul's memory, there are 3 heavenly masters. Most foreign races of this level will not be affiliated with an ancient race, but will exist independently and have a large area of their own jurisdiction. The territory of the Yuexin clan is almost as large as 20 solar systems. There are a total of 23 stars and hundreds of asteroids in the territory, making it a powerful force. The Yuexin clan specializes in soul training and has powerful spiritual thoughts. Once they break through the mountains and seas, they can immediately possess the soul without having to find ways to transform into mortal souls like ordinary warriors. It was precisely because they majored in souls that they were targeted by the natural tribe. This remnant soul was named Yukai, and he had the peak strength of the Marquis realm. Apart from the basic information, the remaining memories in his soul were so horrifying that Chen Xian couldn't stop trembling. The process of integrating into memory is equivalent to Chen Xian personally experiencing the events in his memory. Those incidents were so anti-human, bloody and weird to the extreme. Branches as smooth as tentacles were inserted into his body through various tiny pores, stirring in his organs and meridians. Then, his pores began to sprout, grow leaves, and bloom gorgeous flowers. He seemed to have turned into a vegetative state, losing control of his body and could only watch the scene. The natural tribe did not know what means they used to separate Yukai's soul from his body, and then forced his soul into another completely different body. The natural family is helping him replace his body, and the new body is very strong and empty without a soul attached to it. It is completely an empty shell. The more powerful a warrior is, the harder it is for him to be captured. What the natural tribe wants to experiment is not to seize the body, but a soul planting technique to directly plant the soul into a brand new body without causing rejection. In order to obtain experimental data, the natural clan arrested people all over the world, and even placed the experimental site in the secret realm of Blue Star to prevent other ancient races from spying on them. The first body was rejected and the transplantation failed, so he continued to plant the second body and improve the experimental plan. After years and years of trying day after day, the natural tribe gradually found the key to the soul transplantation technique, and the remaining souls produced due to the failure of the experiment were so numerous that they piled up into lakes. That is the Soul Lake, where Qin Yi is currently. The remnant souls in the Soul Lake have been tortured by the natural tribe. This torture is not only psychological pain, but also soul pain. During the experiment, their souls either gradually grew spores, or were covered with a layer of strange gray-white moss-like things on the surface, causing various changes. Qin Yi, who was personally experiencing all these sufferings through his memories, couldn't help but grit his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. The hatred for the natural tribe in his heart was also infected to the extreme. But then, he seemed to be discouraged and unclenched his fist. No, this is not me, I am Qin Yi, not Yukai. I have to seize the time to practice, the natural plan has nothing to do with me. No. I am Yukai, I am reborn, and I want to seek revenge from the natural plan. I can't go back to my ancestral land, I can only take revenge alone. Qin Yi's expression changed suddenly, as if he was going crazy. Yukai's consciousness is gradually gaining the upper hand. It has to be said that Yukai's hatred for the natural tribe is really outrageous, but he still maintains a strange sense of reason. He did not want to go back to his ancestral land to seek help from his tribe, mainly because he was afraid that his tribe would really provoke the natural tribe and then be exterminated. If he wants revenge, he can only act alone and must not involve the clan. Yukai is encroaching and Qin Yi is struggling. The two of them emitted terrifying spiritual fluctuations, frightening the remaining souls around them to retreat and not dare to approach. How can I sink here? I still need to get the top 3 in the national examination, and I also need to accompany brother Qin Yi to participate in the human martial arts test. Qin Yi opened his eyes with a swish, his eyes were bloodshot, and his canthus was about to burst. Martial arts test? Why should I take the martial arts test? I have to seize the time to get revenge. Although Qin Yi was resisting, his soul was still at the level of a grandmaster after all. Even if Yukai was only a remnant soul, it was not he can touch porcelain. Before Yukai was alive, he was in the peak feudal realm. The opportunity Qin Yi got before only caused his body to transform, but his soul was still the original mortal soul. This can't go on like this. Feeling his slowly sinking consciousness, Qin Yi's heart rang with alarm, and he bit the tip of his tongue hard. A strong pain invaded him, allowing him to regain some composure and sobriety. He felt the uncontrollable amount of hatred in his mind, and with a flash of inspiration, he said in a deep voice as if he was talking to himself, "You are you, and I am me. I will seek revenge from the natural tribe and kill until you are satisfied. But before that, I need to practice until I am strong enough." Buzz. As soon as these words came out, the fluctuations in Qin Yi's mind suddenly stopped. The two seemed to have reached some kind of agreement, and all the turmoil stopped. Revenge, revenge. You, dive. In Qin Yi's sea of consciousness, a broken soul floated faintly, murmuring softly. Chapter 239, A Blessing in Disguise? The restless soul lake regained its composure. Qin Yi was immersed in the water, looking dazed for a while, and then became determined again. He kicked his legs and swam deeper into the soul lake following the guidance of the residual soul in his head. At the most critical moment, Qin Yi had an idea and thought of this method. He negotiated with the remnant soul and made an oath to prove his determination. He noticed that the remnant souls of the Yuexin clan in the consciousness sea were said to be remnant souls, but in fact they were more like an obsession. Their memories were damaged and blurred. Except for the approximate memory of their life experience, the rest were all memories of the natural clan. Of hatred. Therefore, Qin Yi tried to make Yukai give up trying to seize him. Anyway, the purpose of Yukai's taking away his body was to use his body to seek revenge from the natural tribe, so he could do it by himself. It is worth mentioning that the natural tribe has always done things well. They have done something to the remnant souls of these experimental subjects. Even if they succeed in seizing the bodies, they will not be able to transcend the realm of their lives. In other words, even if Yukai succeeds in occupying Qin Yi's body, there is no possibility of becoming king in the future. Compared with taking revenge after taking away the body, it is obviously more successful to let Qin Xian gradually become stronger and then take revenge on his behalf. As for why the natural plan didn't wipe out all the souls and insisted on leaving a lot of residual souls, Qin Xian didn't know. Perhaps the people in charge of experiments from the natural tribe have some special quirks and want to watch these experimental subjects sink and become unable to be reincarnated. Or maybe, these remnants of souls were left with certain methods by the natural race, and became a new round of experimental subjects. In short, no matter which answer he chooses, Qin Xian has only one way to choose, and that is to make a great oath and cooperate with Qin Hanyu. He left a secret in his Tao oath, stating that he would only seek revenge when his strength is sufficient, which more or less bought him some time to grow. However, if you want to keep delaying and never seek revenge from the natural tribe, remnant soul Yukai will probably start to get restless. At this moment, above the sea of consciousness in Qin Xian's mind, two souls were floating, one complete and one broken. The two souls are inextricably linked and entangled with each other. They will not be separated until Qin Xian completes his oath. No matter how strong he becomes, he cannot peel off Yukai's remaining soul. But this kind of blending is not without its benefits. Qin Xian can clearly feel that his soul is constantly growing under the nourishment of Yukai's remnant soul, becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the total amount of mental power is slowly rising. A blessing in disguise. He originally thought that he was unlucky and fell into the Hell Difficulty dungeon. He never thought that this dungeon would make up for some of the flaws in his soul. Gulat Qin Xian was swimming and sinking in the soul lake. There were other souls floating around him, like water flow, countless and overlapping each other. These souls were relatively weak warriors in life, and their realm was below the mountain and sea realm. The remnant souls formed after death did not even have basic consciousness, and could only move around in disorder, stacking and intertwining with each other. Only souls above the mountains and seas can remain independent after being damaged. Just now, Qin Xian encountered two remnant souls with terrifying auras, which were no weaker than Yukai in his sea of consciousness. He must have been in the realm of feudal lords during his lifetime. Fortunately, Yukai's aura enveloped him, and the two remnant souls regarded him as a kindred spirit and did not try to seize his body. This made Qin Xian feel reassured and felt a lot more at ease. After he promised to avenge Yukai, he began to protect me unconditionally and escorted me because of his obsession. Unexpectedly, not only did he not take my body, but he also became my bodyguard? Qin Xian felt that he had been sinking for at least half an hour, but he still could not see the bottom of the soul lake. In more than half an hour, he sank more than 300 meters. The depth of this lake may be greater than its width, like a bottomless abyss. Thinking about it from another angle, how many alien souls did the natural race capture for experiments to create such a vast lake? You must know that the main components of Soul Lake are soul and spiritual power, not real water. Why did Yukai make me sink? Qin Xian didn't want to understand this, but now he could only immerse himself in it. 5 minutes flies by. A voice echoed faintly in Qin Xian's mind. Stop. Go eat. Are we there? Eat? What to eat? Qin Xian was stunned for a moment, and then he lowered his eyes and glanced below. Then, a drop of water mixed with hundreds of colors such as green, red, purple, orange, etc. appeared in front of him. This water droplet is suspended in the depths of the soul lake. It is about the size of an adult's palm. It exudes strong pure spiritual power, like a spiritual object that greatly nourishes the soul. Yukai actually brought me to treasure hunt? Qin Xian didn't know how to describe his mood. Because he promised Yukai to avenge him, but he just wanted to wait until he became stronger, so Yukai started to help him become stronger quickly? This is really an upright child. At the same time, another restricted area in the secret realm of Jingmengwen Fulong Mountains. Roaring sounds echoed throughout the world, the mountains were shaking, and blood was splattering. A demon godlike being stood on the ground, surrounded by corpses of various ferocious beasts, including 3rd level ones, 4th level ones, and even 5th level ones. The earth is covered with all kinds of blood. The blood is like a river, gathering from high places and flowing to low places. The demon god's expression was indifferent, different from the bloody scenes around him. His body was spotless, as if he was an immortal. This person is none other than Qin Yi. He did not choose the open heaven sword intent, but instead used the crazy way to shake the beast tied with the 7-injury crazy fist without retreating even half a step. And the result, obviously, he won. It was a one-sided battle and a massacre. A large number of young beasts died, and the pure yang energy in their bodies returned to the world, filling this small area with a concentration so high that it almost formed a golden mist. Qin Yi bathed in the ocean of yang energy, feeling comfortable physically and mentally, and surging with energy and blood. After this battle, his total energy and blood volume increased by at least 3,000 calories. These 3,000 calories can be regarded as an entire Grandmaster-level warrior. Although the total energy and blood volume of warriors in the later stage of immortal martial arts will increase exponentially, increasing the upper limit of 3,000 calories of energy and blood can be regarded as an adventure. As for the broken corpses all over the ground, wait until the big dog comes out and let him find a way to take them away. At that time, you can leave it to Fatty Jean for processing and selling. Qin Yi exhaled a breath of turbid air, adjusted to his peak state, and was about to return to the stone pillar to continue meditating. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the invigilation certificate in his pocket vibrated. Has the first eliminated person appeared? The person who contacted him with the invigilation certificate was either a candidate who was about to be in trouble, or a team leader who was in trouble and couldn't handle it on his own. The probability of the former is far greater than the latter. Once a candidate uses the admittance ticket in his hand, it is equivalent to giving up the exam. Wow! It was at the moment when the vibration ended. A burst of mysterious space power came over and wrapped Qin Yi's body. His eyes darkened and he was instantly moved thousands of kilometers away. Chapter 240: The Long Gorge with Knife Marks. In the secret realm of Jingmengwen, in the middle of the southwest, a canyon running hundreds of kilometers lies here, which is extremely eye-catching. The depth of this canyon is more than 100 kilometers, and the incisions in the cracks are particularly smooth. It does not look like it was cracked by geological movement, but more like the sword marks caused by someone slashing a sword from the sky. But the real situation is that these are knife marks, not sword marks. If you look down from a high altitude, you can clearly see this vast knife mark. Near the canyon, you can also catch the subtle intention of the sword, which is unparalleled in domineering power. Therefore, this canyon is called the Daowen Long Gorge. However, after so many years, the human race still does not know who made this knife and why. Everyone only knows that the warrior who wields this sword will not be lower than the peak. True King Realm experts already have the ability to shatter the void and cross the universe, not to mention overturning mountains and seas. The True King can also create terrain like the Daowen Long Gorge, but the True King cannot let his Dao intention remain for such a long time. It is estimated that the Taoist spirit emanating from Daowen Long Gorge has not dissipated or weakened for at least 200 years, as if it has existed forever. This terrifying Dao intention turned Daohen Xianxia into a deadland for a time. It was not until more than 100 years ago that ferocious beasts gradually adapted to this Dao intention and evolved into special creatures with strong offensive capabilities. The species living in Daowenchang Gorge enjoy fighting for their lives. It is precisely because of this that the Daowenchang Gorge has become a restricted area. The bottom of the canyon. It was dull and the air was thin. A girl who had just turned 18 years old fell next to the cold and smooth stone surface, her face pale and not a trace of blood could be seen. Her clothes were stained with blood, her breath was weak, and her body was covered with scab wounds. She had obviously been seriously injured for some time and was running for her life in a panic. Swish, swish. 3 black shadows jumped out from the dark environment, as fast as lightning, and their bodies were as strong as tigers and leopards. They fell to the ground silently, hiding beside the girl, staring at her eagerly, but did not come up to kill the girl immediately. This is a movie leopard, a gregarious creature that likes to hunt in groups. They are extremely fast. When they encounter prey, they will not rush up to fight for their lives. Instead, they will fight protracted and round-robin battles in a roundabout way, slowly consuming the opponent's physical strength, and making the opponent angry. Exhausted while bleeding, he eventually lost all ability to resist. This hunting method of movie leopards can keep them in shape to the greatest extent and avoid injury. The team of examinees from Jiangnan province that Qin Yi was in charge of consisted of 7 men and 3 women. Among them, Lu Lingxuan made a big mistake and left the exam early to take the trouble. Among the remaining 6 men and 3 women, 2 were teleported to the dangerous area as soon as they came up. They were Qin Xian, who went to Soul Lake, and Zhao Qian, who went to Daowen Changsha. Zhao Qian ranked 4th in the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Examination. She had just entered the realm of Grand Master. She was sure to survive more than 80% of the Jingmen Pass secret realm safely. Unfortunately, she was so unlucky that she was thrown into this kind of situation. Terrible high-risk area. What was even more unlucky was that as soon as she landed, she fell into the lair of the Blue Yutu and was chased by 2 4th-level Blue Yutu for more than half an hour. She finally escaped and met the movie leopard who was out hunting. Of these 3 movie leopards, 2 were at the 4th level, and 1 was faintly touching the threshold of the 5th level. There were clear lightning patterns on their bodies. They were not something Zhao Qian could compete with. Thinking about it now, she may not have succeeded in getting rid of the 2 4th-level blue rabbits, but the blue rabbits sensed the aura of the advanced hunter and gave up the pursuit on their own initiative. She tried hard to escape, but she couldn't get away from the film leopard at all. If it didn't work, she could only use her admission ticket. Once the admission ticket is used, she will lose the qualification to continue taking the exam and will be sent back to the main world by the lead teacher. The first condition for having a national examination ranking is to live for 7 days without using the admission ticket. The subsequent detailed ranking is related to the spiritual objects collected by the candidates within 7 days. It can be seen that it is not easy to get ranked. The surrounding environment was too dark, and the film leopards had the talent of hiding their bodies. Zhao Qian was able to barely capture the traces of the 3 film leopards by letting go of her spiritual thoughts with all her strength. These 3 beasts are already trying to get closer to her. It was probably because she had been lying here motionless for too long, and the other party suspected that she was no longer able to wait for death. Zhao Qian held the admission ticket in her left hand, and a strange energy was hidden in her right hand. This was her ultimate move. She deliberately pretended to be weak and fell here, just to get a closer look when the 3 movie leopards couldn't help themselves. When you are on your own, give a thunder blow. But she obviously underestimated the movie leopard's hunting talent. Boom! A dazzling white light pierced the night sky, and a huge thunder pillar with a thickness of 3 meters struck from the front. The top-level 4th-level film leopard was really cautious. No matter how Zhao Qian showed weakness, he did not approach, but used the long-range test attack methods. When things had reached this point, even if she had no choice but to use the admittance ticket in her hand. At the critical moment, the admission ticket in Zhao Qian's hand burst out with a bright luster, and complex formations appeared out of thin air. At the moment when the white light thunder column struck down, a figure condensed out, with a dull expression, without even the intention of taking action, and directly took the physical body. He withstood the full blow of the 4th-level top film leopard. The thunder light dissipated, revealing the face of a handsome young man with outstanding grace and a pair of indifferent eyes, as if he had everything in the world under his control. The full-strength attack of the 4th-level top film leopard did not leave even a trace on his body. Gulu. Zhao Qian looked up at Qin Yi's face and swallowed subconsciously, gaining a new understanding of the team leader's strength. So powerful, stronger than her grandfather, the true king. Qin Yi glanced back and said, "You have been eliminated, please leave the secret realm with me." Zhao Qian nodded dully, as if she had not yet woken up from the shock. She was like a doll on strings, lifted up from the ground by Qin Yi's spiritual thoughts, returned to her standing position, and stood behind Qin Yi. After a few seconds, Zhao Qian came back to her senses and looked up. The 3 movie leopards not far away had long disappeared. These 3 beasts were extremely cautious. The moment Qin Yi appeared, she realized that this person was invincible. And then ran away in panic, without looking back. But no matter how hard they run, they can't escape. If he really wants to survive, the only way is if Qin Yi has no interest in killing them. Zheng. In the darkness, the supreme sword flashed, penetrating a distance of 10,000 meters, roaring through the air, and before the 3 flying leopards could resist, their heads separated and they died. Qin Yi raised his hand, held it in the air, and 3 leopard corpses flew into the air and landed in front of Zhao Qian. Don't be dazed. I avenged you and took the beast corpse back, which is a bit of comfort. Qin Yi looked at the girl and smiled. Chapter 241 The Gateway to Society, The Big Dog's Cry for Help. The bloody corpse was thrown casually in front of Zhao Qian by Qin Yi, causing a splash of blood. The strong smell of blood was pungent, and only then did Zhao Qian recover from the shock. Is this the end? The 3 fourth-level film leopards who chased me to death and forced me into a desperate situation could not even hold back Qin Yi's face. In one thought, all 3 ferocious beasts fell to death, being killed like dead dogs, and their bodies were placed in front of him. Looking down at the broken corpse that was still bleeding, the flat and smooth cross-section was shocking. Qin Yi's sword was neat, without any sloppiness. Looking at the calm young man beside her, Zhao Qian fell into deep thought. Although Qin Yi is her team leader, he is actually only 4 or 5 years older than her. If you give her another 4 or 5 years, will she have the chance to grow to Qin Yi's level? Or take a step back and say, 5 years from now, will she be half as strong as Qin Yi today? Zhao Qian felt helpless in her heart. These warriors who claim to be geniuses are simply not worth mentioning in front of real geniuses. Have you calmed down yet? Qin Yi waited patiently for Zhao Qian, who was in a daze, without disturbing her. He waited until the other person's eyes regained clarity before speaking softly. Zhao Qian nodded gratefully, then hurriedly squatted down, opened the storage bag, and put the broken corpses of the 3 movie leopards into the storage bag with her mental power. But although Qin Yi wanted to give these 3 movie leopards to her, Zhao Qian did not dare to accept them. After she cleaned up every beast carcass, she stood up, patted her sleeves, and said respectfully, "This is the prey you hunted. I didn't do much, and I didn't receive any reward for my merits. I'm sorry to say that for no reason. Accept your gift. You came from thousands of miles away to save me. How can I accept your things before I can thank you?" She handed the storage bag to Qin Yi in a very polite manner. "Teacher Qin, I will leave this storage bag with you first. When you finish the national examination and come out of the secret realm, you can return it to me." Zhao Qian was thoughtful and keenly observed that Qin Yi only had a storage bag around his waist. And according to Qin Yi's previously exposed realm, he is still in the mountain and sea realm, and the mountain and sea realm has not yet been realized, so it cannot be used as a storage space. Therefore, she decisively showed her kindness to Qin Yi. Not only did she not want the corpse of the 4th-level ferocious beast that Qin Yi gave him, but she also lent Qin Yi her B-level storage bag. Zhao Qian can be sure that with Qin Yi's strength, it is easy to sweep through the secret realm, and there will definitely be a shortage of storage space by then. I have to say that her flattery was on point. Qin Yi really lacked a storage bag. Seeing that Zhao Qian was so sensible, Qin Yi did not refuse. He immediately nodded and took the storage bag and put it on his waist. Accepting this storage bag seemed to be a favor to Qin Yi, but in fact, Zhao Qian took advantage. Thinking about it carefully, Qin Yi took her storage bag and had to return it to her after going out. After going back and forth like this, he not only accepted a small amount of her affection, but also had to continue to contact her in the future, which gave him the beginning of a good relationship between the Zhao family and Qin Yi. Adult society is sometimes so complicated. It seems like an ordinary little move, but there are all kinds of mysteries and foreshadowing hidden behind it. Of course, Qin Yi's sense of the Zhao family is not bad, and Zhao Qian is considered to be a very well-behaved person in the team he leads. There's nothing wrong with establishing some simple connections. It's impossible for these aristocratic families to want to lick him, and he has to refuse, right? Let's go, I'll take you out of here. Qin Yi thought together, and the 2 people's figures suddenly moved, taking off on the spot, and moving towards high altitude. Wow! Originally, the sword intent attached to the rock walls on both sides of the Daowanshan Gorge would suppress the creatures that wanted to fly up and leave the canyon. However, when this extremely domineering sword intent encountered the even more domineering Qin Yi, it was immediately dwarfed by the big one. Letting the master of this sword spirit come, Qin Yi might still give up 3 points. Stop pretending that you have a mere remnant of sword intent that has been left over for more than 100 years. The overwhelming sword intent was shaken away by Qin Yi's eyes. He led Zhao Qian all the way up, moving hundreds of meters in an instant, unstoppable and unstoppable. High in the sky directly above the Daowenchang Gorge. Mingwang Chulin, the general supervisor of this national examination, was standing here. She originally thought about flying down to pick up the team leader and students, but when she saw the face of the team leader below, this idea was instantly abandoned. With Qin Yi here, there was no need for her to go down to respond. As the chief examiner of the national examination, she also needs to enter the secret realm and is responsible for taking away candidates who have used their admission tickets. On Chulin's body, there is a director examination certificate that can be teleported to any team leader. The team leaders in each province are responsible for 10 candidates, so it is impossible for the team leaders to personally send the candidates who have abandoned the exam to leave the secret realm. What if another candidate needs help while the team leader is escorting a candidate who has abandoned the exam? Therefore, the team leader is only responsible for rescuing the candidates. As for the tedious and tiring work of sending the candidates out, it is left to the chief examiner. At this moment, Chulin was accompanied by 7 candidates who, like Zhao Qian, had used their admission tickets to abandon the exam. When the number of candidates who had abandoned the exam reached a certain number and Chulin was sure that no one would be in danger for the time being, she would take the exam. A group of people were sent back. The candidates who had abandoned the exam around Chulin stared at Qin Yi, who was flying quickly below, their eyes full of awe. The rumored terrifying sword-marked Qianxia is completely like walking on plain ground for teacher Qin. He is so strong that people can't even think of chasing him. Yeah, think about his age now. Thinking about his current combat power. Damn it, even a genius would be in despair, let alone a mortal. Don't think about it too much. If you think about it any longer, I'm afraid your heart will be broken. The scattered discussions did not attract Qin Yi's attention. He greeted Chulin and then handed Zhao Qian over to her. Chulin had no intention of chatting with Qin Yi. It was still the national examination period and everyone's time was precious. Especially she, the examiner, could not be distracted at will to avoid negligence. She briefly greeted Qin Yi and left with Zhao Qian. Looking at the retreating figures of Chulin and her group, Qin Yi touched his chin, and his eyes returned to the long gorge with knife marks under his feet. This canyon is called a restricted area. There must be something good hidden there, right? He wondered whether he should go down to sweep the goods and do a big cleanup. Unfortunately, before he could make a decision, the proctoring certificate in Qin Yi's pocket vibrated again and buzzed. What is the situation where another examinee encounters an unsolvable danger and chooses to give up the exam? Qin Yi raised his brows, took out the invigilation certificate, held it in his hand and felt it for a moment, then there was a look of surprise behind him. This time the person who asked him for help was not a candidate. He is a big dog who has entered the land of Yin and Yang to explore the secrets and hunt for treasure. That's right, because Lu Lingxuan made a big mistake and was disqualified from the examination. Big Dog went out of his way to get Lu Lingxuan's admission ticket and kept it for himself. In other words, Big Dog also has a chance to teleport Qin Yi to himself. Chapter 242 The cleaning begins. The national examination is still going on in a lively manner, some are happy and some are sad. On the other side, Jiangnan province is tens of thousands of kilometers away. Wenchang, the secret place of Yendang Mountain. A vast general cleanup of the secret realm is underway. This cleanup is led by 3 kings and 8 true kings. This level of intensity is more than enough to exterminate a medium-sized ethnic force in a foreign land. It can be said that it is the largest official action in southern China in the past 10 years. The secret realm of Yendang Mountain is only a B-level difficulty, and the aliens hiding in it can't figure out how good or capable they are to make the human race spend so much effort, and even send 3 kings to clear it out. Is the human race crazy, or are they crazy? The 3 of them, Xiao Chen, King of the Wheel, Sui Xian, King of Yuhe, and Yang Lunji, King of Wen Xian, were each responsible for one position. They took the lead from the front and entered the secret realm of Yendang Mountain. They swept through the area inch by inch, not letting go of any monsters. Even if it is a restricted area in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain, they will have to clean it from the inside out this time. If you encounter something that is difficult to handle, the 3 supreme masters will gather together and go up together. The most terrifying restricted area in the B-level secret realm, such as the Phoenix Corpse in the central volcano area, may be able to block a person at the top level, but facing 3 people at the top level, they will only be suppressed. This time, God will kill God if he blocks it, and Buddha will kill Buddha if he blocks it. No one can stop him. In addition to the official forces of the human race, there are also a large number of aristocratic families and organizational forces who took action after hearing the news. Like hyenas smelling the smell of blood, they followed the official team and entered the secret realm of Yendang Mountain together. These forces dare not compete with the authorities for food, but they do have the ability to lick the leftovers left after the official raids. There are 3 powerful men from the official forces who are at the top of the realm leading the way, and they also have the courage to follow and sweep the entire Yendang Mountain secret realm. Moreover, this kind of behavior of picking up food will not arouse the displeasure of the officials. On the contrary, the officials are willing to see this phenomenon. Those who are at the top of the king's realm and those at the true king's realm will not accept anything of any grade. They will at most clear out aliens and ferocious beasts and spiritual objects of at least the 6th level, the king's realm. Things below the 6th level are really useless to them, but to the aristocratic families and other organizations, they are still treasures. Under this mighty and terrifying trend, countless aliens were picked out, either killed on the spot, or had their cultivation realm abolished, and were detained in special human prisons to torture for information from foreign lands. In the huge secret realm of Yendang Mountain, there is not only a foreign race like the Yu clan. It's just that the Yu tribe is the only race with a large number of tribesmen settled in the secret realm and taking root here. Most of the other alien races are just 2 or 3 scattered people, with no atmosphere. The Kaishan tribe and the Mayan tribe, the 2 indigenous races in the Yendang Mountain secret realm, were also frightened by the momentum of the human race. During this period, they kept an absolutely low profile and did not dare to show any resistance in front of the human race. All orders issued by the human race, all are performed with unconditional obedience. Thanks to their cooperation, the efficiency of the human race's cleanup of the Yendang Mountain secret realm was several times higher. Those scattered alien races all have their ultimate moves hidden in their hands, but facing 3 extremely powerful men, any ultimate move is useless. Absolute power will crush everything. The first day of general cleaning. 1/3 of the Yendang Mountain secret realm was thoroughly swept away, and even the aliens hiding in secret places hundreds of miles underground were captured. A total of 12 kinds of 6th level spiritual objects have been harvested, 1 kind of 7th level spiritual objects, and the number of lower level spiritual objects is too large to be counted. The ferocious beasts around the 6th level were slaughtered and their blood flowed for hundreds of miles. This amount of harvest exceeded everyone's expectations. The contribution this little guy Qin Yi has made this time may be beyond everyone's imagination. When the secret realm of Yendang Mountain is cleared, we will give him some rewards. Xiao Chen, the king of wheels, was filled with emotions. It is precisely because of Qin Yi's leadership and Qin Yi's relationship that the Mayan clan and the Kaishan clan cooperate so well, and their large-scale cleanup can be carried out successfully. The second day of the general cleaning. 2/3 of the Yendang Mountain secret realm has been cleared, and the Yu clan hiding in another restricted area of Luoyu Plain was found again. With the joint efforts of the 2 kings, Juidian, the Yu clan forces were eliminated, leaving only he was sent down to serve as a prisoner for the deposed White Feather King and was suppressed to a special human race prison. According to the information interrogated from the White Feather King, the Yu clan originally planned to recuperate for a few days and then try to return to their original nest in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain, the Forest of Darkness. It is rumored that at the bottom of the dark forest, where thousands of dark tree roots intersect, there is a space crack that can lead to human society. The most dangerous place is the safest place. They believe that once the humans leave, no one can find them once they return to the dark forest. Unfortunately, they misjudged the determination of the human race in this action. Of course, even if the Yu clan returned to the dark forest in advance, there would be no way to avoid being caught by the human clan. Because it is extremely difficult to go to the underground of the dark forest, and even the weakest one has to have a king to open the way to make it possible. It would take them at least a few years to kill it alone to be able to do it. The news that there is a space passage under the dark forest is an unexpected surprise to Chakravartin King and others. The price to pay for discovering a secret passage leading to the secret realm is not small, even if they conduct a thorough search this time. After going through the secret realm of Yendang Mountain, no new space passage was found. There is no way. The existence of some space channels is too secretive, unless someone uses this channel to teleport in front of them, otherwise it is really impossible to see through. When these secret passages are not in use, they are no different from normal spaces. After getting this information, Qin Yi deliberately put down what he was doing and went to the dark forest in advance. After several hours of hard work, he finally discovered a small space crack at the intersection of the roots of many dark trees underground. What surprised her the most was that this space crack had been used not long ago, and there were residual traces. Suixin immediately thought of the Heavenly Clan's prodigy, Qin Yi, who assassinated Qin Yi and fought against him. After the fight with him, this man disappeared without a trace inexplicably. They thoroughly searched the secret realm of Yendang Mountain and found no trace of him. Now it seems that Qin Yi has escaped to human society. If you want to enter the place where the roots of Yomu meet, you must either be a strong person at the absolute peak realm, or slowly open up the true king realm. Although the proud son of the Tian clan is at the true king realm, he has combat power comparable to that of the absolute peak realm. It is estimated that it won't take too long to open up, Suixin thought to himself, and then reported the coordinates of this place to the officials along with his guess. After doing this, she entered the space crack alone again, wanting to see what area of human society the other end of the crack led to. When the time comes, she will have to report the coordinates of the other end to the authorities so that they can send people to guard it. In the future, this passage will also become the second official passage for humans to enter the secret realm of Yendang Mountain. Chapter 243 Citywide Search. Jiangnan Province, Yuhang City, Eastern Suburbs. This is a holy place where migrant workers in Yuhang live in groups. Housing prices are low, public transportation is convenient, and prices are cheap. Qin Yi and Shenzhen rose up in the eastern suburbs. They were children from an orphanage in the eastern suburbs. When they became adults, they came to society and became powerful warriors one after another. Along with the big cleanup of the Yendang Mountain secret realm, the entire Jiangnan province also launched a city search simultaneously. Specialized official personnel used modern equipment and spiritual objects to conduct door-to-door inspections, preparing to investigate at least 9 people within a week. He was caught out as a dark rat lurking in the society of Jiangnan province. As for why it is 90% and not 100%, the reason is also very simple. There are always some aliens who have methods that ordinary people cannot figure out and can avoid supervision. Everything cannot be perfect, and eliminating 90% of the outliers is already a huge achievement. For this reason, the official also specially transferred a 7th-level top spiritual object from Tianjing, the Karma inscription. This cause and effect inscription is the exclusive spiritual weapon of Jinwu Tianwang. It uses cause and effect as a thread to connect hundreds of millions of people in the world, deeply binding one's own destiny with the destiny of the human race. From then on, when the human race rises, the Jinwu king will rise, and when the human race declines, the fate of the human race will rise. King Jinwu declined. Of course, since the strength and realm of Jinwu Tianwang are not enough, he currently cannot afford the fate of the entire human race of more than 70 billion people. Therefore, he can only bind the fate of the Chinese human race first, and then slowly move forward as his realm grows. Slowly bind several other countries of the human alliance. This cause and effect inscription is the embodiment of the cultivation of the way of cause and effect to its peak. The names of all Chinese people, in the true sense, will be automatically engraved on it. And each person's name has a completely different atmosphere. This is to prevent someone from having the same name. In other words, as long as the name does not appear on the causal inscription, it can be determined that this person is either a disguised identity, or has already betrayed the human race and became a traitor. The name appears on the causal inscription, but the aura does not match. The same is true for the same reason. With the help of this tool, the troubleshooting work suddenly saves a lot of effort. It is precisely because of this spiritual object that Tianjing can carry out a citywide general cleaning every year and become the cleanest city in the entire human alliance. Unsurprisingly, the task of this province-wide investigation was given to Jiangnan Wan Momo with full responsibility. As the only true king in Jiangnan province, he indeed has the qualifications and strength. Now 2 days have passed since the citywide investigation, and the number of people caught raping has reached more than 13,000. This number exceeds everyone's expectations and is simply frightening. Not only the ancient and large clans from foreign lands, but also some small and medium-sized ethnic forces from foreign lands have extended their tentacles to Blue Star. Among the more than 13,000 people, more than 8,000 are human traders, and more than 5,000 are aliens pretending to be aliens. It can be seen that it is more convenient and trouble-free to directly instigate warriors to rebel against human society than to send one's own people to infiltrate human society. The most frightening thing among them is that among the more than 8,000 rapists, several are still in high positions, high-level officials, and some aristocratic families. Shaoxing Huang family. Even the elder responsible for purchasing the family's cultivation resources was raped. Can this family still be clean? The chief executive of Shaoxing City expressed concern to Shenmo, reading between the lines. It is obvious that he wants Shenmo to make the decision and conduct a comprehensive investigation into the Huang family. A wealthy family like this is as powerful as a city governor. Even the chief governor of Shaoxing City would not dare to touch the Huang family rashly. However, Silent's iron fist surprised and delighted him. You don't need to be afraid of anything. Since there may be problems with the Huang family, go and investigate. Investigate severely. As long as all the itineraries comply with the rules, if anything happens, I will take care of it. What about the aristocratic family? Not to mention that the most powerful family living in a city does not even have a true king. Even a provincial family with the combat power of a true king is not afraid of Silence. He carries an official imperial edict with him, which in ancient times was equivalent to holding a Shangfang sword, and no one dared to disobey it. The chief executive of Shaoxing City nodded solemnly and hurriedly took orders to get things done. Seeing his disappearing back, Shinshin frowned in a rare way, feeling afraid. Jiangnan province is an area with relatively intensive inspections among all provinces, but even so, more than 10,000 rats can be caught. You know, it's only been 2 days, and when 7 days pass, the minimum guarantee is 30,000. This number is enough to make officials think deeply. Perhaps, this general cleaning trend should be promoted to all provinces, instead of being limited to Jiangnan. Shenmo's brows stretched, and he had some plans in his mind. He remembered the reason for this city cleanup. Qin Yi's figure appeared in his mind, and he shook his head with a smile. This kid went to the secret realm of Yendang Mountain and caused such a big commotion. It also set off a series of chain reactions. Young people are terrible. The large-scale investigation work in various urban and suburban areas of Jiangnan province is carried out simultaneously with the large-scale raids in the secret territory of Yendang Mountain. The news headlines and hot searches on major online platforms these days are all about the two. Secretly, those aliens who have not yet been caught watch the news with trepidation every day, or pray that they will not be discovered, or they have packed their bags and made a bow, and fled to the deep mountains and forests, preparing to avoid the limelight. On the third day of the sweep of the Yendang Mountain secret realm, more than 26th-level ferocious beasts have been wiped out, more than 300 aliens have been wiped out, and 200 prisoners have been taken. 1/3 of the restricted area has been leveled, and the Yendang Mountain secret realm has been destroyed by being downgraded to level C. In the rural area of the eastern suburbs, in the basement of a certain house, Lu Yi looked at the #1 hot search on the Douyin platform, with a trace of panic on his face. This time, the officials are really serious about it, and the Yendang Mountain secret realm has been reduced from a B-level secret realm to a C-level secret realm. Although he hid in a cellar he dug in the countryside and didn't go out for several days, he always felt that he would eventually be caught. For people like me, the ability gods will not spend a lot of effort to protect them, and the official will not spend a lot of effort to cultivate people like me. It's better to die early. He thought of the missing high-level officials of the Ability Gods Association, and thought about it. Time is quite gnashing of teeth. After the failed attack on Qin Yi that night, the president and vice president of the Ability God Society were killed on the spot. The Ability God Society, which had lost its 2 true kings, instantly fell apart. The leading princes had led the Ability God Society for many years. The treasures were hidden using some life-saving means given to them by the demons. But they, the peripheral members, cannot enjoy this benefit. The sorrow of the people at the bottom, whether they are decent or villains, is the same misery and the same lack of attention. Not to mention that the top brass of major organizations don't pay attention to them. If Lu Yi was written into a novel, as an early villain, he would probably have been forgotten by readers. He was also the villain who almost killed Qin Yi, the protagonist. Why can others have adventures and rise from the bottom, but I can't? What's wrong with me? Lu Yi was unwilling to give up. He didn't want it to end here. But at this moment, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a knocking sound above the cellar, as if someone was knocking on the floor. Dong dong dong. Immediately afterwards, a heart-stopping sound suddenly sounded. Friends in the cellar, please open the door yourself. We are the community sending warmth. Chapter 244 Red Dragon. The huge commotion in Jiangnan province shocked the entire human alliance, and even some small and medium-sized alien races began to pay attention. But at the same time, in the secret realm of Jingmen Pass in Tianjing, the team leaders and students were taking the national examination, but no one knew about it. They are focused on the exam in front of them. In the Fulong Mountains, the dragon's roar shocked the heavens, and the terrifying power of the dragon spread in all directions. The entire mountain range seemed to come alive, constantly humming and trembling. In the place where yin and yang meet, the rich yang energy that originally filled this place suddenly turned into shocking dragon energy, dyeing this small area golden yellow. The big dog used the admission ticket collected from Lu Lingxuan in his hand and forcibly pulled Qin Yi over from thousands of miles away. For the big dog to make such a move, he must have encountered something big that he couldn't handle. The dark and quiet place where yin and yang meet is bursting with red gold luster. In the mist-shrouded valley, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils hang high, like two scorching suns, exuding endless majesty. Behind the two red suns, a huge dragon body is looming in the clouds and mist, giving people an unimaginable feeling of intimidation. For the first time, the big dog was so frightened that its fur stood on end, and it made a vigilant crouching posture, looking like it was ready to run away at any moment. Beside the big dog, circles of ripples rose out of thin air, and a handsome young man came tearing through the space. He looked at the surrounding environment curiously, with no fear on his face, as if he was a mighty man. Long Wei had no effect on him. What big guy did you provoke again? TSK, could it be that the real dragon is actually not dead, or the dead real dragon is about to be resurrected, and you just happened to see through the old drama? Qin Yi curled his lips. He went to Xiantian's secret realm and Yendang Mountain's secret realm twice in total, and the plots he encountered were very different. Boom! As soon as Qin Yi finished speaking, before the big dog could answer, he was greeted by a scorching dragon's breath. The tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature seemed to melt the space, and all the surrounding environment was instantly distorted by the high temperature. However, Qin Yi remained motionless, standing on the spot and quietly receiving such a dragon's breath. Not only did his face show no pain, but he stretched out his arms in enjoyment, as if he was welcoming a heavy rain after a long drought. Roar! The sky in the valley shook slightly, and an inexplicable look flashed across the blood-red sun. Dragon breath, which had been so invincible in the past, actually failed to kill the weak human race in front of him instantly. It doesn't matter if he doesn't kill instantly, how come this human race is bathing in the dragon's breath and still looks like he's enjoying it? The pillar of fire falling from the sky dispersed, revealing Qin Yi's unscathed posture. He looked at the sky and said lightly, "The temperature is okay, is there anything else?" Big dog. Damn, when it comes to showing off, I admit that I, Master Dog, am not as good as you. The sky suddenly darkened, and the dragon aura swept across the sky. The lingering clouds and mists were blown away, and a red dragon that filled the entire sky was entrenched above. He lowered his eyes and looked down at the person and the dog below. There was a hint of anger in his expression. Hesitate. He was not a fool. He saw that dragon's breath was not only ineffective against Qin Yi, but might also have an amplifying effect, so he did not continue to use this trick. For this human being to be able to stand in front of him so confidently, he must have some confidence, so he naturally had to observe first. Anyway, the other party didn't take the initiative to attack him. Qin Yi glanced at the trembling big dog at his feet and asked strangely, "How did you become such a dog? Aren't you usually very impressive?" Being so aroused by Qin Yi, the big dog suddenly gained strength. He pushed himself up and stood upright like a human. With his hands on his hips, he trembled and said harshly, "You don't understand, this is a battle between a god-level demon clan and a high-level one. The demon clan's bloodline suppression is similar to the natural suppression at the level of law, and it is almost impossible to overcome. The bloodline of this red dragon is of a very high level, and its cultivation level is much higher than mine, so I couldn't help but kneel down. You are already very strong, okay? All life races similar to human race are collectively called demon. Dog monsters like Big Dog look completely different from humans, but they actually have a hidden Tao body. When they transform into a Tao body, they also look similar to humans. Like human beings, Legend is the species form closest to the road. Other monsters must slowly cultivate and gradually approach the human form. The earlier they obtain the Tao body, the greater the potential of this monster clan. For example, among the 10 ancient tribes in foreign lands, the Heavenly Clan and the Demon Clan are naturally human. However, there are also some races that do not like to use the Tao body, such as the Dragon race and the Phoenix race. Their original forms are also very close to the Tao they need to understand. The Blue Star human race is born with the appearance of a Taoist body. This is also an important factor that attracts attention from foreign lands. The ancient tribes speculate that this has something to do with the immortal source cave heaven. The human race born in the immortal cave heaven may have a blood connection with the fallen immortal. This is also a knowledge point in foreign lands. The human race collectively refers to these alien races as intelligent races, and the division of alien lands is more detailed. It is said that hundreds of millions of years ago, most of the currently known races belonged to the same demon race, and they only separated later. In addition to the demon race, there are also some elemental races and law races, which are not in the category of demons, but are also intelligent races. For example, the Muyen tribe in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain belong to the fire element race. The big dog really didn't lie this time. The red dragon in front of him has reached the 7th level, which is equivalent to the true king of the human race. Coupled with the purity of the dragon's blood, it should be no problem to cross a large realm and challenge the top. At this time, his body seemed small, but it was not actually his real body. He only shrank his body in order to live here. Qin Yi estimated that he could not kill this real dragon. But, it's just that he can't be beaten to death, so if he wants to protect himself and the big dog, it's still fine. Qin Yi noticed that the red dragon occupying the sky looked at the big dog with an extremely unkind look, as if it was determined to kill him, but the look he looked at him was very ordinary, just a look, without any hatred. This is very strange. Could it be that the big dog did something to make the dragon jealous? Big dog, what have you done here to make this real dragon want to kill you so much? Aren't you just here to pick spiritual resources? The land of Yin and Yang is so rich in resources that picking them won't cause redness at all. Is the dragon so resentful? Is it possible that you stole Qilon's most precious spiritual object? Qin Yi said silently. Mentioning this, Dagu looked a little embarrassed. He smiled and coughed, indeed. I almost took away the big treasure collected by Qilon. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows. What treasure? No way. Is it a 7th level spiritual creature? The look of embarrassment on the big dog's face became even stronger, and the tone of his voice became much softer. More precious than that. Have you forgotten, I said before, what is the most precious thing on a real dragon? Qin Yi felt a shiver in his heart, and looked at the big dog with a sudden look. It's different. The most precious thing on a real dragon, the dragon whip? Damn it! Big dog, you are so awesome, you dare to snatch a big treasure from a live dragon. Chapter 245. Who can stop me, you? If you try to steal the dragon whip from a living real dragon, you will be considered a good temper until the other party beats you to death. Of course, it's not that the red dragon entrenched in the sky doesn't want to kill the big dog. On the contrary, there should be no one in the world who wants to kill the big dog more than he does. But the big dog ran too fast and was too good at escaping. If this place wasn't Qilong's home court and the space was locked, the big dog would have teleported away quietly at this moment. Dagu was forced to have no choice but to take out his admission ticket from his crotch. Therefore, as soon as Qin Yi appeared, Qilong was extremely afraid and immediately stopped chasing him. Being able to break his space blockade and forcefully teleport in, and being able to look calm in the face of his ultimate true dragon, Qin Yi didn't want to think about ordinary people. Maybe he's here to slay a dragon too. This can be regarded as Qilong's mistake. Qin Yi was strong, but his understanding of the way of space was not deep enough to break the red dragon's space blockade by himself. He was able to be summoned this time with the help of external objects. The admittance ticket and invigilation ticket that the candidates are equipped with are personally carved by China's top rune array master. That person has a mysterious identity and a very high status. In addition to the admission ticket and invigilation ticket, the dream room that Qin Yi once saw at the Martial Arts Federation was actually built by that being. The big dog has always wanted to see that person. Back to business. Hearing the reason why the big dog was chased by the red dragon, Qin Yi's expression was a little subtle, his eyes flickered, and he couldn't take the initiative to attack the red dragon for a while. Although many foreign races have invaded the Blue Star world, the dragon race is not among them. This race is lazy by nature and likes to collect precious treasures and then lie on the piles of treasures to practice and sleep. In other words, they have no interest in even invading Blue Star. According to the investigation of the human race's sages in foreign lands, they found that although the true dragon clan did not take the initiative to enter the Blue Star world to join in the fun, they liked to convince people with reason and waited for other alien races to take something away from the Blue Star world. If a dragon takes a fancy to something, they will come to beg for it again. Doing this over and over saved a lot of time. They found it troublesome to explore the secret realm, but it was much more convenient to grab ready-made treasures. Qin Yi cleared his throat, secretly kicked the big dog's butt, and said, my pet has a bad brain and bad eyesight. If he accidentally touched your things, he was indeed at fault. How about I ask Big Dog to apologize to you and let's all take a step back and settle this matter? Qin Yi believes that with Big Dog's temperament, he will definitely enter the land of Yin and Yang for a few hours. A lot of top-quality spiritual items have been stolen. This dog doesn't care about face, and if you ask him to apologize, he won't say that his self-esteem is damaged. Big Dog has already taken advantage of it and behaved well. After all, the big dog did offend Qilong too much. Just as Qin Yi guessed, the big dog was very unhappy with the word pet after hearing Qin Yi's words, but he was afraid of continuing to tangle with the red dragon, so he had to pretend to be crazy, hanging his tongue and drooling, like a stupid dog, the same barking, as if in response to Qin Yi's words. Hot water vapor filled the sky, and the anger in Qilong's heart did not diminish at all. Each one take a step back? Why should I take a step back? Qilong felt that he was already a good-tempered dragon. If others didn't bother him, he wouldn't go out and bother others casually. Even when the big dog broke into his lair and picked and trampled on it randomly, he didn't take care of it. But the dragon whip. This is a taboo that every man, or every male species in the world, cannot touch. An outsider has been thinking about your dragon whip, and he even gets it, and he almost succeeds. Who can bear this? Whoever tolerates this is not a man. The sky was roaring, and a loud sound like thunder almost shattered the big dog's eardrums. You can each take a step back, but I not only want his apology, but also his whip. You humans like to be fair, so to be fair, let me attack this white-haired dog's whip once too. After one blow, we are clear. Qilong is afraid of Qin Yi, but fear does not mean he is timid. Someone has hit your lower body, so a man needs to be tough, right? To be honest, he was already giving Qin Yi face. When he heard that someone was about to use his whip, the big dog's face instantly darkened, and his hind legs subconsciously shrank, feeling a little cold down there. Damn it, if this 7th level true dragon does this to me, will I still have a son of a bitch in the rest of my life? He hurriedly turned to look at Qin Yi, his eyes filled with tears, looking like a pitiful dog, begging for Qin Yi's protection. However, Qin Yi did not immediately reject Qilong's proposal. Instead, he touched his chin and looked at the big dog thoughtfully. His eyes moved slightly downward, making the big dog want to cry without tears. Fuck, Dad, you are really my dad. Guarantee me this time, the harvest from this trip to the land of yin and yang is equal to you and me. The anxious voice transmission echoed in his mind. Qin Yi twitched the corner of his mouth and responded, "You stupid bitch still wants to take advantage of me. You regard me as your father and treat me as a dog, right?" As he said, he changed the subject and said with a smile, "I'm the one who's the best, but you're the second? I'm sorry, I don't want it at all. I'll give you all the good things. Today I just want to see you cut off your descendants." Shilong, who has reached the peak of being a king, definitely has the power of rules and is very likely to be able to destroy the big dog's gadgets at the level of rules. This kind of erasure at the rule level is irreversible. It is impossible to use the body's recovery power to recover naturally. You must defeat the red dragon at the rule level. This time, the big dog was completely anxious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Yi, you're cruel, Master Dog is in trouble this time. You're 10 and I'm 0, okay? Save me once, please." Qin Yi shrugged, "You made a lot of money from this transaction." He raised his head, met Shilong's eyes, and said calmly, "My pets will have dog babies in the future, but we can't cut off their children here." Shilong was stunned. Obviously did not expect that even if he took a step back, Qin Yi would not agree. "Is this looking down on me?" Shilong exhaled a breath like white mist, and the anger in his heart became even more intense. "You mean, after your pet provokes me, you can apologize and leave here unscathed?" Qin Yi shook his head and smiled. No, you are wrong. Not only is he unscathed, but I originally wanted him to apologize to you. Since you are so shameless, there is no need to apologize." He held it up with his spiritual mind. "Big dog, turn around and leave. I'm going to walk away like this today. Who can stop me? You? If you want to stop me, just come and try." Wow! The terrifying madness soared into the sky, causing the red dragon to retreat slightly by a few centimeters. Under this crazy Taoist will, Shilong had no doubt that Qin Yi really thought so. Qin Yi really felt that he couldn't stop him. This human being is protective to the extreme and arrogant to the extreme. As long as they are relatives and friends around him, he will protect them, even if his own relatives and friends are unreasonable. Chapter 246 Deterrence, Puzzlement. The sword energy is buzzing and the Tao intention is roaring. In the huge valley, the wind suddenly rose, the clouds and mist broke away, and the sand and gravel rolled. Shilong stared blankly at the backs of Qin Yi and Big Dog getting further and further away. For a moment, he was really frightened and did not dare to take action at all. It wasn't until the two of them were about to walk out of his sight that he finally came back to his senses, feeling shocked and angry. This young human race suppressed him so much that he didn't dare to take action just by relying on his momentum? He is a dragon clan, a 7th level peak true dragon. Aha! The sky cracked, and a dragon's claw that covered the sky and sun fell from the sky, with endless dragon power, trying to suppress Qin Yi and Big Dog. But at this moment, before the dragon's claw fell completely, a wisp of sword energy shot up into the sky, tearing apart the space, and struck the mountain wall next to the dragon's claw, blowing up dust all over the sky. The red dragon's right claw froze, and his eyes immediately penetrated the dust and mist and landed on the rock wall on the right side of the valley. The entire dragon was completely stunned for an instant. There, a long, narrow and smooth sword mark suddenly appeared, so deep that it was impossible to see the bottom. The sword mark exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression, which was a kind of arrogance and determination to destroy all things. Phew! The moment this Taoist intention poured into his eyes, the red dragon's eyes as huge as the scorching sun suddenly felt stinging, and 2 lines of dragon blood dripped down. At this moment, Shilong only had one thought left in his mind. This guy is invincible. Once he takes action, he will definitely die. Wow! In a second thought, Shilong no longer hesitated, retracted his claws, curled up underground without looking back, lay down in the magma field and fell into a deep sleep. He no longer cared about this matter, and no longer had the intention to avenge himself. This human race is too terrifying. He didn't kill himself, and he had already spared his life. Just pretend what happened today never happened. Dragons are also afraid of death. Other side. Dagu and Qin Yi are approaching the exit of the land of yin and yang step by step. Qin Yi walks slowly and slowly, with a steady pace, and seemed to have a calm mind. The big dog, on the other hand, walked away in fear, focusing all its attention on what was behind him, for fear that Qilong could not help but rush over and start a fight with Qin Yi and himself. He would definitely not be able to defeat the red dragon. The big dog was indeed quite powerful in his previous life, but he had not reached the ultimate level, and his bloodline level was completely destroyed by the red dragon. As for Qin Yi, it's hard to say. He estimated that Qin Yi was worthy of the red dragon, but after the fight, the two sides got really angry. Qin Yi himself was not afraid, but the big dog was. When gods fight, mortal dogs suffer. It is possible for Qilong to fight Qin Yi while taking care of the big dog. Just now, when the big dog saw a shadow beneath his feet and a death threat coming from above his head, at the moment when the dragon claw was about to be shot from the sky, he almost wet his pants in fear. Fortunately. In the end, I don't know why, but Qilong gave up. The big dog never dreamed that Qin Yi would frighten Qilong with just a slight attack, so much that he stopped thinking about revenge. All of a sudden, the big dog broke out in a cold sweat, feeling lucky to survive the disaster. Of course, it was not him who survived the disaster, but his brother. From now on, his Gawazi background must be properly introduced to him about what happened today. Almost, there would be no dog baby like you in this world. In the future, Brother Qin Yi will be your adoptive father. After the aftermath dissipated, one person and one dog walked out of the land of yin and yang in an upright manner. Qin Yi glanced at the big dog with amusement, who was still immersed in the joy of successfully overcoming the disaster, kicked his butt again, pretending to be dissatisfied, and said, "Okay, your second brother has been saved, it's time. Did you pay me?" The big dog woke up from a dream and rarely quarreled with Qin Yi. He happily pulled out a handful of dog hair from the dog basket and handed it to Qin Yi. Looking at this disgusting bunch of dog hair, Qin Yi felt goosebumps all over his body. Damn, why did you stuff the storage bag in a place like this? Feeling that he was being disliked, the big dog said angrily, "Do you want love?" Tianjin Administration Bureau, Main Hall. The broad and bright hall was full of people. Among these people were senior officials from aristocratic families, senior officials from the government, and even ordinary warriors. This group of people gathered here, for no other reason than to take a look at the annual national examination. That's right, the national exam is live broadcast and ranked. On the white wall in front of the hall, there are two huge monitors hanging. The one on the left shows the national examination rankings, and the one on the right randomly selects a candidate to live broadcast and relax from his perspective. The admission ticket in each candidate's hand is equipped with positioning and monitoring capabilities. This monitoring is not to infringe on the candidate's privacy, but for the sake of his safety in future. During the national examination, the big screen from the perspective of the examinee will change the protagonist every once in a while. This kind of live broadcast is to allow the major martial arts schools present to observe the students in advance, and to give the teachers of these martial arts schools the right to contact the candidates in advance and admit them. Candidates who can enter the national examination list are all geniuses, but the degree of genius is different among each person. Some people are unlucky and encounter extremely dangerous situations, but if they show sufficient means, character, and strength when dealing with danger, then even if they are eliminated early and do not gain any ranking, they may still be eliminated by the two strongest people in China. Su Yuan took a fancy to it. Previously, Zhao Qian held on until she was almost dead before summoning Qin Yi, in order to show her ability as much as possible. Of course, if you get good results in the top 10 in the national examination, it is not the Martial Arts Academy that chooses you, but you choose the Martial Arts Academy. If you are in the top 3 in the national examination, you are more likely to skip the Martial Arts Academy and be directly accepted as a disciple by a true king or even the crown king. The Chinese top scorers in the previous national examinations were accepted as disciples on the spot by the true kings and the top ones. This kind of reward is particularly exciting even for the children of aristocratic families. Many aristocratic families don't even have a true king. If you can have a relationship with the true king, you will have no worries in this life. This young man named Xia Ming is not bad. Which province is he from? Mr. Wu Xiaoming is from Jiangnan Province, and he is also the top candidate in the provincial examination of Jiangnan Province. This is from Jiangnan Province. There are so many talents in the national examination, and there are actually 2 from Jiangnan Province among the top 3. Oh. 2. Chen Xian, who is currently ranked first, is also there. From Jiangnan Province, it is said that he passed the provincial examination and passed the exam. TSK, it's really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. He hid his strength during the provincial exam and then became a blockbuster in the national exam. But no matter how hard you hide your strength, you can't open up such a big gap in the standings, right? A powerful official true king was dumbfounded. In that standings, Chen Xian, who ranked first, had a full 1,200 points, while Xiaoming, who ranked second, only had 300 points. These points are judged based on the value of the spiritual objects and corpses of ferocious beasts that the examinee puts into the storage bag. It stands to reason that since the national examination has just started less than 3 days ago, it is difficult for the highest score to exceed 1,000. How did Qin Xian do it? Is it possible that his luck is so bad that wherever he goes, he picks up spiritual objects? Chapter 247, picking up the number 1 spot in the country along the way. Just when everyone was puzzled. On another big screen, the picture flashed, and the perspective changed, from a mountain forest with jagged rocks to a dark and quiet underwater place. In the darkness, the figure of a young man gradually came into view. This person was the topic of discussion just now, Chen Xian. They were still curious about how Chen Xian got such high points, so the live broadcast switched to it, which was considerate. I want to see what kind of magical power this Chen Xian has. He can reach 1,200 points in just over a day. According to the final rankings of previous years, this 1,200 points, even if he does nothing next, hides. Get up and be ranked in the top 10 by the end of the national exam. An old feudal warrior said while staring at Chen Xian on the big screen. The elimination rate of previous national examinations was extremely high. The so-called elimination refers to candidates who did not persist to the end, died early, or used their admission tickets in advance. Even if these candidates obtain points, they will not be ranked. Under normal circumstances, of the 420 students taking the national examination, about half will be eliminated early, and about 200 will eventually be ranked. Most of the people present had similar thoughts to the old feudal lord realm warrior, silently observing Chen Xian. Suddenly, a warrior recognized Chen Xian's current location through the scenery on the screen, and said in surprise, "Chen Xian is in the Soul Lake." Soul Lake? Everyone was shocked. Isn't this a famous forbidden area in the Jingmen Pass secret realm? At least the Fengho realm is qualified to explore it. Chen Xian is only an 18-year-old candidate, but he can actually appear here? This is not the point. The point is, Chen Xian not only appeared here, he is alive and well. Wait a minute, could it be that he got these 1,200 points from the Soul Lake? The more dangerous the place, the more likely it is that good things are hidden. There are definitely many mid to high-level spiritual objects in a forbidden place like Soul Lake. Could it be that he really hid his strength? In fact, Chen Xian has the power of a feudal lord? King Yozhan's eyes were blazing and he was full of suspicion. An 18-year-old feudal lord-level warrior, are you kidding me? These big guys here were still struggling at the bottom when they were 18 years old. The scene fell into silence, but then, a soft voice sounded. I would have been shocked to be an 18-year-old marquis in the past, but after meeting Qin Yi, I can only say that's it. Everyone. Damn it, don't do it. Don't say it. There is indeed nothing wrong with this. Qin Yi is only in his early 20s, but he already has the combat power to kill the real king in an instant. Killing the real king instantly, what level is that? On the surface, the true king is only one level higher than the feudal lord realm, but people like them all know how big the gap is between the true king and the feudal lord realm. It is no exaggeration to say that there is a world of difference. 10 ordinary grandmasters have a chance to defeat 1 ordinary grandmaster. 100 ordinary great masters have a chance to defeat an ordinary mountain and sea realm master. But 1,000 ordinary mountain and sea realms cannot defeat 1 feudal lord realm. By analogy, one can imagine the distance between a prince and a king. However, Qin Yi, with his mountain and sea realm cultivation, killed a true king instantly. That true king is not even an ordinary true king, it is much stronger than an ordinary true king. It can be said that Qin Yi already has peak combat power, at least quasi-peak combat power. You have peak fighting ability in your early 20s. It's a good thing you didn't mention it. When you mention it like this, I feel like my heart is not stable. People used to say that the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and those in front die on the beach. I am. Those who didn't believe it, now I believe it. Qian Lang's death was too complete. A group of feudal lords and true king-level warriors were filled with emotions. As an individual standing at the pinnacle of mankind, Qin Yi was the first person who could make them collectively express such emotions. While everyone was chatting with each other, the picture on the screen gradually changed. Chen Xian seemed to have a detailed map of the Soul Lake in his mind. He twisted around in the complex Soul Lake and passed by some terrifying remnant souls several times without attracting their attention. And some weak remnant souls even dare not approach Chen Xian, which is extremely weird. Being able to escape once or twice is considered luck, but 3 or 4 times is a sign of strength. What special ability has Chen Xian awakened? Can he see through the soul? A true king who practices soul-related avenues wondered. The situation inside Soul Lake is very complicated. Even the official one does not have a detailed map of Soul Lake. But from the look on Chen Xian's face, it was obvious that he was very familiar with this place. Suddenly, Chen Xian seemed to have reached his destination and immediately stopped. Everyone took a closer look, and in front of Chen Xian, a strange white-gray plant suddenly appeared, with intertwined roots, and each root was connected to a remnant soul, as if it was absorbing these remnant souls as nutrients for growth. Its main stem looks like a rotten skeleton, and every branch and leaf exudes the aura of death. This is the soul-eating tree? Someone with sharp eyes exclaimed. The soul-eating tree is a rare spiritual plant that only grows in places where residual souls are densely packed and full of spiritual power. Such places are extremely rare, so the soul-eating tree is also extremely rare. The branches and leaves of the soul-eating tree have a strong quenching effect on the souls of warriors. They are precious spiritual objects, with a minimum quality of 3rd level. And even 3rd level soul-eating leaves can be sold for the price of 4th level spiritual items. This soul-eating tree has more than 4 root veins, which means it is a 4th level spiritual plant, or a complete 4th level spiritual plant. The price of such a spiritual plant is already comparable to that of a 6th level spiritual object. Just like this, a soul-eating tree can give you 1,500 points. However, facing such treasures, Chen Xian seemed very calm. He didn't even put the soul-eating tree into the official storage bag immediately, but murmured to himself, "This tree is of great use to the powerful people in the feudal realm. I have to put it into my own storage bag, give it to Brother Qin Yi when the time comes. The items put into the official storage bag will be counted on the spot. Although these items will not be taken away by the official, they must be stored in the storage bag until the end of the national examination. If the spiritual objects in the storage bag are lost or robbed before this, then the statistics will have to be recalculated and an investigation will have to be carried out, which is very troublesome." Therefore, Chen Xian did not put it in immediately. He planned to give some spiritual objects to Brother Qin Yi. And in the outside world, everyone was stunned when they heard Chen Xian's muttering. Are co-authors Chen Xian and Qin Yi still in contact? From the looks of it, the relationship between the two is quite close. Chen Xian, why do you feel like you are Qin Yi's licking dog? I found such a top-quality thing, but I didn't need it myself the first time, but thought of Qin Yi. It's almost impossible for Chen Xian to be showing off. Because candidates don't know that they are being live broadcasted. This kind of live broadcast is random, and neither the candidates nor the audience know whose picture will be shown next. Everyone's surprise was not over yet. In the picture, Chen Xian put away the soul-eating tree, identified the direction, swam toward the southeast for a few minutes, and then found another 4th-level spiritual object. Seeing Chen Xian put this spiritual object into the official storage bag with a nonchalant expression, his points had reached 1,800 points at this time. What the hell?
Are you really a spiritual creature picked up on the road, and you picked it up all the way to the top in the country? Chapter 248 Ing Jie's Son.
After watching Qin Xian's live broadcast of the national exam for more than 30 minutes, all the big shots were stunned. In just over 30 minutes, Qin Xian picked up 3 or 4 spiritual objects. Are all the people who are related to Qin Yi so perverted? How come you can get 2,000 points just by picking up things without doing anything? It wasn't until the perspective on the big screen cut people off that the audience came to their senses. Qin Xian estimates that he has great luck and may be the one to be robbed. A veteran true king expressed his conjecture. The so-called person who should be robbed is the secret information that the human race found through various ancient books in foreign lands. Foreign lands have existed for more than tens of billions of years, and since the appearance of foreign lands, alien races have been born. In this almost endless time, old races are being exterminated, and new races are being born. Some of those races are extinct due to environmental reasons, some are due to sudden natural disasters, but more are still being exterminated by others. Of genocide. From ancient times to the present, other tribes have been exterminated, but their own tribe can be preserved. This is called an ancient tribe. The threshold for an ancient race from a foreign land is to survive for at least 100 million years. It has not been 100 million years since the birth of human beings. One can imagine how terrifying the background of those ancient tribes was. In this infinite foreign war, almost all ancient races have discovered that whenever a race is about to perish, a group of people who are destined to be catastrophic, or children of destiny, will emerge. This kind of person who is destined to be catastrophic has a great destiny for the survival of a race. Just like Qin Xian today, he can be hit on the head by spiritual objects falling from the sky while walking. His cultivation level has improved by leaps and bounds like a rocket. Others have worked hard for hundreds of years. He might be able to catch up in a month. The appearance of those who should be catastrophic shows that this race has entered a critical moment of life and death. The ancient tribes will also be very experienced in finding these people who should be catastrophic as quickly as possible and obliterating them. People who are subject to calamity are not imaginary. Our human race has powerful experts who have studied a large number of people who are subject to calamity that appeared before the demise of weak races in foreign lands. They found that such people are innately implicated in the ways of cause and effect and luck, and they are also related to a certain mysterious avenue. According to the human race's powerful words, there must be a way of cause and effect and luck behind every person who is destined to be robbed, but the third avenue is mostly different. After a period of research, they came to the conclusion that the third avenue is the way of race. Therefore, the third avenue of the people who should be robbed of each race is the same, but the third avenue of foreign races is the same. Those who are destined to be robbed, the third avenue has changed. The warriors who were observing the examination in Tianjing's ruling hall today were all high-level bosses, and naturally knew a lot of secret information. When they chat, they will have special sound transmission methods. Only those in their group can hear it, and people who are not at their level cannot pry. That is to say, if Qin Xian is the person who deserves the disaster, then the third avenue behind him is humanity? As mentioned before, one avenue contains thousands of Taoist meanings. When a certain Taoist meaning is when it reaches a certain level of perfection, he itself can become a new avenue. However, this new avenue is actually attached to the original avenue. For example, the humanity they are discussing now is essentially a branch of the way of race. King Jinwu, who had been watching the national examination in secret, suddenly appeared at this moment. He glanced at everyone and calmly told an important secret from a foreign land. After hundreds of millions of years of practice, various races in foreign lands have divided the 3,000 avenues in the world into specific levels. According to them, they are the main stream of the avenue, the secondary stream of the avenue, and the last stream of the avenue. They compared the avenues to rivers and divided them into 3 levels of avenues. Understanding the avenues of different levels naturally improves combat power and strength in different ways. The higher the level of the avenue, the more difficult it is to comprehend it, because it covers it's too broad and there are too many things to think about. This is a well-understood example.
For example, the Way of Madness and the Way of Madness, which Qin Yi has mastered now and has successfully formed Tao branches, are essentially the last path of the Great Tao, and their upper level is the Way of Emotion, and the Path of Emotions is a great avenue and a secondary stream. If you think about it carefully, the Way to Madness is just to understand the meaning of the word crazy, but the Way of Emotions not only includes madness, but also countless different emotions. Of course, warriors can slowly improve their own path from bottom to top, and upgrade the initial low-level path to the secondary path, or even the mainstream path. This is also a tricky way of cultivation. After all, it is too difficult to comprehend the mainstream of the avenue right from the beginning. It is exclusive to the most talented people, and ordinary warriors don't even have to think about it. For example, the Way of the Flesh, mastered by Qin Yi, is actually the mainstream of the avenue. Chen Xian is most likely the son of Jia. His appearance indicates that our human race is about to enter the most dangerous period, and has even entered the most dangerous period. Beside King Zhenwu, there was a Jurchen king with a solemn expression. If mankind enters the most dangerous period, then the most obvious event will inevitably be the collapse of the curtain. If aliens could enter the Blue Star world without any scruples, with the current power of the human race, it would be impossible to protect themselves. They would have to leave their homes and sneak into foreign lands to preserve the fire. I will report this matter and have people keep an eye on the curtain. King Zhenwu also showed a solemn expression. The probability that Qin Xian is Jia's son is indeed not low, but Qin Yi should be 100% Jia's son, right? I feel that he is 10,000 times more exaggerated than Chen Xian. There was a warning from the feudal lord realm. There is not necessarily only one person who should be the son of the robbery, this is also common sense. In terms of performance alone, Qin Yi is much more terrifying than Chen Xian. It is indeed possible that he is. King Zhenwu touched his chin, thoughtfully. He planned to wait for Qin Xian and Qin Yi to come out and then take them to meet someone to find out. That's right, he wants to take Qin Yi and Chen Xian to see the human venerable who stayed in Tianjing. Just when King Zhenwu was silent, suddenly another commotion broke out in the crowd. King Zhenwu came back to his senses, and as soon as he felt it, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Just a few minutes ago, Ming Wang Chulin, who was supervising the exam in the secret realm of Jingmen Pass, received a message from the Fulong Mountains. The red dragon sleeping in the Fulong Mountains actually begged her for mercy inexplicably, and even sent a batch of valuable high-level spiritual objects. The words Qilong conveyed to her were sent out of the secret realm by Chulin and reached the ears of everyone present. Big brothers and sisters of mankind, please do a good job and don't send big men to play tricks on me, okay? These spiritual creatures should be treated as my filial piety to you. I just want to sleep well. I really have no other meaning. Chapter 249 Red Dragon? No, it's Go Long. Every warrior here has read the information about the secret realm of Jingmen Pass. Even if they haven't seen it, they still know that there is a forbidden place in the secret realm of Jingmen Pass called Fulong Mountain Range, and in the Fulong Mountain Range, there sleeps a 7th order peak true dragon. Because almost all of them were warriors from Tianjing, and they had more or less participated in all the secret realm cleanups in Tianjing, they had naturally seen and heard about the 7th level true dragon. The 7th level is equivalent to the human race's ultimate king-level realm. A strong man of this level is still a true dragon, and his strength is definitely far stronger than the ordinary king-level peak. If you insist on dealing with the red dragon, you will not only risk losing 1 or 2 top-level warriors, but you will also definitely offend the true dragon clan behind the red dragon. Although the true dragon clan is of Buddhist origin, it is by no means without majesty. If you really kill the genius of their clan, you will definitely suffer revenge. Nowadays, the human race has to deal with 3 major foreign ancient tribes, the Celestial tribe, the Demon tribe, and the Natural tribe. Adding a true dragon tribe to the mix is really not worth the gain. It is precisely because of this that after a period of investigation, the top management of the human race and the red dragon reached a tacit understanding, and they would not attack each other easily. At the same time, Qilong also has a token in his hand, which can be used to communicate with the top leaders of the human race. The human warrior responsible for contacting the red dragon happens to be the chief examiner this time, Ming Wang Chulin. Brothers and sisters of the human race, please do your best. Respect spiritual creatures? Qilong's two messages echoed in everyone's minds, which was simply unbelievable and unbelievable. The true dragon clan is famous for being arrogant and arrogant. Even if you are one level higher than him, he may not necessarily obey you. After all, at the bloodline level, true dragons have basically reached the limits of what the human race currently knows. The newly born young dragons of the true dragon clan are at the level of grandmasters. When they grow up normally and reach adulthood, they can approach the feudal lords infinitely. In other words, the average combat power of the true dragon clan is the feudal lord realm. With a bloodline of this level, how can one not be proud? But today, an extremely proud true dragon actually lowered his proud head and conveyed 2 words of humble helplessness to the human race. Who has the ability to force the ultimate dragon to do this? What on earth did he do? For a time, doubts arose in the main hall of the ruling bureau. King Jinwu asked Ming Wang Chulin in front of everyone, who has been in the Fulong Mountains these 2 days. As long as you ask who has been to the Fulong Mountains recently, the initiator will naturally emerge. Everyone was waiting nervously. In fact, at this moment, most people had already made assumptions, but they really didn't dare to believe it. It wasn't until Chulin's voice transmission came that they completely believed their guess. In the past 2 days, only one person has been wandering deep in the Fulong Mountains. Qin Yi. It's him again. Sure enough, no matter among the group of candidates or among the group of examiners, the only one who has the possibility to defeat Qilong is this young man who has repeatedly created miracles. But how did he do it? Qin Yi is still in the mountain and sea realm. Killing the real king instantly is already outrageous, but beating the king of Fengjuidian violently is even more exaggerated. Could it be that Qin Yi is still hiding his strength? Killing the real king that day was actually not Qin Yi's true combat power? Everyone's eyes showed extreme shock and hesitation. Under the shock of Qin Yi's shocking news, Chen Xian's previous incident of walking to pick up spiritual objects was nothing. Amidst the divergent opinions, King Jinwu stood up and made the final decision. He said solemnly, "When Qin Yi first arrived in Tianjing a few days ago, I observed him from a distance. I can confirm that he has no hidden strength, even in the mountain and sea realm." At that time, King Jinwu could barely see through Qin Yi's cloud cover, but now, even he can't see through Qin Yi. Defeating the king of mountains and seas at Juidian. If you say this, you will be sent to a mental hospital on the spot. But this is what happened. Behind King Jinwu, the gray-haired mad king Lu Jun chuckled, his face full of inexplicable expressions. Of all the people present, he was probably the only one who didn't feel particularly shocked. He has had in-depth contact with Qin Yi and knows how evil this kid is. It seems outrageous for Shan Heijing to beat up Feng Wang Juidian, but when it comes to Qin Yi, it is extremely reasonable. The current Mad King is very happy. I had followed the advice of Qin Yi's master Wang Su and did not insist on becoming Qin Yi's master. Otherwise, after only 1 month has passed, his strength has been completely surpassed by Qin Yi. What kind of master would he be? So embarrassing. I guess Wang Su himself didn't expect that his apprentice would surpass him before he handed over anything as a master. The smile on crazy King Lu Jun's face became a little thicker. He imagined that Wang Su knew that the expression on Yi's face when his strength changed made him laugh even more crazily. However, what no one expected was that Qin Yi actually didn't have the strength to crush King Fengjuidian. The current Qin Yi can at most fight against a warrior at the top of the Fengwang Peak realm, and he is guaranteed not to die. It is impossible to beat the opponent violently. Qilong simply suffered from ignorance and was frightened by Qin Yi's sword. This real dragon is very homely, and had no intention of going out at all, but was forcibly assigned a task by the old dragon in the clan to go to the secret realm of Jingmen Pass to investigate the body of the dead female dragon. Ever since, Qilong came to the Blue Star world from a foreign land. He actually investigated some secrets in the Fulong Mountains, but those secrets were very terrifying and threatened his life. Therefore, he hurriedly stopped the in-depth investigation and handed over the information he obtained to his tribe. I went to Fulong Mountains to sleep. Being able to kill a female dragon king in an instant,
and even cut off the dragon roots of a dragon master, the murderer's strength is naturally beyond what a red dragon can match. Although he is proud, he is also afraid of death. There is an old saying among humans that red dragon likes very much. It is better to die than live. As for the spiritual creatures that naturally grow in the land of yin and yang, to be honest, they are of little use to the red dragon. He will be able to become an immortal after sleeping for 200 to 300 years at most. He won't need those spiritual objects, and it will be enough to just rely on the stone pillar, dragon root. It doesn't matter if the spiritual objects from the land of yin and yang are given as gifts to the human race. It's not his stuff anyway, and he has no use for it. It was precisely because of this mentality that Qilong did not go after the big dog that entered the land of yin and yang to randomly pick up spiritual objects. He is extremely talented and just wants to live in peace and stability. As long as he lives there, his realm will naturally grow until he reaches his limit, Tianzuan. When the time comes, after he becomes the Heavenly Lord and returns to the Dragon Clan, he won't be afraid of being punished by the old dragons of the Dragon Clan for giving up on his mission. The shock brought by Qilong's sound transmission to everyone has not yet finished fermenting. On the big screen, the picture changed again, revealing the figure of a young man. This young man is also a candidate from Jiangnan province. Moreover, he seemed to have encountered difficulties that he could not handle, and was hesitating whether to use his admission ticket and asked Qin Yi to lead the team to come to the rescue. Do you want to see Qin Yi take action again? The onlookers looked at each other, and saw a hint of lingering anticipation and curiosity deep in each other's eyes. Chapter 250 Northern Jedi. The cold wind howled, and the cold ice filled every corner of the sky and the earth. Looking up, the land was deathly silent and bitterly cold. This is the far north of the Jingmenguan secret realm, and it is an exceptional and special area. Why is this place an exception? The reason is also very simple. Generally speaking, the closer to the core of the secret realm, the higher the risk factor. On the contrary, in the edge areas of the secret realm, the risk is lower. But although the far north of the Jingmen Pass secret realm is located on the edge of the secret realm, it is an extremely dangerous forbidden land, more terrifying than Soul Lake and Bone Mountain. Looking up, one can see that the sky in the far north is as shattered as glass. Endless dark gas seeps in from the sky through the cracks and continues to escape and spread outwards. The entire far north seemed like a punctured balloon, with spiritual energy and vitality constantly leaking out, and the death energy and strange power from the outside world constantly pouring in. Crunch! The endless ice field is dotted with thousands of gray threads, like poisonous snakes crawling on the ground, constantly meandering. These gray lines are the accumulation of strange materials pouring down from the hole in the sky, coming from outside the sky. Where these gray lines touch the ice sheet, strange creatures gradually gather, as ethereal as mist, and faintly emit the harsh sound of gnawing on ice and stone. These gray mist creatures have different shapes. Judging from their aura, the weakest ones are probably only level 2, but the strongest ones are extremely terrifying, surpassing level 6. The most horrifying thing is that these gray mist creatures are everywhere, and there are even far more high-level beings than low-level ones. When everyone in the main hall of the ruling bureau saw this scene, some people couldn't help but make a sound. This Northern Jedi must be the most disgusting place in the Jingmenguan secret realm, right? Yes, the Northern Jedi is the name of this place. For those who know the inside story of this place, their first thought about this place is not danger, but disgusting. Because there is almost no spiritual creature to be found here, and the spiritual energy is very thin, so that the gray fog creatures on the ground are not only difficult to kill, but they will not drop rewards after killing them. A warrior fights to kill a ferocious beast, and no matter what, he can get a batch of resources from the corpse of the ferocious beast, but when the gray mist creature dies, it disappears into ashes, leaving nothing behind. For candidates, if the start is sent here, there is basically no difference between being at the bottom. Therefore, Chen Xiushui was helpless. He was ranked 6th in the martial arts examination in Jiangnan province. His score seemed neither high nor low, but in fact he hit his true level during the martial arts examination. If he really wants to go all out, he has the confidence to compete for the top 2. But 2 days ago, after he confidently entered the secret realm of Jingmen Pass, his face turned dark as soon as he opened his eyes. Damn it,
How unlucky am I to be like the Jedi in the north?
Even though the start was so uncomfortable, Chen Xiushui did not give up. He carefully wandered around the edge of the gray mist creatures, trying to avoid taking action, and relied on his body skills to lead him towards the edge of the northern Jedi. Unfortunately, no matter how careful he is, he can't avoid all battles. With no choice, he could only fight, and then the spiritual energy reserves in his body became lower and lower.
In the northern Jedi, the spiritual energy is too thin. The spiritual energy in the body of ordinary warriors is limited.
If you want to use a wide range of destructive methods, you must absorb external spiritual energy. Only when you reach the true king realm, the world of mountains and seas is completely realized, and the spiritual energy in your body forms a continuous circulation throughout the sky, you can no longer rely on external spiritual energy and can travel across the sea of stars with your physical body alone. Of course, none of the candidates considered this time are at the true king level, and the strongest ones are only at the peak of Grand Master. Chen Xiushui held on for 2 days, but still saw no hope of escaping from the northern Jedi. As the total amount of spiritual energy in his body dropped rapidly, he became a little desperate. He estimated that he was extremely unlucky. Not only was he teleported to the northern Jedi at the beginning, but he was also teleported to the depths of the northern Jedi. The cold here is very special. Not only is the temperature low, but it also has a strange effect that can freeze the blood. If you stay here for a long time, the warrior will become less and less energetic. As her condition became weaker and weaker, Chen Xiushui was finally unable to maintain her concealment skills and was exposed to the gray mist creatures. Thousands of strange gray threads pierced into Chen Xiushui's meridians like iron worms, following his meridians, all the way to the heart and brain. His meridians were polluted by the gray mist at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning extremely black and emitting a foul odor. These gray fogs have an assimilation effect. If the gray mist really corrodes the body completely, Chen Xiushui will become a brand new gray mist monster. Even though she was unwilling to give in, Chen Xiushui could only activate the admission ticket and pull Qin Yi over to save his life.
Aha!
In the palm of his hand, complex and mysterious formation lines were outlined, condensing into a large formation out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, the space was torn open like a zipper, and a figure walked out of it, with astonishingly strong blood energy.
Like the blazing sunshine, it actually melted a large area of the surrounding ice sheet in an instant. Qin Yi is here. Like a savior, bathed in bright light, suddenly arrived. At this moment, even though Chen Xiushui was so haggard that she couldn't speak and her life was hanging by a thread, she still felt at ease. Zheng.
Along with Qin Yi came the terrifying sword energy that crisscrossed the area. These invisible sword energy slashed at the strange body of the gray fog monster, kneading the gray fog into various shapes, and then penetrated through it. Qin Yi's eyes twitched, feeling a little interesting. Sword chi has no effect on this gray fog creature, but the sword intent contained in the sword chi can kill the gray fog. In other words, they are extinguishing each other with the gray fog.
Boo-hoo-hoo dash.
Qin Yi used sword energy as a cage to surround the gray fog monster, suppressing it within 100 meters.
Subsequently,
he turned his head and glanced at Chen Xiushui, who was lying on the ground with a pale face, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This gray mist is a bit interesting. It's like the power of a curse, and it's also attached to the power of void and space.
It's very complicated. Qin Yi didn't rush to make a move.
He stretched out his hand and made contact without any precautions. The gray mist monster in front of him allowed the gray mist to penetrate into his body. Not long after, he felt a tingling sensation coming from the meridians in his body. After a few seconds, the gray mist in his body was wiped out by the immortal spirituality. This gray mist has an effect on him, but not much.
But
Qin Yi stared at the gray fog monster in front of him, which was 100 meters in size, and realized that this gray fog monster was probably only around the 5th level.
A 5th level gray mist monster can make me feel something, but what about a 6th level or 7th level monster?
This gray mist was born to temper my physical body. Since evolving to a mortal golden body LV10, his physical body has not evolved a new passive for a long time. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's just that he really can't evolve. His physical body has evolved to a very strong level, and currently there are too few environments that can make his physical body feel pressure.
I didn't expect to find it here today.
Qin Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly.
Chapter 251 Weird Gray Fog.
In the picture, Qin Yi casually suppressed a strange fifth-level gray fog, which seemed to be an understatement and did not take much effort.
However, Qin Yi's performance was expected by everyone.
After all, it is a monster that a true king can crush. Although the fifth-level gray mist has some powerful characteristics, it is normal for Qin Yi to handle it easily.
It seems that we still can't see Qin Yi's true strength,
King Fuhai said regretfully. King Fuhai is the youngest true king among the audience. He took the national examination 5 years ago and was the #1 scholar in China. Later he went to Bohai, where he served as the chief governor of Ludong province and was responsible for guarding the secret land of Bohai. It was precisely because he was young that he was still interested in the national examination and never missed watching every national examination. In fact, all the viewers, including him, were full of curiosity about Qin Yi's true combat power. So far, Qin Yi has only beaten Feng Yan, the real king, in public, and he only used one move, so there is no depth to it. Even Qin Yi's master Wang Su doesn't know how strong Qin Yi is now. However, Qin Yi's next move gave them a surprise and also frightened the weak Chen Xiushui. These gray fogs are very interesting.
Maybe they will be of some use to me.
Qin Yi turned to look at Chen Xiushui, who was still lying on the ground, and actively asked his opinion. Do you want me to take you away first, or do you want to go deeper with me?
Go in and take a look? Deep into the Northern Jedi?
The Northern Jedi lacks spiritual energy and is known as the place of ultimate spirits. No matter how strong the combat power of Qin Yi's leader is, and no matter how capable he is of fighting across realms, he cannot change the fact that he is still in the realm of mountains and seas.
As long as you are in the mountain and sea realm, you cannot form a spiritual energy circulation in your body.
If you go deep into the northern realm, you will inevitably become weaker and weaker. Chen Xiushui felt the weak spiritual energy in his body, and subconsciously wanted Qin Yi to take him away first, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly changed his mind.
A prodigy of Qin Yi's level would definitely not harm himself.
On the contrary, a genius like him has extremely strong luck, and opportunities often follow him wherever he goes. Accompanying Qin Yi to go deep into the Northern Jedi will be dangerous, but among the dangers, there should also be huge opportunities. Chen Xiushui didn't ask for any chance to change his life. As long as he could get a little bit of luck, he would be satisfied. Even though she didn't know what opportunities the Northern Jedi would have, Chen Xiushui decided to take a gamble.
Teacher Qin, please take me in with you. No need to waste time. I will come out with you then. Chen Xiushui's answer surprised Qin Yi.
It seems that the children of the aristocratic family are not all timid and cautious people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. He nodded, released the big dog from the spirit beast talisman, and threw it next to Chen Xiushui, responsible for protecting Chen Xiushui. The big dog was definitely not going to help Qin Yi with such trivial tasks, but considering that Qin Yi had just rescued him from the red dragon, the big dog could only be a good dog who knew how to repay kindness. 2 people and 1 dog flew towards the depths of the Northern Jedi. The temperature began to drop rapidly, and more gray fog floated on the ground. Later, it covered almost all aspects of the ice sheet. The cracks in the sky continued to pour down gray mist matter, polluting the earth. Chen Xiushui fled from the interior of the Northern Jedi, and had been carefully avoiding the strange gray fog, but Qin Yi was completely opposite. Not only did he not avoid it, he actively looked for the powerful strange gray fog.
Boom!
He started fighting with a 6th-level gray mist monster. Regardless of defense, he deployed the 7-injury crazy fist with all his strength. He waved the gangfeng and blasted through the air with his fist power. He shattered the 6th-level gray mist monster with his fist.
It didn't last more than a minute.
But at the same time, the strange gray substance also seeped into his body along the pores, dyeing Qin Yi's jade-like skin black, causing his meridians to bulge and beat violently. The impact of the 6th-level strange gray substance on Qin Yi was several times greater than that of the 5th-level substance. He felt cold all over his body. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped by nearly 100 degrees, and a thin layer of frost had condensed on his body.
The 5th level weird substance can freeze spiritual energy and blood, and the 6th level can actually freeze even spiritual thoughts?
Qin Yi was clearly aware that the spiritual thoughts he used to observe the condition of his body encountered huge obstacles while wandering in his meridians. Obstacles make it difficult to make progress.
He let out a long breath,
but unexpectedly, 2 clumps of ice fell out of his mouth and fell on the ice field, turning into ice slag. The snow was white mixed with gray, and the gray was mixed with blood red.
This is his liver and kidneys.
After the gray mist substance invaded his body, it froze all his organs and spit them out along with his breathing. This gray mist substance will freeze all the organs and flesh in his body and eventually turn into a new strange gray mist.
The strange gray mist of the 6th level is not scary.
In terms of combat power, it is a little worse than the ordinary peak warriors of the mountain and sea realm. But the real trouble for them is that they are emitting extremely aggressive gray fog all the time. If they are not careful, the gray fog will enter the body and be difficult to get rid of.
In this regard, Qin Yi said, "Great. I like this weird substance that slowly consumes me." He raised the corner of his mouth and ignored the organ he had spit out. He took steps forward and continued deep into the northern Jedi, seizing the time to find the next strange gray mist. As he walked, he was still vomiting organs and flesh with a nonchalant expression on his face. The vomiting was all over the floor, which was both disgusting and horrifying. The gray mist aura on Qin Yi's body became thicker and thicker, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in gray mist. Are you okay? Why don't we go too deep?" Chen Xiushui was frightened when he saw Qin Yi's appearance. In his sight, Qin Yi was like a lonely tree being beaten by the wild cold wind. The grass may die at any time, and the whole body is filled with twilight energy. But Qin Yi glanced back at him, sprayed gray mist from his chiqiao, and said with a smile, "It's not a big problem, I feel very good now." Chen Xiushui. Outside spectators? Damn it, you're like this, how can you still feel good? You don't have to be so arrogant, right? We can't let him continue. Hasn't Qin Yi discovered that after these strange gray substances enter the body, they will damage the warrior's foundation and block the qi and blood meridians, causing the warrior to be unable to recover on his own through the body's recovery power? Hasn't King Fuai? If someone commits adultery, it is naturally impossible to just sit back and watch your genius die. What's more, Qin Yi is not only a genius, but also the strongest genius in the contemporary era, with unlimited potential. It is true that warriors in the mountain and sea realm can lose most of their organs without dying, but when all the meridians and qi and blood are frozen, not to mention the mountain and sea realm, even the feudal lord realm will die. Officials have conducted experiments on gray matter and know some of its properties. When King Jinwu saw Qin Yi's rapid fall, he did not dare to complain. He immediately contacted Ming Wang Chulin, who was in the secret realm of Jingmen Pass, to rescue Qin Yi. Other teachers' life and death depend on their own strength, but not Qin Yi. Everyone has double standards, and geniuses with unparalleled qualifications must enjoy privileges that outsiders do not have. But just when everyone was anxious, no one noticed that there was a white-haired dog with a calm face, not worried about Qin Yi's condition at all. It's not that the big dog is looking forward to Qin Yi's death. But the big dog knows that nothing will happen to Qin Yi. How weak he looks now, how much progress he will make next. Chapter 252 Miracle? Just my daily life. The cold wind of void blew over his cheeks, scratching his skin and releasing blood mist. Qin Yi's face had darkened to the extreme, as if he had been poisoned. His chest was empty and all his organs had been vomited out. But he was sure that the weird gray substance was not poison, otherwise with his top-level physique, invulnerable to 1,000 poisons, he shouldn't have such a big reaction. Perhaps it is more similar to a curse, a pollution at the level of the avenue. The physical damage may seem huge, but in fact it is not fatal enough. The immortal spirituality in his body is very resistant to this strange gray fog, and can dispel the gray fog and forcefully compensate for the internal injuries in the body. He would recover in about half an hour. That is to say, I haven't breathed enough, it's not pure enough. Qin Yi quickened his pace, looking for the next higher level gray mist.
Level 6 is still not very good for him. He has to suck at least 100 heads of level 6 to have the effect of evolution, which is too troublesome.
It's better to just find a 7th level one.
The levels of ferocious beasts and spiritual objects are slightly different from those of normal warriors. The first level is indeed equal to a warrior, the second level is equal to a martial artist, and the third level is equal to a grandmaster.
But starting from the 7th level, there is a little difference. The 7th level of spiritual creatures and ferocious beasts should originally be equivalent to the warrior's true king realm, and then the subsequent 8th level should be equivalent to the warrior's ultimate king realm.
But in fact, the 7th level includes two realms, the true king and the ultimate. Therefore, even though the previous red dragon was at the highest level of kingship, it was still called 7th level.
The 8th level after the 7th level matches the warrior's venerable realm.
In the same way, the Tianzuan realm is also at the 8th level, which can be called the peak of the 8th level. As for what realm the 9th level after the 8th level matches a warrior, no one knows yet. According to the known information of the human race, the existence above the 8th level, or above the Tianzuan, is too mysterious and has almost never appeared, with only some rumors circulating around. But what is certain is that among the 10 ancient races in foreign lands, there must be someone above the Heavenly Lord. The biting cold seemed to freeze his mind, and Chen Xiushui's cold teeth chattered. If the big dog hadn't used yang qi to warm his body, he would have been unable to withstand it. Big Dog actually didn't expect that the yang energy he had just eaten from the land of yin and yang would be put to use immediately. The yang qi produced by the Dragon King and the ultimate dragon was of high purity and had a certain resistance to the strange grey fog. When the yang qi entered the body, Chen Xiushui's condition improved significantly. The dog that follows Qin Yi is also very special. Not only is he extremely intelligent, he can actually store yang qi in his body. I can't see through his background, so I guess he has a lot of background. The leader of the ruling bureau in the hall, a warrior, looked at the big dog through the screen and murmured. There were also a few very senior Laotian Wang who were thoughtful and felt that the big dog looked familiar. But, since Big Dog is following Qin Yi, they naturally won't go into details. The most important thing at the moment is to rescue Qin Yi. But they sent Ming Wang Chulin to pick up Qin Yi, but Qin Yi went deep into the northern border on his own, which greatly made the rescue more difficult. What exactly does Qin Yi want to do? Is he seeking death? Everyone couldn't understand. Your condition is so bad, why do you insist on moving forward? Not only did he rush in, he also avoided those strange grey fogs and ran into them head-on. Snap! In the eyes of everyone, Qin Yi happened to walk in front of another strange grey fog at this time. This strange grey fog was exaggeratedly large and covered the ice field with a radius of several kilometers, like a dark cloud floating on the ice. This is a 7th level grey mist. However, Qin Yi didn't seem to see through his realm. He directly raised his fists and rushed over, entangled with the 7th level grey mist. The fist is surging with energy and blood. Qin Yi still had the same desperate style of play, which focused on only attacking but not defending, bombarding the 7th level grey mist with Taoist intent until death, and allowing the dissipated grey mist to invade his body. The ice sheet was cracking, the sky was shaking, Qin Yi waved his fists selflessly, and every pore in his body was flowing out with strange grey gas. It was so horrifying that he no longer looked like a human being. The huge 7th level grey fog was strangely reduced in size. This kind of creature may not even be called a living thing. It has no emotions and consciousness at all, only the instinct of invasion and spread. For a time, one person and one conspirator went crazy and killed each other, making the sky dark and the earth dark. Everyone outside was also stunned. Qin Yi was so desperate and crazy. Some people thought he had some kind of blood feud with Hui Wu Wei. But the fact is that Qin Yi took the initiative to fight with Hui Wu Wei. There was no contradiction between the two. He could have taken Chen Xiushui away long ago. This madness is comparable to that of the Mad King. In the main hall, the true king who knew Mad King Lu Jun couldn't help but marveled, and secretly looked at Lu Jun, who was standing silently behind King Jinwu. Feeling the looming gazes, Lu Jun shrugged and said with emotion, "I'm not as good as him, he's crazier than me. My madness is only directed at my enemies, those aliens who have killed humans, or those who have something to do with me. I can't go crazy until I hate the alien race. But this gray mist has no hatred against me and does no harm to the human race.
With this kind of goal, I can't go crazy.
Crazy requires emotional arousal, just like a human being. When actors perform crying scenes, they need to think about sad things to arouse their emotions.
Anytime, anywhere, no matter what the goal is, no matter what the matter is, he can be crazy when he wants to be crazy, and he can reach this state, which shows that Qin Yi's understanding of the way of madness has surpassed that of the crazy king Lu Jun. This was what frightened Lu Jun even more. You know, he has only preached to Qin Yi for less than 2 months. In 2 months, the young people outperformed the old people. How can you, the old guys, lose face? Bang!
The sound like the explosion of a huge balloon spread in all directions, and waves of terrifying air swept across the ice field. The huge gray fog giant collapsed into countless subdivided gray fogs, flying farther away with the energy. But at the same time, a large amount of gray mist poured into Qin Yi's body, making him stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. Click, click, Qin Yi's skin began to crack, and the cracks spread instantly, spreading all over his body. He was like a piece of porcelain that had been thrown to the ground and was about to fall apart. The strangeness of the 7th level gray fog has been solved, but Qin Yi has to die.
What did he mean? I'm really confused.
Everyone outside was extremely anxious, but Chu Lin's arrival took time. At this moment, Chu Lin was still trapped in a restricted area with another team leader.
King Jinwu's eyes narrowed.
When things developed to this stage, he couldn't help but take action.
Aha!
With a wave of his sleeve, his old and powerful right hand opened the endless space, seemingly directly through the entrance of the secret realm, into the Jingmen Pass secret realm, and headed straight for Qin Yi.
Qin Yi cannot die. Cough.
At this second, Qin Yi coughed violently, and a large amount of strange gray mist was coughed up along his throat and sprinkled all over the floor. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to have come back to his senses, his face suddenly turned rosy, and his aura became several times stronger. Countless cracks all over his body began to heal automatically, and Qin Yi's originally depressed aura increased sharply, as if he was about to break through the realm.
Is this a miracle? Chapter 253 Immortal Spirituality Exposed.
After being washed all over, he returns as a young man with high spirits. Qin Yi didn't just wash away the years, but he cleaned up the strange gray substance that the human race had not yet thoroughly studied. Stimulated by the 7th level gray strange substance, his cell adaptability talent that had not been used for a long time finally began to operate at full strength again, repairing the contaminated flesh and blood meridians while dispelling the strange substances deposited deep in the cells. The aura that had been falling rapidly began to rise, and kept rising. In just 10 minutes, not only did it return to the peak, but it even continued to leap upward after reaching the peak.
Qin Yi was not affected by the strange substance, but became stronger? No, that's not right. The real answer should be:
Qin Yi used the huge influence of the invasion of strange substances to force himself to a near-death state, and then sought an opportunity to break the limits of his physical body in a near-death state. A top warrior once said, "There is great good fortune hidden between life and death." Qin Yi is the monster who sacrificed his life to seize great good fortune.
King Fuhai couldn't hide his shock. Not only him, but all the true kings present, even the true martial king, were shocked by Qin Yi's terrifying aura.
Through the screen, they can still feel the unparalleled vitality exuded by Qin Yi. What's even more astonishing is that this vitality are also vaguely mixed with the aura of long-term sedimentation, which is supreme and daunting. It's like the immortal spirituality of His Holiness.
Immortal spirituality can be cultivated in the mountains and seas? This is a symbol of the venerable.
It can cultivate immortal spirituality in advance.
It means that Qin Yi will become a venerable in the future.
It is a sure thing.
Call.
After a brief period of astonishment, King Jinwu retracted his right hand, which was originally intended to break through the void and prepare to forcibly rescue Qin Yi, and opened it into a palm, covering the entire ruling bureau in the huge tall building. In an instant, a secret force spread out, like an airtight film, completely isolating the bureau building from the world. Unless the venerable, all space and spiritual communication capabilities cannot be used.
Then, with everyone's eyes widening, King Jinwoo took out a 6th-level spiritual contract from his arms, glanced around, and said coldly, "What happened today must not be leaked. Just in case, I'm here."
Everyone must sign a 6th-level spiritual contract and promise not to reveal a single word to anyone. As soon as this was said, the whole room fell into silence, and one could only vaguely hear the sound of some warriors swallowing saliva subconsciously.
King Jinwoo's move was to protect Qin Yi, but it was also an indirect admission that Qin Yi had refined his immortal spirituality in advance in the realm of mountains and seas. This is a big event that can break the sky. It's no wonder that King Jinwoo is so decisive.
The birth of every venerable person represents the foundation of the human alliance. With each additional venerable, the human race has a greater chance of survival in the future. Not to mention that Qin Yi was sure to become a heavenly master as early as in the mountain and sea realm. With such talent, it is not impossible to become a heavenly master in time, and even break the shackles of a heavenly master, and go one step further. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Qin Yi. Before, some people might have been slightly jealous of Qin Yi, but at this moment, this jealousy has all turned into awe and admiration. When the difference in strength is not too big, jealousy will still arise. But when the gap between the two parties is so big that they are no longer in the same world, the jealousy will dissipate, and only awe will remain. If we are willing to sign a spiritual contract, let me do it first. What happened today must not be leaked, otherwise Qin Yi will be in danger. Most of the people present were middle-level and high-level people from the human race, and there were also some ordinary warriors who were joining in the fun, but without exception, they chose to respond immediately. King Jinwoo took the initiative to sign a spiritual contract. This does not mean that everyone present is a good person and no one is raped. But when it comes to this situation, even if someone sneaks in, they don't dare not sign the spiritual contract. That's just looking for death, and it's no different from exposing yourself as an undercover agent in public. King Jinwoo personally drew up this 6th-level spiritual contract. The content and conditions were extremely detailed, and he made sure that there were no loopholes before he became famous. Once someone attempts to leak what happened today, not only will he be instantly struck back by heaven and die, but his memory will also be erased due to the power of heaven, making him unable to properly explain what he saw today. King Jinwoo tried his best to get things done. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. Of course, none of the warriors present expected that Qin Yi had not actually cultivated immortal spirituality in the mountains and seas. In fact, he had already cultivated it as early as the Master Realm. Only Dagu and his master Wang Su know about Qin Yi's immortal spirituality in the Master Realm. If this matter is exposed, the entire Blue Star world will be shaken, and the person who comes to assassinate Qin Yi may not be the only one who comes to assassinate Qin Yi. Tianzuan, or even beings above Tianzuan, will pay attention to Qin Yi, and may kill Qin Yi regardless of the obstruction of the curtain. The Great Curtain does have an effect on Tianzuan and the beings above him, but if they are willing to pay a certain price, they can force it down for a few seconds. For Tianzuan and the beings above Tianzuan, a few seconds are enough for them to sweep across the entire Blue Star human race. The spiritual contract is signed. Everyone looked at Qin Yi, whose aura was still getting stronger and his transformation had not yet ended. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. They say that there is great terror and great opportunity hidden between life and death. It seems that this sentence is true. If I had been there back then. Such courage may be at its peak today. Several Losian kings were filled with emotion. Stimulating fundamental potential through life and death fighting has been around since ancient times. Most warriors know it, but not many people dare to do it. First, most people are afraid of death. Secondly, even if you are not afraid of death, you still have no way of determining how much potential you have and whether it is worth it to take the initiative to die. King Fu Hai also shook his head and sighed. Without the spirit and the courage to move forward when I was young, I am destined to stand still for the rest of my life. Qin Yi actively seeks life and death crises like this, which is an extreme. We don't need to do this. With Qin Yi, 1/3 of the vigor is enough. Mad King Lu Jun, who had been silently observing Qin Yi, felt the same way. He had known Qin Yi earlier, and he had spent some time to check Qin Yi's files through connections while the confidentiality level of Qin Yi's files was not too high. According to those archives and the statement of Qin Yi's master Wang Su, This is not the first time that Qin Yi has taken the initiative to do something that seems to be seeking death. He has done many things like seeking death today, and every time he wandered on the edge of life and death, he finally gained great benefits. Perhaps there is huge potential hidden in every human race, which can be stimulated at the moment of life and death? Even the seemingly mediocre human race seems to be able to burst out with unusual power at the moment of life and death. Lu Jun squeezed his hands faintly. He raised his fist and a bold idea emerged in his mind. He has been trapped in the true king realm for many years. When it comes to going crazy, even though he is not as good as Qin Yi, he is not far behind. It's okay if the qualifications are not as good as those of young people, but you can't have the same temperament as young people, right? Chapter 254 The Ashes of the Strongest? In the desperate north, the wind is biting and the face is devastated. However, in the dead silence, a huge amount of life surged out, which was particularly conspicuous. Qin Yi was still in the process of transformation, causing great movement, but the grey fog around him was strangely silent, and he seemed not to feel any movement at all. Grey mist weird is not a living creature in the true sense. It has no self-awareness, only passive instinct. This is why Chen Xiushui, who was injured at the beginning, was able to bypass the high-level grey fog and leave mysteriously without being caught. At this moment, Chen Xiushui was staring blankly at the transforming Qin Yi, her mind trembling with confusion and an expression of disbelief on her face. On his shoulder, the big dog looked shocked, as if he was not surprised by this. Damn it, others may not believe it, but Dagu has seen Qin Yi go through similar situations 3 or 4 times. Every time, he took the initiative to do stupid things that seemed certain to lead to death to outsiders. Not only did he not die, but he also became stronger. It's an old trick, he'll be stunned once he sees it, he'll be astonished twice, and he'll understand after 3 times. Seeing the dumbfounded Chen Xiushui beside him, the big dog stood upright with his arms folded, and his sense of superiority suddenly arose. Hum, small scene, why are you shocked? Wow, you risked your life to follow Qin Yi deep into the Northern Jedi, didn't you do it for the opportunity? Now that this huge opportunity is right in front of you, why are you still in a daze and wasting your natural resources? The big dog patted Chen with his paw. Xiushui's head. Chen Xiushui shivered, then frowned, feeling a little confused. Opportunity, where is my opportunity? He looked around, but except for the transforming Qin Yi and the big dog on his shoulders, there was nothing else. Is it possible that he should also fight against Grey Fog Wei? He thought about it carefully, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration and understood. My own opportunity is the vitality exuding from Qin Yi's transformation. These vitality powers contain Taoist charms, which are particularly special. Even a little bit of leftovers is enough for him to understand and improve his body's potential. After figuring out the key, Chen Xiushui did not dare to waste any more time, and hurriedly sat down cross-legged on the spot, holding her breath while concentrating, and began to absorb as much of the strange vitality escaping from Qin Yi's body as possible. The big dog is not idle either. Like Chen Xiushui, he is trying his best to capture the strange vitality escaping between heaven and earth. Everyone is quietly waiting for Qin Yi's transformation to be completed. Little did he know that in Qin Yi's mind, system prompts were ringing one after another, which was overwhelming. Ding, your physical cells have successfully adapted to the ashes produced by the strange transformation of the strongest body, you are reborn towards death, and you have evolved your innate magical power, Immortal Golden Body LV-15. Ding, your soul has successfully adapted to the strange aura emitted by the ashes of the corpse of the most powerful man. It emerged from the mud without being stained, and evolved into a peerless magical power, the pure and holy heart. Ding, your soul has successfully adapted to the void power and strange power contained in the ashes of the corpse of the most powerful person, and evolved into the innate magical power, Tao Heart Transparency Level 10. The immortal golden body is instantly increased by 5 levels, the Taoist heart is enlightened by 5 levels instantly, and there is a new talent that sounds awesome. This unexpected surprise really made a lot of money. Wow! When Qin Yi opened his eyes, all the light in the sky was in one person's eyes, and the whole world seemed to dim for a second, and then return to the original state. Qin Yi's body has undergone earth-shaking changes again. The level 15 immortal golden body has at least doubled the increase in Qin Yi's physical strength and physical recovery.
If he were to return to the Fulong Mountains now, the 7th level pinnacle Red Dragon would definitely not be his opponent.
In the past, they could only draw at most, but now he can crush them with his physical body alone. Along with the immortal golden body, not only the physical body was improved, but also Qin Yi's understanding of the avenue of the physical body. Strengthening the flesh and blood body with immortal spirituality is also a way of walking on the path of the physical body, or speaking of the meaning.
The Tao of the physical body is not far away from opening its leaves.
As long as Qin Yi calms down and comprehends it, he will be able to grow the first Tao leaf in one day at the latest. In other words, he has been able to easily climb the 50th step on the road to immortality, and is almost halfway to the road to becoming a prince. But the improvement of the immortal golden body is not the most gratifying thing. The other two talents are even more surprising. Level 10 Tao Heart Transparency not only further transformed his understanding, but also gave him the opportunity to enter the state of enlightenment twice a week. In this way, even if he doesn't go anywhere, doesn't use any external objects, and just practices in secret, he can quietly reach the heavenly realm. As for the remaining peerless magical power, the pure and holy heart, the effect is a bit thought-provoking. This talent not only strengthens his soul, but also makes him immune to the illusions and spiritual attacks of the venerable realm. It also allows him to resist pollution from the void. To be honest, being immune to spiritual attacks and illusions at the master level is indeed terrifyingly powerful.
But what is this so-called void pollution? Qin Yi didn't quite understand the meaning of this term.
The gray matter pouring down from the sky is called by the system, the embers scattered after the body of the most powerful person has been strangely transformed.
According to the low EQ. Isn't this just ashes? Qin Yi frowned. I feel like this thing involves some very scary secrets.
The most powerful person, how strong must he be to be able to give birth to a 7th level creature by just scattering a few ashes, or even pollute Qin Yi's immortal golden body? You know, Qin Yi's current physical strength is infinitely approaching the realm of the venerable.
If ashes are so strong, how strong does this place have to be?
He could be called the most powerful person by the system, but he would still fall and his body would become strange? Suddenly, Qin Yi thought of a blue star secret that he knew before. There once was a Tianzuan who toured the blue star universe and discovered that in other galaxies, there were some traces of life left over from ancient times.
Unfortunately, without exception, those alien life forms were all extinct, leaving very little behind. Could these powerful beings be the pinnacles of the alien life groups?
The world of Blue Star can be called the immortal cave heaven by a foreign land.
It shouldn't be bad if you think about it. It must be from the ancient times.
Something happened hundreds of millions of years ago, which led to today's death and ruin. Thinking about it, Qin Yi raised his head and looked up at the sky. His eyes fell on the dark cracks all over the sky. He secretly condensed, as if he wanted to see the situation outside the sky through the cracks. Unfortunately, embers of gray mist kept pouring down from the cracks, like a waterfall, blurring the warrior's spiritual thoughts and realization, making it impossible to penetrate. He had a vague feeling that if he tried to go through the crack to the outside now, he would definitely die. And it's the kind of death that kills instantly.
Even the adaptive evolution of cells cannot respond, and the person is gone. Scattered diluted gray fog embers, even a slightly larger lump, can be gathered into a terrifying 7th level gray fog, not to mention the source of the gray fog embers.
The concentration of strange substances there is estimated to be hundreds or even thousands of times that of the 7th level gray mist strange body. Not to mention the venerable ones, even if the deity takes a bath in it, he also has to drink a pot of it. If you go back and check the official files, you should get new results. When you are strong enough, there is no rush to go there. Qin Yi nodded slightly and withdrew his gaze.
Chapter 255 Karma, The Ruthless Way.
Wisps of calm and mysterious aura came from behind, causing Qin Yi to come back to his senses and take a look. But I saw Chen Xiushui sitting on the polar ice sheet, breathing steadily, eyes closed, and her mind calm, and she actually entered the state of enlightenment in one fell swoop.
Yes, the state of enlightenment is indeed rare.
The candidates who may take the national examination are all talented and intelligent people. In addition, with the guidance of the wonderful Taoist charm that Qin Yi exudes when he transforms, it is equivalent to giving Chen Xiushui a huge challenge. It is not an accident that God guided him to enter the state of enlightenment. He deserves it. There are not many talented people who have the courage to agree to go deep into the Northern Jedi with me. Qin Yi originally asked Chen Xiushui and asked him to choose whether to go deep into the Northern Jedi with him directly, or let him go deep into the Northern Jedi first. He was sent to King Ming Chu Lin. If we analyze it rationally, the Northern Jedi is a land of extraordinary spiritual beings. No spiritual beings are born, and there are no benefits. Instead, it is full of dangers. Even if you risk your life to kill the Grey Mist weirdos, you will not get any rewards. Under such a premise and background, Chen Xiushui still dared to bet and decisively went deep into the Northern Jedi with Qin Yi. Naturally, the final harvest would be good. Risk and return coexist in 99.99% of cases. Hula! A gust of breeze blew across the ice field, like the sun rising in the east. There was a bright light bursting out, which was extremely dazzling. Immediately afterwards, the strong light dissipated, revealing a slim figure with a heroic face and sharp features. It was none other than the chief examiner of this national examination, Ming Chulin. She got the news and needed to come to the northern border to rescue Qin Yi, but at that time she was rescuing 2 other examiners and candidates who were trapped in the restricted area. She couldn't get away, so it took more than an hour for her to arrive late. Fortunately, although she arrived late, nothing happened to Qin Yi and Chen Xiushui. Chulin looked at Chen Xiushui, who seemed to be sleeping, and a trace of surprise flashed between her eyebrows. It's true that blessings and misfortunes are interdependent. Chen Xiushui was randomly teleported to the Northern Jedi at the beginning, which was one of the worst starts. He didn't even get there until he was eliminated. What kind of opportunity did I get? But just before I was eliminated, I was able to benefit from you and enter the state of enlightenment. This is much more valuable than the so-called secret realm opportunity, the national examination ranking. The opportunity produced in the B-level secret realm. Unless it involves the most fundamental and top-level opportunities, the rest are unlikely to be more beneficial than entering the state of enlightenment. As for the national examination ranking, if you think about it from another perspective, getting a good national examination ranking is to enter the best martial arts school. And entering the best martial arts school is to get the best training. But even if it is the top martial arts school in China and the top teacher spends several years, it is unlikely that his disciples can enter the state of enlightenment. What's more, Chen Xiushui has gained enlightenment today and will definitely gain something. He has also shown a good understanding. Even if he does not achieve any good results, it is enough to make a large number of top martial arts schools tempted to recruit him in advance. It was an opportunity he seized on his own, and it has nothing to do with me. Qin Yi shook his head indifferently. But Chu Lin didn't think so. If Chen Xiushui's team leader was not Qin Yi, he would have only had one end when he entered the Northern Territory this time, returning empty-handed, a trip in vain. Your own personality and the decisions you make are important, but the most important thing is objective conditions. Qin Yi gave Chen Xiushui the objective conditions to obtain opportunities. Chu Lin's eyes glowed with a different kind of light. Chen Xiushui will definitely repay today's feelings in the future. This is cause and effect, and it is also one of the reasons why many strong people will teach the younger generations. Qin Yi's heart moved. Is cause and effect involved? When he was in power in Tianjing, he used the designated enlightenment opportunity once a week on the spot to comprehend the way of cause and effect and condense the 5th branch of the way. Chu Lin mentioned this today, and he was personally involved in this matter, so he immediately had some insights, and vaguely strange threads could be seen in his eyes. Level 10 Dao heart is clear and terrifying. Some small things that happen in daily life may also become opportunities for him to comprehend the great truth. Qin Yi suddenly fell silent. Chu Lin was a little confused and took a closer look. Suddenly she found that Qin Yi's eyes were absent-minded, as if his soul was far away and distracted. Chat with me and then get distracted after a few words? Chu Lin felt a little displeased, but upon closer inspection, the displeasure disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by shock. She saw hundreds of millions of mysterious threads flashing past Qin Yi's eyes in a trance, and their aura was so long that it was completely invisible and impenetrable. And Qin Yi's body faintly exuded a Taoist charm that was familiar to her. Shu Lin in the past would definitely not be able to tell what kind of Taoyuan this was, but now she can. Because she had just seen this kind of Taoyuan just a few days ago. The way of cause and effect? Shu Lin couldn't hide her gaffe. I just mentioned cause and effect. This kind of thing is a trivial matter that everyone in the feudal realm knows, but it actually had the effect of inspiring Qin Yi. Shu Lin knew very well that it was not how good her eloquence was or how profound her words were. Qin Yi was able to suddenly realize something, all thanks to his own incredible understanding. Wow! Compared with Chen Xiushui, whose enlightenment took a very long time and there was no sign of awakening yet, Qin Yi's enlightenment seemed to be fleeting and ended successfully in less than 10 minutes. The wonderful Tao charm gradually dissipated, and Shu Lin could clearly feel that the aura of the Tao of cause and effect on Qin Yi became more full and perfect, and it was obvious that he had made great progress. Her expression was very complicated, with various emotions mixed in her beautiful eyes, including happiness, envy, and emotion. But in the end, she still kept all her emotions in her heart, held up her hands and congratulated her, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Tao, for making further progress in the way of cause and effect." Only now did the true king and the true king call each other Brother Tao. This is an ordinary name, but it symbolizes the recognition and respect of Qin Yi by the true king group. It is only a matter of time before Qin Yi becomes king. Qin Yi chuckled, but was not too modest. He nodded and said, "The progress is not small, but we have to thank Prince Ming for his guidance." Shu Lin probably never dreamed that the not small progress mentioned by Qin Yi was a road that has just sprouted branches has rushed to the point where it has sprouts and is about to bloom. As Brother Dao said before, the opportunities you obtain depend on your own understanding and have nothing to do with me. Shu Lin's eyes were filled with awe. Qin Yi didn't say much on this topic. He had just realized the way of cause and effect and found that what Shu Lin said was true. The opportunity given by the strong to the weak would indeed produce cause and effect. The degree of involvement of this cause and effect would change according to the value of the chance. When the warrior has reached the pinnacle of cultivation and wants to break through the venerable, all causes and effects must be dealt with, otherwise the state of mind will not be perfect and the probability of surviving the heavenly tribulation of enlightenment will be greatly reduced. The ethereal law of cause and effect seems to be part of the way of heaven, and it is also a sharp blade for heaven to restrict all living beings and formulate rules. Of course, this kind of karma is not absolute. If you are strong enough, even if you kill the people who have been so kind to you, it will not matter. Shu Lin thought for a while and said, "There was once a demon who killed cruelly and specialized in the ruthless path. He had to kill everyone who was good to him in order to understand his true heart and point directly to the origin of the path. Therefore, that demon not only killed all his relatives, but also killed the teacher who had saved his life and taught him. But in the end, he seemed to ignore the retribution of the law of cause and effect, and instead broke through forcefully and became a master. A god who lives forever and spans the world." Chapter 256 Taoist Injury. To sum up, karma is useful, but it cannot play a decisive role. As long as you are strong enough, you can ignore karma. This is what Ming Wang Chulin wants to express. But Qin Yi discovered a blind spot. To think about it differently, is it possible that the causal involvement between the two is not deep enough? Qin Yi touched his chin. If the causal involvement is so deep that it is unparalleled, then if you violate the cause and effect at this time, the retribution you will receive may be enough. The heavenly demon failed to cross the tribulation. Shu Lin was stunned for a moment and said amusedly, "The causal relationship between that heavenly demon and her master has surpassed bloodline, and is higher than that of her parents. How much higher can it be?" Qin Yi shrugged, "It's hard to say. The various tribes in foreign lands have endless backgrounds. There may be cause and effect that involves several lives." Involved for several lives? Reincarnation, rebirth? It does seem possible. In many bloody dramas, there are couples who are deeply involved for 3 lifetimes. It is said that Tianzuan can be reincarnated with a touch of true spirit. If the Tao is not destroyed, otherwise the reincarnated body can recover the memory of the previous life after cultivating to a certain level, which is extremely mysterious. Of course, Chenziluo, the only deity in the human race, died and his Tao was destroyed. His Tao became part of the curtain, and even the chance of reincarnation was lost. Lin thought a lot for a while, but then realized that she didn't need to think so much. She glanced back at Qin Yi, who was motionless, feeling that it would take some time for the candidate to wake up. During the process of enlightenment, it is best not to disturb. Therefore, the two of them had nothing to do, so let's just chat casually. Qin Yi obviously had similar thoughts and took the initiative to raise a new topic. His eyes drifted to the strange gray fog that filled the ice fields, and he asked curiously, "Does the official have any in-depth research on these gray fogs?" Lin shook her head and nodded again. She waited for a while until the outside live broadcast screen cut away from Qin Yi, and then she answered, "Officially, there were true kings and top-level experts who studied the gray fog, but they got very little information. They only knew this: it's not a curse, it's not poison, it's erosion on another level. It seems, it's more erosion on the level of law. The higher the level of the strange gray mist, the more it's on the level of law." This was the first time Qin Yi heard this term. Legal level? He had an idea, but wasn't sure. Seeing Qin Yi's thoughtful look, Lin considered the words and answered in detail, "The so-called erosion at the level of law transcends the level of physics and reality. For example, like the right hand of a true king, if it is cut off, it can grow back in a second, relying on the physical recovery power of a true king. But if a true king's right hand is cut off from the level of law, or the level of the Great Road, then even if it is cut off, it will grow back. No matter how powerful the real king's physical body is, he can't recover his right hand." Lin's tone became more solemn. "In foreign terms, this is called Tao injury." Tao injury? The example Lin gave was very vivid, and Qin Yi understood it immediately. No wonder he felt that after the 7th level gray mist invaded his body, his powerful physical recovery power was suppressed, and he had to use his immortal spirituality to recover. Immortal spirituality is the top material that can repair Tao injuries. After all, this is something that should only be born in the venerable realm. Of course, the 7th level strange gray mist that invaded Qin Yi's body was not too strong, so he could recover quickly. If he personally sneaked into the crack in the sky where gray mist spewed out, Qin Yi would probably be corroded into slag in the blink of an eye. After briefly explaining all this, Lin probably wanted to say something else, but she hesitated, her eyes secretly falling on the silent big dog beside her. This big dog is a big gossip and is full of curiosity about these top secrets, so he has been silently eavesdropping on the side. It's okay for the big dog to hear the previous words, but the big dog may not be able to hear what Lin is going to say next. However, this is also because Ning Wang Lin does not know the true identity of Big Dog. Qin Yi smiled slightly. "King Ming, just keep talking about whatever you want to say. Dago's identity is very innocent and he is qualified to hear these secrets." "Is he qualified to listen?" Lin looked curious. It was the first time she saw Dago. When looking at the dog, he also felt a little familiar, but unfortunately he never remembered who it was. "What is the origin of the big dog, can you tell me?" Qin Yi cast a questioning look at the big dog, but the big dog puffed up his chest and looked proud. He took the initiative and said, "What can't you do? My previous master was the king of Xintian." "Lin Changqing, the king of Xintian?" The moment the words "king of suppressing heaven" fell from the big dog's mouth, a sudden enlightenment lit up in the depths of Lin's eyes, as if she had seen through the fog and illusion. "Yes, you are the dog of King Lin Changqing. Why would I forget? This is strange." Lin frowned, sensing something was wrong. The heaven-suppressing King Lin Changqing was a genius of the human race in the same era as her. Like Qin Yi, he dominated that era, but later disappeared inexplicably. It was said that he went to a foreign land outside the world. However, the other person went to a foreign land, and all kinds of information about him was inexplicably hidden, including the memories of those who knew him. Seeing Lin's reaction, Qin Yi also felt strange. In fact, he had discovered the problem before Lin Changqing, the king of heaven, was a figure who rose to prominence 15 or 20 years ago. Most of the princes he met recently were from the same era as Lin Changqing, but no one knew the big dog. Big Dog had obviously been following Lin Changqing around in his last life. Logically speaking, it was impossible not to recognize him. After all, after Big Dog's reincarnation, the nature of his life had not changed, and his aura was only a little weaker. Since it is Lin Changqing's dog, he is indeed qualified to listen. Chu Lin suppressed the confusion in her heart and returned to the original topic. The array immortal lord who stayed in Tianjing once studied the grey fog in detail, and even risked his own life to enter it. After he came back, he kept secret about the matter related to the grey fog, and only revealed one sentence to our Chinese senior officials. Those grey fogs are the ashes of a group of powerful people after their death, which is indescribable. We can't delve into it, we can only let it go. The ashes of the immortal master, the most powerful. The latter was something Qin Yi already knew, and the former was the first time he heard about it. It turns out that the Chinese venerable who stayed behind in Tianjing was titled Array Immortal. Dare to use the word immortal in his name, which shows his confidence and strength. It's no wonder that Chu Lin didn't dare to say this casually. When it comes to the venerable people who are secretly staying behind in the human race, she really has to be cautious. The Array Immortal Venerable is very good at defensive formations, so letting him stay in Blue Star is the safest choice. Chu Lin Duo explained. In addition, after the national examination is over, you have to go to the Yenshan secret realm. Zhenwu the King of Heaven will take you to see the Master Zhenxian. The Master wants to see me. Well, if you think about it carefully, it's indeed about time. With the talent and strength Qin Yi has shown so far, it is indeed time for His Holiness to meet him. Putting this matter aside for the time being, what Qin Yi is most interested in at the moment is the problem of everyone's memory loss after the departure of King Lin Changqing. Recalling everything he knew about King Zhentian, Qin Yi made a bold guess. Chapter 257 Roadkeeper. Qin Yi did not hide anything and directly told him what he knew about Lin Changqing, the King of Heaven. Especially some secrets about the heaven-suppressing King Lin Changqing. He told them very clearly, and explained the causes and consequences clearly. The more Chu Lin listened, the more frightened she became. In fact, she doesn't know the reason why the heaven-suppressing King Lin Changqing left the Blue Star world and went to a foreign land. Perhaps only the few sages who still stayed in Blue Star know. It's also possible those venerables don't know either. Lin Changqing was actually forced to leave. He was forced to stay away from his hometown. At the top of the Tao, there is only one person. Chu Lin chewed on this sentence, and the more she said it, the more profound it felt. It turns out that only one warrior can climb to the top of a great road, and there is only one quota. The warriors who reach the front of the road will look back from time to time to check the way back for those who may catch up with their pursuers. If the pursuer's talent makes the former aware of the threat, he will be killed immediately. Lin Changqing is the avenue pursuer who is being hunted. To be able to walk to the forefront of a path, to see through the barriers of endless time and space, and to look back and see the details of those who came after me, the strength of these seniors may have surpassed Tianzuan. Chu Lin instantly understood how desperate Lin Changqing was back then. In order not to drag down the human race, he had no choice but to leave his hometown, stay away from Blue Star, and go as far as possible. As she thought about it, she thought about herself again. Chu Lin's talent is also top-notch. She is 100% able to reach the peak of being crowned king, but it will be difficult to be honored. The path of light she majors in is definitely a mainstream avenue with countless warriors succeeding her, and the competition is frighteningly high. In other words, the road ahead of the path of light will 100% be guarded by unspeakable peak beings to prevent latecomers from surpassing it. She was a little worried, but Qin Yi saw her worry and understood what Chu Lin was worried about. Qin Yi was not polite and said bluntly, "You don't actually need to think that. If you are just a venerable level talent, it will not attract the attention of those pathkeepers at all. You must have at least a hint of potential to break the Tianzuan. It may make those road guards jealous. A hint of potential to break Tianzuan. Not to mention breaking the potential of Tianzuan, it is difficult for Chu Lin to praise him." She looked startled, then nodded with a wry smile. Qin Yi was right, there was no need for her to worry unfoundedly. With his talent, the roadkeeper looked down upon him. Let alone her, Shenziluo, the first heavenly lord in the human race and the heavenly lord of all tribulations, was not even targeted by the roadkeepers. The history of cultivating immortal martial arts in foreign lands exceeds trillions of years. During such a long period of time, even if there are countless avenues, there must be almost always strong people who have come to the forefront, and have watched for a long time, becoming waykeepers. It's just that the strength of the roadkeepers on each avenue is different. According to this logic, Qin Yi wants to find a road without road guards, and the probability is lower than that of ordinary people winning 100 million in lottery tickets. Even Qin Yi was not targeted by the road watchers, so there was no need for Chu Lin to worry. In terms of talent, ability, and understanding, she is at least 70% as good as Qin Yi. After understanding this, Chu Lin's worries disappeared. Her eyes were complicated and she couldn't help but look at Qin Yi a few more times. Qin Yi's words were obviously meant to comfort her, but after hearing this, she suddenly felt even more uncomfortable. Roadkeeper? It is really a trouble that only a peerless monster would have. I will record this secret in the official files and inform all the top warriors of the human race. Chu Lin blinked. Is it okay? At that time, the official will give you another reward as a reward for providing information. Qin Yi is confident. But he wasn't done yet. As for your memory problem, I guess it is also related to the supreme being provoked by Lin Changqing, the king of heaven. Qin Yi said coldly, based on some fragments of words and scattered information, I guess that the supreme being provoked by Lin Changqing, he is so strong that he cannot even speak his name. Even if a large range of living beings begin to know his existence, even if they don't know his name and only have a vague legend about him, they may attract his attention. Looking across endless time and space, Chu Lin and Big Dog were shocked. Is the existence beyond Tianzuan so powerful? If this logic is followed, it can indeed explain why everyone's memories are blurred and obscured. This is what Lin Changqing did at great cost before leaving, in order to protect the Blue Star World. The big dog's mouth went dry when he heard it, and he smiled bitterly. I guess you are exaggerating. Can such an outrageous existence really exist? No, there is. Chu Lin said in a deep voice, my human race is going to a foreign land. Although the Venerables rarely have contact with Blue Star, based on the few words sent back over the past few decades, we can also know that there really are existences of that level in foreign lands. He will notice it. The big dog shuddered and did not dare to speak. He glared at Qin Yi with some resentment and complained, in that case, you actually took the initiative to tell us, isn't this a harm to dogs? There are always unscrupulous people who want to harm me. Qin Yi ignored the big dog and continued. He said, this matter must be kept secret. It can only be known to 10 people at most, and no more than 10 people. I'm afraid that my guess is really right. Qin Yi and the others only have a vague concept of that existence. I only know that he is the top guard of a great road and has indescribable strength, but I don't know his specific appearance or name. If so, there should be at least hundreds of people who have this concept before they can attract the attention of that being. Of course, this is only theoretical, and Qin Yi doesn't dare to bet on the real situation. Chu Lin silently moved her eyes away, looked at the silent Chen Xiushui not far away, and thought, every avenue has its defenders. Maybe the stronger the avenue, the stronger the defenders will be. This sentence aroused Qin Yi's interest. The stronger the avenue, the stronger the defenders will be? Officially, or in foreign lands, is there a way to identify the strength of the avenue? Qin Yi seemed to know this. Chu Lin nodded slightly. Indeed, in the west of the Human Alliance, the European Union and the United States Alliance, they once obtained intelligence related to foreign lands, and combined it with their own theories. They came up with a good set of arguments. Today's human beings, there are 3 giants in the alliance, namely the European Union, the Chinese Alliance, and the US Alliance. It is not difficult to tell the geographical location and membership of these 3 alliance forces just from their names. By the way, Kimchi Country and Sakura Country before the revival of spiritual energy were later integrated into China and became a province of China. The specific territory of the Hua League covers the entire Asia, and the area of Asia is dozens of times larger than Asia on Earth in Qin Yi's previous life. Of course, the 3 major alliances are actually one, at least until the foreign issue is completely resolved. They will be one and there will be no civil strife. This is the consensus. In the face of great right and wrong, the human race still has brains. In other words, the brainless senior leaders of various countries died long ago in the initial stage of spiritual energy recovery. Chapter 258 Order of Laws. There is an official method for ranking the strength of all the heavens, and it is actually not a secret. As long as they are human warriors, they can know about this matter after becoming king and can apply for detailed information. Of course, to be precise, what the official has is not a method to identify the 3,000 avenues in the world, but a strength ranking of the 3,000 avenues in the world. This ranking is the accumulation of hundreds of millions of years in foreign lands, and the human race got it without any effort. However, since the human race had already studied the strength of the avenue before getting this ranking, they also have their own names for the levels of the avenue in the ranking. Qin Yi already had true king-level combat power, so telling him in advance that this ranking was not against the rules. Chu Lin separated a ray of spiritual thought and sent it into Qin Yi's sea of consciousness. It was like transmitting information through the internet, transmitting all the ranking information she knew to Qin Yi. Qin Yi really doesn't know about this ranking of avenues and has never heard of it. After all, it had only been half a year since he entered the path of immortal martial arts. No one could have imagined that in less than half a year, he would have true king-level combat power and become a high-ranking human being. At least Qin Yi's master Wang Su didn't expect it. Wang Su originally planned to wait for Qin Yi to come to Nanhai Cave Heaven and complete his training before informing him of the relevant information. Because Wang Su estimated that only then would Qin Yi be qualified to know this list. This is already an infinite overestimation of Qin Yi's potential, but now that he looks at it, it is still an underestimate. Qin Yi was lost for a moment, and then his pupils shrank slightly. He absorbed a vast amount of knowledge and mastered it all in an instant. With his current soul strength, he can recite a 1,000,000-word textbook backwards and forwards in 1 second. I didn't expect that foreign lands have already classified the avenues into different categories. Qin Yi couldn't help but sigh as he carefully read through the information in his mind. There are 3,000 avenues in all the worlds. This 3,000 is an imaginary number. It does not mean that there are really only 3,000 avenues. The real situation is that the total number of avenues is endless and it is impossible to completely count them. But foreign land used a method to almost finish counting the 3,000 avenues of the world. The future of our human race still has a long way to go. The gap is still huge. Not compared with the ancient races of foreign lands, but only with the powerful races of foreign lands, our human race is far behind. Chu Lin also lamented that she is not that kind of warrior who hides his ears and steals the bell, unable to face the shortcomings of his own race. According to the information passed back by the human race's venerables, if you want to be called a strong clan in a foreign land, you must control at least a territory the size of the Milky Way, and have at least 5 heavenly lords in your clan, one above the other. This is only the apparent foundation of the powerful clan. The real combat power will only be more terrifying. A territory the size of the Milky Way, about 100,000 light-years in diameter, contains more than 500 billion stars, and too many planets to count. In such a huge territory, the population can easily exceed 1 trillion. Under this base number, countless geniuses will be born. There can be a grandmaster among 100,000 people, a great master among 1 million people, a mountain and sea realm among 10 million people, a feudal lord realm among 100 million people, and so on. 10,000 people can have a great master. With a population of 100 million, there will always be a supreme being. Based on this population base, the Chang clan only has 5 heavenly lords, which is still relatively few. You must know that Qin Yi took the average talent of the human race as a substitute. The strong race has evolved for many years, and the talent of the race will not be bad. It is very likely that he will be a grand master when he reaches adulthood, and he does not need to practice. This is true for all powerful clans, let alone ancient clans. It's no wonder that the Mad King went to a foreign land, and when he came back, his confidence was shattered and he despaired of the future of the human race. It is precisely because of this huge gap that the human race has stipulated that only venerable level humans can go to foreign lands and settle down for a long time. The strong clan and the ancient clan are all part of the foreign land. Countless ethnic groups cooperated with each other, and after hundreds of millions of years of accumulation, they finally summarized this ranking of avenues and announced it to the world for the benefit of all warriors. In this ranking, the avenue is divided into 3 levels: the main stream of the avenue, the branch, stream of the avenue, and the end stream of the avenue. These 3 levels are also called the upper law, the middle law, and the lower law. From these two titles, one can tell at a glance that one has the charm of an Eastern fantasy fairy tale, and the other resembles a Western fantasy world setting. Obviously, the former is information obtained by humans from foreign lands, while the latter is researched by Western humans themselves. We, the Western Federation of the Human Alliance, actually developed this set of rankings? Qin Yi was a little surprised. To be able to delve into this general outline of the order, at least a large number of warriors who have mastered the higher laws must provide information. Shu Lin nodded. They are very good at this kind of rational research and experiment, but without the information provided by us Orientals, they will not be able to study it again. Of course, we are one family now, and there is no need to divide each other. Resources and intelligence are all contributed, and both will be prosperous and harmed. The EU and the US alliance have been studying for decades, and this is the beginning, and the follow-up is completed by the information obtained by the venerables from other places. Don't think that if we, the human race, do our own research, it will be a waste of time and resources. It is different to go through the same process and go through the process yourself. The process of Dao Dao is the process of accumulating the foundation of our human race, and it is of great use. Qin Yi nodded slightly to express his understanding. He never felt that this was a waste of time. On the contrary, he felt that humans must study it themselves, even if it took millions of years. Foreign lands may not necessarily have such good intentions. They announced the ranking of the avenues, maybe because they don't want other races to study it from scratch. When a matter has been concluded correctly, at least 90% of the races will not know the answer when they see it. Just waste time worrying about the process. Shu Lin's eyes darkened and she felt a little surprised. You are right. According to what I, the venerable human race, have seen in foreign lands, many of those races that took the initiative to study the order of avenues from scratch have transformed into powerful races. This is a threshold and a kind of screening. Our race His Holiness guessed that there should be secrets hidden in the process of researching the order of the avenues. The total number of avenues is endless, but after hundreds of millions of years of accumulation, the warriors standing at the top of the foreign land have discovered that the upper law, the mainstream of the avenue, is. The quantity is actually limited. What is truly infinite in number are the middle laws and the lower laws. They are equivalent to a trickle or a drop of water in the ocean, and can be subdivided infinitely. Every Taoist intention has the potential to transform into a new lower-level law. The fusion of countless Taoist ideas may transform into a new middle law. But these new avenues lead to the same goal by different routes. Their ultimate essence is the superior law and cannot form new ones. Therefore, this ranking of avenues from foreign lands only comprehensively counts the upper laws, and only counts the very famous ones among the middle laws and lower laws. There are 128 superior laws, in total. What Qin Yi has understood so far is that only the avenue of cause and effect, the avenue of reincarnation and the avenue of flesh belong to the upper laws, and the rest are either intermediate or lower. Chapter 259 The Law of Superiority. So far, Qin Yi has condensed a total of 6 Tao branches, namely the Tao of Madness, the Tao of Madness, the Tao of Illusion, the Tao of the Physical Body, the Tao of Cause and Effect, and the Tao of Reincarnation. The 3 superior laws are named after the Great Road. The remaining 3, the Way of Madness and the Way of Madness, belong to the lower laws, and the Way of Illusion belongs to the middle law. Among them, the Way of Illusion is listed on the foreign law ranking list, ranking 1247th among the median laws. As for the Way of Madness and the Way of Madness, they didn't even make it into the lower law rankings. However, rankings are rankings, and Qin Yi doesn't know how the foreign land determines the specific rankings for the middle and lower laws. Is it based on the difficulty of enlightenment, or on the improvement in strength after enlightenment? Qin Yi doesn't know, and the Blue Star human race doesn't know yet. However, this ranking of avenues gave Qin Yi great inspiration. The Way of Madness and the Way of Madness both belong to the middle law, the Way of Emotion. The Way of Emotion ranks 1377th among the middle laws, but it is still behind the Way of Illusion? Qin Yi felt that it was an eye-opener. The Way of Illusion and the Way of Emotions actually belong to the same higher law, mainstream of the avenue, the spiritual avenue. If you think about it carefully, this is very reasonable.
From this avenue sequence ranking information, we can come to a conclusion: the upper law actually includes the middle law and the lower law. For others, this piece of information is just an eye-opener and is not very useful. But to Qin Yi, it is worth thousands of gold. Don't forget, Qin Yi has the opportunity to choose a path to enter the state of enlightenment twice a week. Since the upper law includes the meaning of the middle law and the lower law, Qin Yi can directly choose to understand the upper law, which will greatly speed up his efficiency in mastering 10,000 ways. The total number of avenues is endless, but the number of superior laws is constant, only 128. Being proficient in these 128 superior laws is equivalent to mastering almost all the avenues in the world. Qin Yi couldn't help but be overjoyed. He originally didn't have too many expectations for his ambition to master the 3,000 avenues of the world. After all, there were too many avenues. Even though his understanding was incredible, he didn't have enough time. But the discovery of the sequential ranking of the avenues and the discovery of the nature of the avenues gave him hope. Whoosh, the cold void wind blew past, like an ice knife, pulling Qin Yi back to reality. In front of him, Shu Lin's face became not very good, and her condition seemed to have declined due to the influence of the Northern Jedi. The environment of the Northern Jedi is very special. The true king will be in trouble if he stays here for a long time. What's more, Qin Yi is still staying in the deepest part of the Northern Jedi, surrounded by strange 7th-level gray fog. The qi and blood in Shu Lin's body were close to freezing, and the activity was greatly lost. Although it was not fatal, it was still a drag. She looked at Qin Yi, but saw that Qin Yi had a calm face. The harsh environment of the Northern Jedi seemed to have no impact on him. Is it because he is too strong, or does he have another secret? Shu Lin didn't know and didn't dare to delve into it. Unknowingly, the two of them had been chatting here for more than a day. The big dog was listening with great interest, while Chen Xiushui was completely absorbed in enlightenment, not listening to what was going on outside the window. As the day passed, Chen Xiushui's aura gradually became calmer and more solid, and he was probably about to leave seclusion. Generally speaking, the longer the state of enlightenment lasts, the better. However, Chen Xiushui is only a great master after all, and his soul strength is limited. If he is too addicted to the origin of the Tao, he can easily be assimilated by the Tao, lose consciousness, and sink completely. This is also the dilemma of transformation that Qin Yi encountered in the eastern suburbs of Yuhang. Thump thump. Time and space seemed to tremble for a second, and then, wisps of mysterious and long breath came out, and were about to turn into clouds, but they disappeared in a blink of an eye. Qin Yi took the initiative and dispersed the strange phenomenon that occurred when Chen Xiushui realized the Tao. It's not that he doesn't want Chen Xiushui to show off, it's mainly because this is not the place where he can show off. Although the gray fog is strange and slow, it can sense the fluctuations of the avenue and will actively devour the source of the fluctuations. This place is the deepest part of the Northern Jedi. It is surrounded by 7th-order gray mist and strange things. Although Qin Yi is not afraid, Big Dog and Shu Lin are afraid. One mistake and all three of them will die. Chen Xiushui opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Yi and Shu Lin standing in front of her, protecting her. His heart warmed up, and he immediately handed over his hand and promised, "The kindness of the two teachers today will be unforgettable. If you succeed in immortal martial arts in the future, you will definitely repay it." His gratitude is even deeper. Even if he wants to repay his kindness in the future, he will put Qin Yi in the most important position. The moment Chen Xiushui made her promise, the causal involvement between him and Qin Yi has deepened again. The degree of causal involvement depends on how much favor Qin Yi has exerted on Chen Xiushui. Qin Yi helped Chen Xiushui enter the state of enlightenment, which was already a huge kindness. In addition, he subsequently dispelled the vision of enlightenment and protected him from seclusion. Every time he came back, the kindness basically doubled. After Chen Xiushui becomes stronger in the future, if she wants to repay Qin Yi, she must bring out at least a 7th-level spiritual object to be able to clear both ends at once. Certainly. If you really want to repay, you have to wait until Chen Xiushui is ready to enter the realm of the Venerable. He may not have the potential to become a saint yet. Qin Yi didn't even think about asking for anything in return from him.
After some pleasantries, Chu Lin took Chen Xiushui one step ahead and left the Northern Jedi without stopping. Although Chen Xiushui successfully realized Taoism in the Northern Jedi and greatly increased his realm, he lacked the corresponding process of spiritual energy entering the body in physical breakthrough. There is really no spiritual energy deep in the Northern Jedi. As a result, his injuries have not yet recovered, and he must seize the time to return to the normal area and retreat to break through again.
In addition, Chu Lin didn't want to stay here any longer.
During the national examination, she had to maintain her peak condition to avoid making mistakes.
After the two left,
on the huge ice field, only one person and one dog were left, looking at each other silently.
"Where are you going next?" the big dog asked.
3 days have passed since the national examination. During this period of time, no candidates under Qin Yi's name have used their admission tickets. Thinking about it, those who are unlucky enough to fall into the restricted area at the beginning will either die on the spot, or use their admission tickets immediately. If they can survive for more than 3 days, they will naturally have found a way out, and Qin Yi does not need to take action.
Qin Yi has already made plans for the future.
After knowing the information about the superior law, he couldn't wait to start his second enlightenment.
"The last time I had enlightenment was 4 days ago in the Tianjin Governing Hall."
After the breakthrough, he had 2 opportunities to achieve enlightenment every week, so he could still achieve enlightenment once. Let's go find a secluded place and let us digest what we have learned first.
Qin Yi arranged.
The big dog had previously received a lot of opportunities in the land of Yin and Yang. Although it was basically handed over to Qin Yi, with the temperament of the big dog, he had definitely eaten a lot of spiritual things in the land of Yin and Yang, but he had not digested them. Qin Yi's arrangement was in line with his wishes. So, he immediately agreed to the matter and acted as a pioneer, making full use of the sharp effect of the dog's nose to find a good place for retreat.
Chapter 260 Reincarnation and Creation.
The secret realm of Jingmengwen is vast and boundless, and the northernmost point where Qin Yi and Big Dog are currently located is the far north and belongs to the edge of the secret realm. After leaving the Northern Jedi, there are low-risk areas within thousands of kilometers. At least for Qin Yi and Dagu, it is a low-risk area. After becoming a quasi-fifth level, half a step into the mountain and sea realm, the big dog's nose became much more sensitive. After a little sniff, he took Qin Yi to find a good place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, located in the central area of the Jingmengwen secret realm. The aura is rich, quiet, and peaceful. Arriving in the forest halfway up the mountain, the big dog happily found a place where fallen leaves were accumulated, used the fallen leaves as a bed, and lay down on the spot. The dog closed its eyes and fell asleep on the spot. With Qin Yi by his side, he felt very safe and had no worries about being suddenly attacked by ferocious beasts while he was sleeping. The big dog said it was sleeping, but it was actually digesting all kinds of spiritual things contained in the body.
Qin Yi was indeed right. The big dog walked, picked, and ate in the land of Yin and Yang.
Only when his mouth couldn't fit anymore, he put it in the storage stuff bag. Many good things were eaten by him long before Qin Yi arrived. Sleeping can speed up the digestion of big dogs, which is also a talent of the big dog race. Looking intently, Qin Yi could see through the fur that the big dog's meridians were surging with qi and blood. As the power of qi and blood continued to accumulate, the big dog's blood was slowly being purified, creating thousands of pure powers
wandering in his heart.
When the big dog wakes up, he can at least step into the 5th level and become a mountain and sea dog.
Don't worry about the big dog for now.
Qin Yi sat down cross-legged, and with a thought, he took out a black branch that exuded an astonishing death aura from his storage bag and placed it on his legs. He calmed down, carefully observed the terrifying deathly energy emanating from the black branches, and fell into deep thought. This section of black branch is exactly the 1,000-year-old immortal tree given to him by the wheel-turning King Shao Chun in the secret realm of Yendang Mountain. This wood was originally a 4th-level spiritual tree. After it broke and fell into the soil, it survived for thousands of years and transformed into a new vitality. It is now considered a top-level 5th-level spiritual object, one step away from entering the 6th level. If the 1,000-year immortal wood is given to a warrior who specializes in understanding the reincarnation of life and death, its value will not be weaker than that of a 6th-level spiritual object.
A little life in the heart is better than thousands of deaths. Life and death are endless, and reincarnation is endless.
Life does not exist alone.
Only when death appears can there be life. Without death as a contrast, living is useless. It's not considered alive. To complement each other, the way of life is the middle law, ranked extremely high at 65th. The way of death is also the middle law, ranking 66th. To master the way of life alone, or to master the way of death alone, there is actually no way to deduce it or reach the limit of understanding. Only by understanding the interdependence of life and death can we understand the two paths of life and death, and have the qualifications to touch the higher law, the avenue of reincarnation. With his heaven-defying understanding, Qin Yi deciphered the principles of the great path contained in the 1,000-year-old immortal wood. The two paths of life and death were once again sublimated and improved, and the path of reincarnation has made great progress. Level 10 Tao Heart is clear. Even if you don't use the fixed enlightenment opportunity, it is still an extremely terrifying talent. Bo!
In the dark, there was the sound of buds opening. In Qin Yi's mind, the first to bloom new leaves was not the path of the flesh, nor the path of madness, but the path of reincarnation, which came from behind.
Wow!
At this moment, the reincarnation of life and death swept across the entire mountain range, with Qin Yi as the boundary. To his left, all living creatures, whether ferocious beasts or vegetation, were turned into decay and withered bones, and there was deathly silence.
And on the right side of Qin Yi,
all living things are bursting with vitality, branches and leaves are luxuriant, birds are singing and flowers are fragrant.
Countless warriors have said that there is great opportunity hidden between life and death.
Today, Qin Yi has fatally touched the essence of this so-called chance of life and death.
Between the cycle of life and death, there is good fortune.
The power of creation is the essence of warriors who overcome the difficulties of life and death and suddenly reveal their infinite potential. At this time, Qin Yi was sitting at the intersection of life and death, bathing in the breath of creation. His fair skin bloomed with a warm Tao light, and the refreshing fragrance of Tao overflowed, causing the big dog in his sleep to sweat.
Saliva.
Beyond reincarnation, there is also creation. But the way of reincarnation is already a higher law, and the so-called way of creation is not among the 128 higher laws at all. Qin Yi opened his eyes quietly, and faced Lu was confused. He vaguely felt that he had touched the avenue above reincarnation, but unfortunately it was only for a moment, and then he regained consciousness and could no longer sense the existence of creation. Is it that the ranking list of the great avenues made by the foreign land is wrong and the way of creation is omitted, or is there hidden information in it that ordinary warriors are unaware of? There is too little information currently known, and Qin Yi can't figure it out. He can only bury these thoughts deep in his heart for the time being and wait to explore them in the future.
The thought changed.
Qin Yi looked inwards at his own body, and his spiritual thoughts went all the way down, landing on his dantian.
Here, an illusory world is suspended, perfecting bit by bit.
But as Qin Yi deepened his understanding of the way of reincarnation, a loud noise broke out in the mountain and sea realm.
Boom!
In the second half of the mountain and sea realm, the underworld began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. The stars were changing, the seas were changing, and time seemed to speed up tens of thousands of times.
The desolate and empty underworld 1 second ago was transformed into a large amount of underworld and earth in just a few minutes.
In the air of death, magnificent palaces rose from the ground everywhere, and 6 prototypes of the 9 palaces of hell in Qin Yi's imagination were suddenly built. At the same time, the illusion of the underworld has dissipated a little, and it has taken a big step towards becoming a reality. At least some of the core areas of the underworld, such as the prototypes of the 6 hell palaces, can almost be used as real places to store real objects.
Progress is so fast.
Qin Yi thought for a while, and then he gently explored the right hand of his soul.
In the blink of an eye, he penetrated the boundary between illusion and reality, and took out the 1,000-year-old immortal wood placed on his legs from the reality of the outside world.
Wow! The moment the 1,000-year-old immortal wood entered the underworld, there was a sudden gloomy wind, and the cold death air filled the air, and the entire underworld seemed to be more solidified. Qin Yi's soul buried the 1,000-year-old immortal wood underground under the prototype of the 3rd Hell Palace, and immediately left the world of mountains and seas. Thanks to the advancement of the ways of reincarnation and cause and effect, not only the underworld has been gradually improved, but also the human world. The underworld world requires Qin Yi to understand reincarnation in order to be perfected, while the human world has no taboos. Understanding any avenue can promote the perfection of the human world. However, it is not as obvious as the perfection of the underworld. Both the underworld and the human world are growing vigorously. It seems that it is necessary to speed up the pace and find a way to perfect the heaven, upper, world. Otherwise, once the gap between the three realms becomes too large, the integrity will be weakened and there is a danger that the three realms will fall apart. Enlightenment first. Qin Yi felt that this matter had a long way to go. Although it was urgent, it should not be too hasty. He regained his composure and started to have enlightenment opportunities twice a week. This week he is given an opportunity for enlightenment to the cause and effect avenue, and there is only one left, so naturally he cannot waste it. When the two opportunities for enlightenment are used up, he estimates that he can rush to the position after the 50th floor of the Daedexian Road in one breath. Chapter 261 The Original Law, The Original Avenue, Sangtian Zun. Like the previous enlightenments, after entering Samadhi, Qin Yi wandered around the world, feeling that his soul was drawn by some mysterious force and came to the legendary place of origin of the Great Tao. Before enlightenment, he could determine the path of enlightenment with just one thought. However, when choosing the avenue this time, Qin Yi had other thoughts, and a strange avenue flashed through his mind. The avenue of creation. This avenue is not among the 128 superior laws compiled by foreign land, and its grade is slightly higher than the avenue of reincarnation. Maybe he can directly comprehend it? However, the system's response was far beyond Qin Yi's expectations. It is detected that the host's comprehension level is not high enough and cannot directly comprehend the original avenue, creation. You can designate to understand the higher law of the original law, creation, the avenue of reincarnation. Do you want to jump? The original avenue, the original law? Sure enough, there is another level above the superior laws, which is a level that even foreign lands don't know about. Wait. Do you really not know about the foreign land? The various races in the foreign land have been developing for an incalculable amount of time. How is it possible that no one has discovered the original avenue above the higher laws? Maybe I know it, but I don't want it to be exposed or made public. Qin Yi thought. The superior laws can be merged into the original laws. This is an unexpected surprise. It is estimated that the human race has absolutely no idea. When the time comes, he can tell this information to the higher-ups of the human race, which will be regarded as his contribution to the human race. The human race has been in the immortal martial arts for less than 100 years, and there are very few warriors who have understood the higher laws, let alone discovered the original laws. Qin Yi remembered that Chen Ziliuo, the founder of his family, understood the higher law, the Five Elements Avenue. And Chen Ziliuo is already the strongest warrior who has comprehended the great Tao in human history. The Five Elements Avenue ranks 12th among the upper laws. It is necessary to comprehend all the 5 intermediate laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to the state where they can bear the fruit of the Tao. It cannot be understood directly. Qin Yi gave it a try. Even if he could choose a fixed avenue for enlightenment, he could not directly choose the 5 Elements Avenue. He had to first comprehend the principles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth under the 5 Elements Avenue. We have just made a breakthrough in the way of reincarnation. If we continue to understand it, it will further lead to instability in the world of mountains and seas. It is better to understand something else first. He thought for a while and decided to understand the way of illusion. This avenue is also extremely important, and it is related to whether Qin Yi can open up the illusory enlightenment space in the future for the entire human race to use. The higher law that the way of illusion belongs to is the spiritual way, or the elusive way, which encompasses all spiritual principles in the world. This avenue can be directly comprehended, and it is not as troublesome as the avenue of the origin of creation and the avenue of 5 elements. Spiritual avenue ranks 68, which is neither high nor low. The higher law to which the way of madness belongs is also the spiritual avenue. By understanding this upper law, you can upgrade 2 branches of the law at one time, which is good. After Qin Yi selected the avenue that needed to be understood, the surrounding environment suddenly started to spin. After a few breaths passed, the unpredictable environment returned to stability, and an illusory and ethereal avenue appeared before our eyes. This is the origin of the spiritual path. Qin Yi stared at the origin of the avenue and flew over silently. Tick-tock, like a drop of rain falling into a calm lake, ripples were set off in the huge avenue, and then Qin Yi's soul was gradually submerged and disappeared. Outside world. Qin Yi's figure suddenly flickered, as if he did not exist in this world, disappeared for a 10,000th of a second, and then calmed down as usual. Billions of time and space away from Blue Star. In a foreign land, on a strange planet full of greenery and vitality. A giant sky-supporting tree full of power suddenly shook, shaking the sky and the earth, making countless creatures living in the giant tree palpitate and kneel down to pray. Soon, a creature with pointed ears and an extremely handsome appearance, which looked like an elf in human legends, hurriedly came to the heart of the giant tree, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "Great God of nature, you have what instructions?" A wisp of spring breeze swept by, rolled up a green leaf, and fell into the elf's brow, conveying the message. Thousands of unfamiliar memory images suddenly appeared in the elf's mind. Her eyes were blank at first, and then gradually recovered, revealing a hint of surprise. In the dead immortal cave heaven, such a race with the qualifications to become a powerful race was born. Human race? And among the human race, a genius comparable to the ancient race was actually born, which is really shocking. You must know that the geniuses of the major ancient tribes not only have terrifying racial talents, they have been bathed in all kinds of top spiritual objects since childhood, and grew up eating the best spiritual fruits. They are all immortal species. But that human being is no worse than the genius of the ancient race. Qin Yi. Fisher has followed the god of nature for many years and understands that the space located in Xianyuan Cave is a laboratory, established by the god of nature many years ago for the purpose of studying non-destructive soul transplantation. As we all know, the natural plan was formed through the channeling of spiritual plants. The stronger the original body of the spiritual plant, the more exaggerated its strength and talent will be after channeling. For example, the god of nature believed by the elves in front of them is a 7th-level top-level blue sky tree. As soon as he is channeled, he has the talent of the top 3 ancient clans. He has practiced for 100 years to become a god, and for 1,000 years he has become a god. He can suppress a galaxy without equal. But the rules of the world are relatively fair, and everything you gain must come with a price. If the natural family wants to become above the heavenly Lord, they must break the shackles of the original body and transcend. And the stronger the original body is, the harder it is to surpass it. Sun Tian has been in the Tianzuan realm for hundreds of thousands of years, but no matter what, he can no longer take even one step forward, and is trapped and dead in Tianzuan. So thousands of years ago, Song Tianzuan began to change his mind and began to study this soul transplantation method. He wanted to find a body suitable for his own strength and with transcendent potential, transplant his own soul into it, and use this method to break the natural clan limit. With its own strength and the help of other natural clan powerful people, Song Tian succeeded. Song Tian studied this heaven-defying Taoist technique alone, and the success rate was less than 1 in a billion. But with the help of the immortal giants of the natural race, the success rate was 2 to 3%. Song Tianzuan firmly believes that the immortal giants in the clan will help him. The reason is simple. Once his experiment is successful, it will benefit the entire natural family. In the future, many natural people who cannot transcend due to the shackles of the original body will be able to use his method to find new bodies. This kind of transplantation is different from taking a body, but it directly makes oneself into another race. Normally, if the heavenly clan takes over the human race, then the human race whose body is taken away will gradually evolve towards the heavenly clan and eventually become a new heavenly clan. Please rest assured, my lord, my subordinates will immediately make arrangements to capture that human race. Fisher bowed and accepted the order. But then, his expression changed again. The great god of nature actually asked her to go to Xianyuan Cave in person, just in case. It seems that this matter involves a lot.
Fisher didn't know that Song Tianzuan was attracted to Qin Yi's body.
Song Tianzuan planned to use Qin Yi's body for his own use instead of continuing the experiment. Qin Yi only showed his talent as the tip of the iceberg, and it moved the heart of a deity who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years.
Chapter 262 Enlightenment is over, danger is coming. The news has arrived?
In the secret realm of Jingmenguan, Lu Province led the team, and the Mountain King Wangcheng felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart, and a mysterious feedback emerged. He knew that this was the answer given to him by the natural family. The information he passed on has been confirmed to be true, but he doesn't know when the reward will be delivered. 2 days ago, Wang Cheng sold Qin Yi's general information to the natural tribe in exchange for reward through the token left for him by the wood spirit tribe.
There is an unknown amount of time and space between the current location of the natural tribe and the royal city.
After receiving the information, you have to spend time verifying it. Logically speaking, it will take at least a week or two to get a reply.
I never thought that 2 days would be enough. The strength of the ancient tribe in the foreign land is really beyond my imagination. Wang Cheng sighed secretly.
Ever since he reached the deal with the natural tribe, there seemed to be an extra threat involved.
He sensed that if he colluded with Qin Yi,
or informed the human race official about this, he will die before he can say anything. Even if there is an endless distance between them, if the natural tribe wants to kill him, it is no different than squeezing an ant to death. There's no need to even send in subordinate races. With such horrific racial transactions, one must be cautious every step of the way. Wang Cheng completely gave up the original idea of eating from both ends. That's right, he originally wanted to send information to the natural tribe first, and then report it to the official tribe to show his loyalty. After all, a loser like him is not determined in his heart and puts maximization of interests first in doing things. Tear apart. Suddenly, Wang Cheng noticed a strange movement coming from the mountain and sea realm, True King realm, in his body. When he looked inside, he was shocked to find that his True King realm world had been torn apart from the outside at some point. A space rift. Under his gaze, a ring was thrown from the crack in space and landed in the center of the world in the True King's domain. As the ring landed, the crack in space suddenly disappeared in the next second, as if it had never existed. Wang Cheng was horrified, and a moment of panic flashed across his face. "Teacher Wang, what's wrong with you?" Beside him, the examinee who had just been rescued by him caught the flash of panic on Wang Cheng's face and asked slightly nervously. He had just been rescued by Wang Cheng, and when Wang Cheng showed this expression, he was the most worried. Wang Cheng calmed down his restless mood and laughed. "It doesn't matter, I made some mistakes in my practice. Fortunately, I corrected it in time. I was almost scared just now." "I see." The candidate nodded and complimented, as expected of Teacher Wang. Being in a dangerous secret realm, he didn't forget to practice when he was on the road. Wang Cheng ignored him, pretending to be still practicing quietly, and observed the ring in his True King domain for a long time, and then found this ring. There is a faint spatial fluctuation emanating from it. It should be a spiritual storage device. Could it be that the rewards confirmed for the transaction have been delivered, right? Wang Cheng carefully touched the space ring with his spiritual thoughts. Then, weak space ripples were set off, and the internal storage space of the ring was opened. Wang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw all the things he had dreamed of. Bang! He instantly closed the space ring, exited the True King's realm, suppressed his restless heartbeat, pretended to be calm, and greeted Chu Lin who had just arrived. The candidates were handed over to Chu Lin normally and sent out of the secret realm. Wang Cheng was secretly vigilant and decided to ensure safety in the secret realm and follow the large army to never reveal the space ring hidden in the True King's domain. After the national examination was over and he returned to Dabanludong province, he immediately went into seclusion and began to break through, using up all the spiritual objects sold to him by the natural tribe at once. Wealth are sought in danger, and stability is highlighted. At the same time, Dagu and Qin Yi, who were still in enlightenment and retreat in the deep mountains and forests, did not know that the natural tribe was about to come. The big dog's digestion is not accomplished in a day. It requires a long period of deep sleep, at least several weeks. After Qin Yi's enlightenment is completed, he must be thrown into the spirit beast talisman.
But Qin Yi's enlightenment didn't take that long.
He was immersed in the vast and dazzling river of spiritual Tao, capturing the meaning of Tao wantonly, and his understanding of the way of madness and illusion became deeper and deeper. Especially the way of madness, there are signs of evolving towards the way of emotions.
In Qin Yi's Sea of Consciousness, the Tao branch of madness and the Tao branch of madness were originally two independent Tao branches.
However, as Qin Yi understood the spiritual Tao little by little, other branches began to gradually grow between these two Tao branches. It seemed that we need to bridge the gap and connect them together. The breadths of these branches are different, some are sad, some are joyful, some are fearful, some are fearless. Many complex emotions are entangled together to form the middle law, the way of emotions.
This is also the avenue that Qin Yi and his master Wang Su majored in.
The 7 emotions and 6 desires are human nature. The way of emotion gradually condenses, indirectly affecting the synchronization of the world in Qin Yi's mountain and sea world, which begins to accelerate the perfection process, and the efficiency of escaping virtuality and turning reality is further improved. The 7 emotions and 6 desires actually represent 2 avenues, namely the path of emotion and the path of desire. These 2 avenues are both the middle law and part of the spiritual path of the upper law.
All things have animism, and this so-called spirit includes emotions and desires.
In a foreign land, after the character and state of mind have been raised to a certain level, there are warriors who will cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires and understand the way of ruthlessness. Such warriors will be excluded from the ranks of intelligent species by many people, and they are considered to be no longer intelligent creatures. Those who are closer to the Tao are called Tao creatures. The Great Road is ruthless, and the way of heaven is ruthless. The ruthless way is the subordinate of the superior law, the way of heaven. This time he realized that Qin Yi was very lucky. No one bothered him, and no one among the candidates used their admission tickets for the time being.
Qin Yi spent 2 peaceful days and nights peacefully in this way.
The evening of the 5th day when the national examination officially started, Qin Yi finally opened his eyes, and all the mysterious Taoist charms were absorbed into his body. He returned to his original nature, as if he were immortal, and there was no more wonder in him. He used his spiritual thoughts to look inside the sea of consciousness, and suddenly saw a small sapling with countless branches standing here, rooted in the depths of the sea of consciousness, and its size was much larger than the other Tao branches around it.
The Tao branches of the Tao of emotions are initially formed.
Prior to this, although Qin Yi had understood the higher laws such as the Tao of cause and effect and the Tao of the body, he had not reached the level of forming a sapling.
His mastery was still insufficient and he could only condense the Tao branches.
From this point of view, as long as the level of understanding is sufficient, the middle law can form a small Tao tree, while the upper law can probably form a towering Tao tree.
The superior law is equivalent to a towering tree, with countless branching branches on the crown. Each branch represents the subordinate law, and each green leaf on the branch represents the subordinate law.
Very reasonable and very vivid. Qin Yi glanced at the big dog sleeping like a dead dog beside him. Instead of waking him up, he stood up and moved around. He could clearly feel that all aspects of his physical fitness had improved, and his total energy, blood, and mental strength had also increased.
This is the Tao power feedback obtained after comprehending the Great Tao. I don't know where I can go in one breath if I climb the Great Road to reach immortality now?
He smiled slightly and looked at the ethereal heavenly path in the sea of consciousness with some expectancy.
Chapter 263, the 64th floor of Heavenly Road.
Without any hesitation or baggage, Qin Yi's soul took a step forward, and in an instant, it appeared directly on the 25th jade staircase of the Great Road to Immortality. The appearance of a warrior's soul is generally similar to the warrior's body, that is, it looks like a human being. Since the Tao body of the human race is the true body, the soul of a human warrior is no different from his body in the real world.
Of course, if you want to change it, you can naturally change it.
The appearance of the soul can be changed based on his will, but Qin Yi is too lazy to change. He lifted his legs and took a step upward. This step did not encounter any obstacles, as if I were actually climbing stairs in the real world, with ease and ease.
Continue. Qin Yi continued walking up without stopping.
27 steps, 28 steps, 29 steps, 30 steps. He took 5 steps in a row, and everything came naturally. The pure power of the immortal source filled the air, poured into Qin Yi's sea of consciousness from the heavenly road, and penetrated into the whole body through the sea of consciousness, wandering in every meridian and every inch of flesh and blood. All the cells in Qin Yi's body were making a refreshing sound. This sound was not a human voice, but an extremely weak sound of bubbles, like the surging of carbon dioxide that could be heard by putting one's ear close to a bottle of Coke. Not only the physical body, but Qin Yi's soul standing on the road to immortality was bathed in the boundless fairy mist, and also felt refreshingly comfortable, as if he was still in the ice and snow one moment, and then there was a gentle feeling in the next second. The sun penetrates the clouds and shines all over. Rustling, a sound like the wind blowing on the grass came from the depths of the sea of consciousness. This was the sound of Qin Yi's Tao branch roots growing vigorously, and the sound of the spiritual weapon in Qin Yi's heart frantically absorbing nutrients and growing. From the inside to the outside, from material to spiritual, every cell and every ray of spiritual thought in Qin Yi is transforming towards a new level of life. We can continue. Qin Yi raised his eyes and looked at the infinitely high jade steps. His expression did not change and he kept walking. 31 steps, 32 steps, 33 steps. The mysterious obstacles on the road to immortality seemed to have lost their effect on Qin Yi at this moment. He walked unimpeded all the way to the 50th floor. The power of the immortal source is like a raging waterfall falling from the sky, with an endless stream. His climbing movements are no different from those of ordinary people climbing up the mountain. But upon closer inspection, they appear to be completely natural, coincident with the Great Road, and possessing an extremely subtle and profound Taoist meaning. The 40th step was passed unknowingly, and until now, Qin Yi still didn't feel any obstruction. Crunch, crunch. His meridians and bones made a cracking sound, like bearings that had been in disrepair for a long time. When they rotated slightly, they made a harsh friction sound. This is the noise made by the spiritual weapons going deep into the bones and meridians to strengthen the physical body. This 5th level spiritual weapon that has been raised for almost 3 months is now going to be effective. Originally, cultivating spiritual weapons was an extremely time-consuming matter, but in Qin Yi's case, it became a quick success. If Chen Ziluo, the founder of the Immortal Killing sect, had known that Qin Yi had grown the 5th level spiritual weapon to the spreading branches and leaves stage in less than 3 months, he would probably have been so shocked that he pretended to be alive on the spot. 3 months? What is this concept? It took Chen Ziluo more than 2 years to cultivate the 5th level spiritual weapons and let them flourish. This is the result of his numerous opportunities. Of course, people from the Immortal Killing sect, whether it is Chen Ziluo or Qin Yi's master Wang Su, all know that climbing the road to immortality can promote the growth of spiritual weapons. But, the climb to the Great Road to immortality is more difficult than cultivating spiritual weapons. The effort and price required to climb to the 40th floor far exceeds the cultivation of spiritual weapons to the stage of blooming. Both Chen Ziluo and Wang Su first cultivated the spiritual weapons to the stage of blooming and spreading, and then they had the strength to climb to the 40th heavenly road. Qin Yi is rebelling against Tiangang. Ding, the 5th level spiritual weapon in the host's body has successfully absorbed the immortal spirituality, completed its transformation, and evolved into the 6th level top spiritual weapon. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in Qin Yi's sea of consciousness, which made him a little surprised, and his originally raised feet paused. Immortal spirituality is actually also useful for spiritual weapons, directly completing the transformation? Qin Yi originally planned to go to the cave in the South China Sea to look for the 6th level spiritual weapons left by his ancestor Chen Ziluo. As a result, I cultivated it directly. It saves trouble. In fact, the bonus of the 5th level spiritual weapon to Qin Yi's physical body is not much. After all, Qin Yi's physical body is too exaggerated and far exceeds the upper limit of this realm. But the top level 6 spiritual weapons are different. This has a significant amplifying effect on him. However, Qin Yi also noticed a blind spot. The system will report the status of the spirit arms. This means the system has determined that the spirit arms have become part of my body and can also be regarded as my cells? The spirit arms have grown to the stage of spreading and are completely separated from the host. Integrated into one body, the roots are planted in the soul of the sea of consciousness, and the branches are planted in the bones of the meridians. They are regarded as the cells of the host in another sense, regardless of each other. Looking down at his soul body, he could see that in the slightly transparent torso, a powerful wooden root was rooted there, establishing an absolute connection with the soul. This is a connection on an illusory level, like a thread of cause and effect. At the moment when this connection was formed, Qin Yi felt that his soul had become much stronger, and it seemed that he could climb to a higher level and reach immortality. Climbing the great road to immortality can obtain the source of immortality, nourish spiritual weapons, and accelerate their growth. The continuous growth of spiritual weapons can feed back to the host, strengthening the host's body and soul, allowing the host to climb to higher levels of heaven. They complement each other and are a perfect match. With a smile on his face, Qin Yi made a big effort and stepped forward with his head down. 41 steps, 42 steps, 43 steps. When he rushed through the 50-level heavenly road, his heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to have broken some barrier. But Qin Yi didn't care and continued upward. He initially estimated that he could climb to the 55th level, but after possessing the 6th level top spiritual weapon in the blooming stage, he had to reach the 64th level before he gave up. He was 101 steps away from the heavenly road, and he had already walked more than half of the way to the title of Marquis. He still had 47 jade steps to go. Open your personal panel and take a look. The changes in various attributes are so outrageous that they are shocking and unbelievable. I'm afraid I can beat Feng Wangjuidian now. Qin Yi's eyes flashed and he murmured to himself. In other words, in the Blue Star world, he is almost invincible. He can do whatever he wants, be domineering, and do whatever he wants. Even if there might be a venerable realm warrior hiding in the local area, but he couldn't defeat him, he could just escape at will. Chapter 264 Bone Mountain. Name, Qin Yi, Life Level, Race Evolution Stage Galaxy Level Human Race, 65%, Strength, 7,433, Physique, 9,999, Agility, 4,621, Total Mental Power, 120,000 points. Total amount of Qi in blood, 450,000 calories. Talent, Cell Adaptive Evolution, Skills, Phantom Eyes, Ever-Changing, Invulnerable to Thousands of Poisons, Pure and Holy Heart, Nirvana Divine Body, Heavenly Punishment Thunder Body, Face Does Not Turn Red, Heart Does Not Beat, Immortal Golden Body LV15, Tau Clear Heart Level 10, Iron Stomach Level 4. Combat Power Evaluation, the ultimate warrior who has broken through the mountain and sea realm. You have broken the record of mountain and sea realm combat power for eternity. Every step you take in the future will be unimaginable. A miracle and a brand new record. Qin Yi looked at the 9,999-point constitution, feeling both relieved and a little unhappy. 6,000 attribute points is roughly the limit of the ordinary true king realm, and is infinitely close to the ultimate king level. And after 800 points, it is pure and top level. With 9,999 points of physique, it can be said that he is not considered a weakling in the king's ultimate realm. Qin Yi is very satisfied with his physical attributes, but this number is just before 10,000, which makes him a little unhappy with his slightly obsessive-compulsive disorder. Just a little bit, really. The number 9 is very special. It seems to have always been hailed as the ultimate number, and is the representative of the extreme realm. Qin Yi had some guesses and suspected that he would continue to climb the subsequent road to immortality in the mountain and sea realm stage, even if he got tempering the body with the power of the fairy source cannot continue to enhance the physique, breaking the upper limit of 10,000 points. The upper limit of 9,999 is not given by the human body, but by heaven. The law of heaven has regulations that set the upper limit for warriors from all realms, an upper limit that cannot be broken. Not only the human race, but also all races in the world, even the ancient races in the foreign lands and the mountains and seas, are all destined to die at 9,999 points of physique. However, except for Qin Yi, no one and no race can digitize their own attributes. Show it. In addition, it can be seen from the evaluation of his combat power that Qin Yi seems to be the first warrior in the history of the world to reach the limit of heaven and earth in the mountain and sea realm. There is no one before, and there will be no one in the future. The limit of race, the limit of heaven and earth. Qin Yi thought about these two words and felt something in his heart. The racial limit is a level that is almost impossible for ordinary warriors to reach. Only martial arts geniuses have the opportunity to reach the limit of martial arts. If you want to break through the racial limit, you must be a monster-level figure, such as Qin Yi's ancestor Chen Ziluo, and Big Dog's former master, the King of Heaven, Lin Changqing. As for the limit of heaven and earth after the limit of race, looking at the century-old history of human race's immortal martial arts, only Qin Yi has reached it. Looking at foreign lands, only the top 3 sequence geniuses of the ancient tribe have the opportunity to approach the limits of heaven and earth, or reach the limits of heaven and earth in certain realms.
That's right, it's close, not beyond.
To this day, among all the races in the universe and all the worlds, no warrior can surpass the limits of heaven and earth. Reaching 9,999 points of physical attributes in the mountain and sea realm, comparable to a junior venerable, is the limit of heaven and earth. Whenever a warrior touches the limits of his race and the limits of heaven and earth, he will immediately get a sense of it and know all the above-mentioned rules. Of course, Qin Yi's only attribute, physical fitness, has reached the limit of heaven and earth, and the remaining 2 attributes have only exceeded the racial limit of the mountain and sea realm. My life level has evolved to 65% of the galaxy level. This 65% is probably because I happened to climb to the 65th level of the heavenly road. When I cross the 100th level of the heavenly road, the transformation of the life level has been completed again, Qin Yi speculated.
What's behind the galaxy-level humans? Not sure yet.
In short, just keep practicing and you won't have to wait too long to find out. His own breakthrough was over. Qin Yi turned to look at the big dog lying motionless on the ground. When he saw that the big dog was sleeping all over the floor, he knew that the big dog would not wake up in a short time. With a casual move, he threw the big dog into the spirit beast talisman. All the matters in front of him were settled, and Qin Yi was just thinking about what to do next, when the invigilation certificate in his pocket suddenly shook, and waves of weak space waves started to spread, seeming to wrap him up completely.
Another candidate encountered a dangerous situation that could not be solved and used his admission ticket? Who is it?
Qin Yi released a ray of spiritual thought and reached into the proctoring certificate, and immediately discovered an extremely surprising name.
Xia Ming?
The man who ranked first in martial arts in Jiangnan province was very strong, and Qin Yi could tell that he also hid part of his strength.
He didn't even persist to the end to get ranked. Qin Yi felt that the randomness of the national examination was indeed a bit strong.
If Xia Ming was forced to use his admission ticket, he must have entered some restricted area.
Between random thoughts. Wow!
A buzzing sound sounded, and Qin Yi's figure disappeared from the place.
Time goes back to 8 hours ago.
During the period when Qin Yi was in seclusion and breaking through, Xia Ming bit the bullet and entered the nearest forbidden area in order to gain enough points to sprint for first place. In addition to teleporting the team leader to protect themselves, the candidates' admission tickets also have the function of watching the points ranking in real time. Xia Ming was originally very confident, thinking that he could at least be among the top 3, and the gap between the top 2 would not be too big. Therefore, when he first entered the Jingmen Pass secret realm, he did not pay special attention to the points ranking. Instead, he down-to-earth swept around himself and accumulated a large number of spiritual objects. However, when he opened the points ranking, he was stunned. What didn't surprise him was that he was indeed ranked in the top 3, and ranked second. But to his surprise, the first place was actually Chen Xian, and Chen Xian's points were 3 times higher than his.
Cheating is not so obvious, right? 4 days into the national exam, you got a fucking score of 6,000? The second place worked hard for only 2,000. What else is there to do?
Xia Ming's mood was a little broken at that time, but after all, he was a member of a noble family who had seen the big world, and he quickly adjusted his mentality. Xia Ming guessed that Chen Xian might have fallen into some top forbidden area at the beginning, so that he could quickly obtain a large number of spiritual points at once. Therefore, Xia Ming also decided to follow Chen Xian's example and venture into the top restricted area. Risks and rewards coexist. The scarier the place, the more points you will earn. After spending some time to determine his current location, Xia Ming entered the top restricted area closest to him alone. The terrain of this restricted area is extremely undulating, the mountains are yellow and white, and there is a rotten smell everywhere. It is another restricted area that is as famous as Soul Lake, Bone Mountain. After Xiaming entered Bone Mountain, he was careful everywhere and indeed quickly collected a large number of spiritual objects, which was several times more efficient than wandering outside.
But the same thing.
As he went deeper and deeper into Bone Mountain, he seemed to gradually awaken some special existences, and his situation became more and more dangerous.
Chapter 265 Plan.
Crunch, crunch, stepping on the pile of decaying bones, there are constant crisp sounds, echoing among the deep mountains of bones. Xiaming felt that his heartbeat was getting faster. He regretted going his own way and going deep into Bone Mountain, but there was no turning back when he opened the bow. It was impossible for him to leave here at this moment. Click! A large piece of broken bone scattered on the ground suddenly trembled, as if they were injected with vitality, and pieced together a humanoid skeleton. It stood up staggeringly, and the empty skull eye sockets stared at Xiaming. Although there were no eyes, it made people feel.
Xiaming felt terrified.
Many of the bones buried in the Bone Mountain that have not yet completely decayed actually still have a certain degree of vitality. After a series of complicated changes, they condensed into various strange skeletal lives. This kind of skeletal life has no self-awareness, like a zombie without a soul. In addition to having the instinct to attack normal life, it usually only dismembers and scatters on the ground, waiting to decay.
There is no doubt that Xiaming's arrival activated their instincts.
In the more than 6 hours since entering Bone Mountain, Xiaming has already encountered 8 white bone creatures, 4 of which are human-shaped, 3 of which are shapeless like mud, and 1 of which seems to be in the shape of a dragon.
The deeper you go into Bone Mountain, the stronger the awakened bone creatures become.
But, different from the strange gray mist in the Jedi in the north, when a warrior defeats a white bone creature, he will immediately gain a trace of pure life source power. The stronger the white bone creature is, the more powerful the life source power will be revealed after it collapses. And a trace of life source power is enough to increase the chi and blood of a Grand Master Realm warrior by 1,000 calories, which is more useful than many third-level spiritual fruits. Eating too much third-level spiritual fruit will precipitate spiritual poison in the body, and the effect will gradually become worse. However, the life source provided by the white bone creature is different. This pure energy of heaven and earth will not cause the human body to develop drug resistance. In addition, Bone Mountain, as its name suggests, is full of bones left behind by extraordinary creatures after their death. The bones in the outer area are scattered and decayed to such a high degree that they are basically useless. However, the Bone Mountain in the middle and inner ring area still retains many nearly complete extraordinary bones. It can be said that if you pick them up casually, you can gain a lot. If it hadn't been for such a huge gain, Xiaming wouldn't have made up his mind to rush inward.
Boom!
At this moment, the power of Earth surged and exploded. Xiaming relied on the Earth, stabilized his base, and engaged in a physical fight with the 5th-level bone creature in front of him. He faced the enemy head-on without retreating. Xiaming majored in the middle law, the way of Earth. The power of Earth has the effect of enhancing physical fitness and strength. Xiaming is also a warrior famous for his close combat. The 5th-level white bone creature had no consciousness and could only fight with Xiaming physically. For a while, there was a continuous roar and a loud sound of broken bones. Some of these loud noises came from Xiaming, and some came from the 5th-level humanoid bones, but most of them were the residual power of the two men's close combat, which destroyed the surrounding people.
Scattered bones.
The 5th-level humanoid bones are equivalent to mountain and sea realm warriors, but they do not know how to use the power and magic of the Great Avenue. After a long fight, Xiaming had the upper hand and finally won.
Ha!
He breathed heavily, feeling a little relieved as he felt the life force flowing between his meridians, constantly repairing his physical injuries and improving his potential.
Bone Mountain is very suitable for fighting to support fighting.
He sat down on the spot, dug down a few meters, and immediately dug out a relatively complete skeleton of a foreign race at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, which he put into the National Examination storage bag.
Immediately afterwards, Xiaming's points increased by 200 points.
Wherever a white bone creature appeared, useful bones were buried underground.
This was Xiaming's experience gained through practice. However, he spent more than half an hour to get 200 points.
At the same time, Chen Xian gained more than 600 points.
It's too exaggerated.
If this continues, the gap will only get wider and wider, making it impossible to catch up. Xiaming stared at the ranking on the admission ticket, felt cruel, and decided to speed up and go deep into Bone Mountain. He wants to see what the core area of Bone Mountain is like.
But that's it. Rumble. The entire Bone Mountain, a giant mountain range covering hundreds of kilometers, suddenly shook violently.
Large areas of broken bones fell from the mountain tops and mountainsides.
Astonishing death energy surged out from the deepest part of the Bone Mountain, covering the entire territory in an instant. The hair on Xiaming's body stood up.
At this moment, he felt a fatal danger.
Gotta escape. At the same time,
the deepest part of Bone Mountain, the core area, is a basin that is dozens of kilometers wide. If you look down from a high altitude, it is not difficult to see that this basin is actually a large piece of bone, the pelvis left by a terrifying creature.
The original perineal point location of the pelvis. The pure life source force permeates the air. This life source force is different from the soft life force that ordinary warriors often see.
It is actually mixed with a murderous and domineering force, tearing apart the space forcefully and pulling out a long and narrow path.
Transmission channel. Then, in the transmission channel, a female humanoid creature with an extremely beautiful appearance flew out of it.
With indifference and contempt in her eyes, she glanced around and remained silent.
This person is none other than Sang Tianzun's elf servant, Fisher. Sang Tianzun personally took action and helped her enter the Blue Star Jingmen Pass secret realm from hundreds of millions of time and space away.
As for why they appeared in Bone Mountain. Bone Mountain and Soul Lake were originally abandoned experimental sites of the natural tribe, and it was only reasonable to have some backups.
Bone Mountain is responsible for studying the mysteries of warriors' bodies.
All warriors captured in Bone Mountain were all warriors with extremely powerful bodies during their lifetimes. Their souls were removed by strange means, leaving only pure bodies for the natural tribe to study. As for the Soul Lake, the physical body was wiped out, leaving only the pure soul for the natural race to study. To put it bluntly, these two forbidden areas are the natural tribe's graveyard where the corpses of mice are stored. 7 days have not passed yet. Qin Yi should still be in the secret realm of Jingmen Pass.
If so, it will be a lot more convenient,
Fisher said to himself calmly. She can pass through the big curtain without any injuries, so her realm is naturally not above the peak of being a king. As an elder of the elf clan, she is a top-level king, only half a step away from the venerable. At this level, coupled with his natal spiritual weapon, Fisher's combat power is comparable to that of some ordinary sages. Of course, just in case, Sang Tianzun also gave Fisher a special trump card, and gave Fisher all the rights to use Bone Mountain and Soul Lake. In the core area of Bone Mountain, there is also the corpse of a venerable giant. This corpse was refined by the natural tribe using heaven-reaching methods to form a spiritual weapon similar to a mecha, which was handed over to Fisher for use.
In other words, Fisher is equivalent to a semi-venerable.
According to information, Qin Yi is currently the leader of the human race's national examination. If something happens to the candidates under him, he will most likely show up. If you can't find the candidates under him, you can also attract them through other candidates. The other team leaders will go to Qin Yi through those team leaders. The information Wang Cheng sent to Fisher clearly stated that each national examination team leader carries an invigilation certificate, and the invigilation certificate can be used to check the current position of the other team leaders.
In this case, the plan is simple.
Fisher glanced coldly, his gaze spanning hundreds of kilometers, and it happened to fall on Xiaming, who was training at Bone Mountain.
It seems luck is on my side.
A smile appeared on her cold face. This candidate must be killed slowly, giving him the opportunity to use his admission ticket and summon the team leader.
Chapter 266 One Sword Levels the Bone Mountain. Tianjing Administration Bureau, Main Hall.
The audience at the scene had just finished signing the spiritual contract with King Zhenwu. They were still immersed in the shock of Qin Yi's revelation of immortal spirituality and had not completely recovered. Those present here are all feudal lords and true king-level warriors. Even if they are passers-by who come to watch the competition on a whim, their level is higher than that of the great masters. People at this level of martial arts have already gone without food and do not need to eat. They will watch here for 10 days and 10 nights. It doesn't matter if you don't eat, drink or sleep. King Jinwu, who was standing in the main position, repeatedly confirmed that every warrior present had signed a spiritual contract, and then he relaxed and looked at the big screen again. As soon as his eyes fell on the big screen, a slightly surprised voice sounded in his ears. Isn't this the boy from the Xia family? He actually entered the Bone Mountain. This is a feudal lord realm warrior from Jiangnan province. The Ningbo Xia family is quite powerful in Jiangnan province, and their realm is slightly higher. Most of the warriors have heard of the Xia family's name. And those in the Fenghe realm of Jiangnan province who are willing to attend the game will most likely know Xia Ming. This person has a great reputation among the young generation of geniuses in Jiangnan province. He is vaguely known as the number one among the young generation in Jiangnan province. With the support of the Xia family, he is expected to compete for the top prize in the national examination. Xia Ming? I've heard of him too. It's said that he has the ability to compete for the top spot in the national examination, but it's a pity. The top pick in the national examination this time is too abnormal, and the game has lost suspense early on. Another person the onlookers sighed. On the scoreboard displayed on the big screen, Chen Xian, who was originally unknown, suddenly became a star. After 5 days of the national examination, he had reached 12,000 points. Although Xiaoming tried his best to catch up, he could not even see Chen Xian's exhaust. Time is also destiny. Xiaoming had a chance to win the top spot in any national examination in the past, but this time it was impossible. Chen Xian can pick up spiritual objects while walking, how can he compare with him? Speaking of which, it seems that Qin Yi, the team leader of Jiangnan province, is not even 24 years old. He is still old enough to take the national examination. Suddenly, someone mentioned it. Everyone shuddered when they recalled the strength Qin Yi showed. Damn it, if Qin Yi takes the national exam, Chen Xian will fail. It's not on the same level at all. Dimensionality reduction attack. Chen Xian can only pick up spiritual objects anywhere, but Qin Yi can completely sweep the entire Jingmenguan's secret realm and loot all the restricted areas. How can picking up money be as fast as robbing a bank? This generation of young people in Tianjing is really scary. Alas, the waves behind the Yangtze River pushed the waves in front. The wave in front, died completely on the beach. A true king couldn't help but sigh. Qin Yi's level of evildoer directly overshadowed the brilliance of Chen Xian and Xiaoming. In the past, geniuses at the level of Chen Xian and Xiaoming would have been the absolute focus of the national examination. But now the live broadcast of the candidates shown on the big screen, even if it jumps to Xiaoming's side, everyone is less interested in watching it. Until... Look, Xiaoming seems to be in trouble. The Jiangnan province feudal lord who spoke at the beginning frowned. Everyone looked at it, and the picture displayed on the screen suddenly frightened them. The Bone Mountain, which covers an area of more than 300 square kilometers, is shaking crazily, and a large number of broken bones are shaking from the heights, like a heavy downpour. A mysterious and vast aura of terror suddenly filled the air, and the corpses buried deep underground came to life. The broken bones were combined out of thin air to build various grotesque white bone creatures, whispering softly, like complaining. Just beside Xiaoming, 400 to 500 white bone creatures were born in an instant, squeezing each other together, and the scene was extremely terrifying. This isn't trouble, it's clearly a dead end. The bone creature next to Xiaoming is at the 3rd level at its weakest. Even if it has no consciousness and cannot use the power and magic of the Great Avenue, it can crush Xiaoming to death just by relying on its numbers. Crunch, crunch, more than 400 white bone creatures slowly twisted their necks like a machine, and turned their heads together to look at Xiaoming. This moment. Xiaoming's heart stopped and she forgot to breathe. It's over. Xiaoming's only way to survive is to activate the admission ticket immediately. No, even if he activates it now, it may not be too late. Naturally, someone from the Xia family came to Tianjing to watch Xiaming's competition.
Seeing this, a very anxious scene. But
these bone creatures seemed to have not fully adapted to their newly formed bodies. They moved slowly and were not very fast when approaching Xiaming. But they walked slowly like this, which put great pressure on Xiaming. It was like knowing that he was going to die, watching his death approaching, unable to resist. He was also a decisive person. After understanding that his trump card could not survive the tide of bones and corpses on this scale, he immediately took out his admission ticket and asked Qin Yi for help. Ever since, there was the scene after Qin Yi's retreat. In the deepest part of the Bone Mountain, the body of the giant lord was completely revived under Fisher's control. He slowly got up from the ground and half knelt on the ground. This venerable level giant was originally as big as a planet, but after being processed by the natural tribe's secret method, it was reduced to the size of an ordinary mountain peak, 4,000 meters high. His rough body surface was covered with all kinds of strange emerald green moss. Thousands of tall spiritual trees were planted on his huge head. His eye sockets were hollow and without eyeballs, and his whole person had an extremely weird shape. This is obviously a corpse that has been dead for decades, but it is full of vitality. Fisher stood on the right shoulder of the giant, with an indifferent expression, looking coldly at Xiaming, who was being surrounded by bone creatures in the distance. Those white bone creatures moved slowly, so naturally she controlled them, in order to give Xiaming a chance to react and summon the team leader. So far, everything is going according to Fisher's plan. Fisher waited silently for Xiaming's team leader to show up. Then, her expression suddenly froze, and her eyes lit up with surprise. I saw a ripple in the space next to Xiaming, but what rushed out immediately was not a human figure, but a peerless sword energy that destroyed the world. Zheng. The loud sword cry penetrated the 9 days, and a wisp of unrivaled domineering sword energy suddenly spread. The space was torn apart, and the bones were obliterated. Even Fisher, who was 100 miles away, was so frightened by the sword energy that he staggered unconsciously. Take a step back. This sword intention, venerable? No, I haven't reached the level of venerable yet, but this sword is particularly special, and this person has a deep grasp of it, and his own strength is extremely high. The human race still hides this as strong as that? Looking at the battlefield 100 miles away, in just one breath, more than 10,000 white bone creatures of level 3 or above were wiped out within a radius of 10 kilometers, and the remaining sword energy rushed deep into the ground, killing them. Hundreds of mutilated corpses. Just one sword. After a brief shock, Fisher's expression became more solemn. She looked carefully and saw that the fluctuations in the space gradually subsided, and a handsome and familiar figure walked out of the void with a calm expression, as if he had just done something insignificant. Little things to mention. He came to Xiaming, who was stunned, and smiled, and said, "Why are you still standing there? Let's go." Chapter 267, Honorable Combat Power. That face that was so familiar to everyone was reflected in his pupils, and Fisher was in a trance for a moment. Qin Yi is here? Xiaming's team leader is actually Qin Yi. After Fisher discovered this, the first thought that flashed through his mind was not joy, but fear and worry. She was frightened by Qin Yi's sword. But fortunately, the god of nature has already predicted it and gave me 2 trump cards. Even if Qin Yi's strength is unparalleled, I will not lose. After all, he has not broken through to the Supreme Being. No matter how strong he is, he cannot compete with the 2 Supreme Beings. A warrior-level combat power. Fisher took a deep breath, and with a thought, the giant statue under his feet suddenly shook, shaking off countless dust and gravel. Boom! There was a thunderous explosion, and the giant lord raised his right hand and shook it in the direction of Xiaming and Qin Yi. Buzz! The space of heaven and earth more than 100 kilometers away seemed to be clenched tightly, hundreds of times stronger, and it could no longer be teleported away using the method of space tearing. Qin Yi, who was in the confinement area, focused his eyes and looked up to the left. This direction happened to be where Fisher and the giant were. Qin Yi is extremely sensitive to fluctuations in space. With his incredible understanding, he can even trace back to the source through slight fluctuations. Did the venerable level combat power take action? No, it feels like it's still a bit lacking in taste. The Taoist rhyme is not complete, and it's more of a method of using power to defeat skill. Qin Yi felt the spatial confinement imposed on him. It doesn't reveal much of the Tao charm of the Space Avenue, but instead has a brute force and recklessness look. Like an extremely powerful venerable body, he forcibly locked the space with his surging and pure physical strength. If the physical strength is stronger than his, they can easily break the confinement and leave. If the physical strength is weaker than his, they can only be fixed in this small area, as if they are in the deep sea, and it is extremely difficult to escape. In short, the mysterious being who imprisoned Qin Yi did not reveal a very strong attainment of the space Tao, but his physical body must be extremely powerful, at least at the level of a venerable. The small space where Qin Yi and Xiaming were located was like the palm of his hand, tightly grasped. Absolute and pure power. Is this a warrior who majors in the avenue of strength? Looking at this level, he is at the top of the throne at least. Qin Yi whispered secretly. The current situation looks very critical, but in fact it is stable. Like an old dog, he doesn't panic at all. Xiaming on the side did not have Qin Yi's spatial sensitivity. He could only vaguely notice some changes in the world, but could not tell what happened. He was a little uneasy. He just recovered from the shock, swallowed, and asked carefully, "Teacher Qin, why did you stop?" Qin Yi shook his head, "It's okay. I encountered a little trouble. I'll be there soon." Finished. After saying that, before Xiaming could ask, he suddenly punched the sky. Boom! The deafening sound of sonic boom reverberated, and Qin Yi swung his right fist at an absurd speed. Countless afterimages were pulled out with a snap of his fingers, and finally they were frozen in front of him, maintaining a punching posture. The force of this punch exceeded 1,000,000 tons, but strangely it did not set off a huge wave of air. Instead, it calmed down after the sonic boom, as if nothing happened. Xiaming didn't know how powerful it was. If nothing else, he felt that this punch could kill 10 of him. And the outside world. The warriors who were watching the match in the main hall of the ruling bureau were frightened by this punch. As long as you are a warrior above the feudal realm, you can see that Qin Yi's punch has reached the limit of the top true king. Moreover, it was not that his punch did not set off a wave of fists, it was just that Qin Yi used his terrifying control to blast all the power of his fist into the surrounding void space, stirring the space barrier. It stands to reason that this punch is enough to break the spatial barrier of Bone Mountain, but why is there no movement? A Marquis realm warrior looked puzzled and fell into deep thought. On the other side, King Jinwu looked solemn, and he noticed the clue. A warrior close to the level of a venerable appeared. This mysterious warrior seemed to be majoring in the path of strength. He suppressed the space where Qin Yi was with brute strength and prevented the two of them from leaving. At this moment, even if I use accurate weapons, the examination certificate and the proctoring certificate cannot be separated from the teleportation. A mysterious warrior with a venerable level of combat power? How is this possible? It is impossible for such a being to penetrate the curtain and come to Blue Star. Perhaps seeing everyone's confusion, Mad King Lu Jun explained in a deep voice, "Exalted warriors from foreign races cannot come to Blue Star." But venerable level combat power does not mean that the realm is venerable level. In addition, the bodies of some foreign sages and deities who died in Blue Star may also be used by aliens to explode into venerable level combat power. Is there such a theory? Many of you here have heard of this method for the first time. The secret realm of Jingmenguan is indeed frequently raided and searched by Tianjing officials, but such searches, at best, can only be carried out by Feng Wang Juidian, and may not necessarily be able to see through the hiding methods of foreign races. In each major secret realm, there is a high probability that there is a trump card of the alien race hidden, either a noble level corpse, or some noble level spiritual objects, 8th level. Damn it, this is the genius of the alien race who wants to wipe out my human race. Qin Yi and Xiaming are definitely the leaders of our human race. If they die in the secret realm of Jingmen Pass, the loss will be too great. The inexplicable tremor that erupted in Bone Mountain earlier was probably caused by the alien race hiding in the dark. The human warriors have always had a high hatred for the alien race, and now they are even more angry when they see their genius being intercepted and killed. Although Qin Yi's combat power is strong, there is no way he can be stronger than a revered warrior.
And now they want to go to the rescue, but they can't make it in time. The only way out for Qin Yi and Xiaoming now is to forcefully break the constraints of space and escape. The warriors from the Xia family who came to watch the match clenched their fists in worry. However, King Jinwu stared at the picture on the screen, his eyes flickering, and his tone was complex. It's almost impossible. This method of suppressing space with absolute power must surpass him in terms of strength before it can be forcibly broken. No matter what. Neither Qin Yi nor Xiaoming has that power. Qin Yi just punched out, which was indeed at the level of a top true king, but it was still not enough to penetrate the space and suppress it. Too bad. The enemy is well prepared. King Jinwu's mind moved slightly, and a stone tablet appeared out of thin air in his hand, exuding a strong mysterious power of cause and effect. He plans to use the karma inscription to forcefully rescue Qin Yi. But at this moment, the live broadcast screen changed amazingly again. Zheng. Qin Yi didn't wait for death, he took action again. This time, he used all his spiritual thoughts, all his energy and blood, all his strength, and used his venerable level body as a sword. With a glance, the world was dim and the sword was bright. The avenue roared, and the sky was cut in half by the terrifying sword energy, revealing deep void sword marks. This sword actually reached the level of a venerable. Chapter 268. Something is wrong. The heaven-destroying sword intent can destroy not only the sky, but also everything in the world. The giant suppresses a space with supreme strength. It is said that it requires strength to surpass him to break it. In fact, Qin Yi doesn't care about that at all. He chose to directly dispose of all the remaining power of the giant lord. Tear dash. In the widened eyes of everyone, the originally peaceful world rolled up into terrifying waves. The locked space trembled crazily, and a huge gap gradually opened above the heads of Qin Yi and Xiaoming. And more than 100 kilometers away, the giant statue standing on the top of the bones like a mountain suddenly swung his right hand, and a deep and narrow wound opened in the palm of his hand. Blood poured down like waves and flowed all over the ground. This is a sword mark. On the giant's shoulder, Fisher's eyelids twitched wildly, feeling a fatal threat. She controlled the giant to attack with all her strength, but she didn't trap Qin Yi. She didn't even last a minute, and the spatial confinement was about to be completely removed. Only at this moment did Fisher understand why the god of nature specifically asked her to come in person. The goal of this mission is too evil, even more outrageous than what the intelligence provided by Wang Cheng described. According to Wang Cheng, Qin Yi is only in his early 20s. For some races with long initial lifespans, people in their 20s are still in the category of babies. The sword on the giant's right hand was injured and it didn't recover for dozens of seconds. Tens of seconds sounded very short, but in fact, it was already very long for the giant's body. The recovery power of the venerable level body is enough to allow the giant venerable to recover within 10 seconds even if it turns into a pile of bones. Shasha, the strange moss on the giant's right hand began to creep and grow towards the sword mark. Under the sword mark, there were tentacle-like branches drilling out, like surgical stitches, gradually sewing up the wound. The occurrence of this situation shows that the recovery ability of the giant lord is no longer enough to restore the sword injury caused by Qin Yi, and it must be restored with the help of the backhand left by the god of nature. Fisher's face was solemn. He had made up his mind completely and could not ignore Qin Yi in any way. Looking far into the distance, she saw Qin Yi already pulling Xiaoming, unhurriedly, preparing to leave this place. If he wanted to leave, he could have gone far away long ago. Now that he is showing such a calm look, he must be confident. He wants to give me a time to react and chase him. This is Z, looks humble, but is actually extremely conceited. Fisher saw through Qin Yi's plan. However, Qin Yi's scheme has always been a conspiracy, so he is not afraid that the real murderer behind him will not take the bait. And to be honest, Fisher really had to bite the bullet. With the instructions of the god of nature on her shoulders, she could not just watch the target slip away from her hands. If you want to hook me, aren't you afraid of catching a shark that will bite you? Fisher's eyes turned cold, and the giant at his feet suddenly raised his bowed head and looked into the distance. Take a step. The earth shattered and the mountain of bones collapsed. Extreme strength brings extreme speed.
When a person's kick force is strong enough, he can leap thousands of miles in an instant even if he just pushes forward slightly. Even though Giant Lord has been dead for many years, his physical body still retains vitality and integrity thanks to Tsungtian Lord's special methods. Under Fisher's control, it is about 60% of what it was during his lifetime.
Take one step now. The distance of hundreds of miles passed in an instant, and the huge giant body seemed to be a meteor falling from the sky, appearing directly in the sky above Qin Yi and Xiaoming, covering the sky and the sun, and falling rapidly. The giant can not only span hundreds of miles in one step, but he can accurately reach Qin Yi's head under Fisher's control, which just shows that Fisher's control is particularly good. At least it has reached the subtle level. Wow!
The wind suddenly rose, and the terrifying wind pressure directly knocked Xiaoming to the ground. If Qin Yi hadn't protected him in time, the pressure generated by the giant's kick alone would have crushed Xiaoming to pieces.
Are you here?
Qin Yi raised his eyes and saw clearly the whole appearance of the giant lord in the darkness, and also saw the foreign female warrior standing on the giant lord's shoulders. He had a strange look on his face, but he didn't expect that the person behind the scenes actually manipulated the corpse of a venerable person to suppress him. Looking at the moss and spiritual plants covering the corpse, it seems that it has an ulterior motive. Qin Yi casually threw it away, breaking away from the wind pressure, and threw Xiaoming out of the range where the giant lord was settling. He was fascinated by observing the giant lord's body, his flesh and blood, and the magical vegetation on his body, as if he was obsessed. As if it was suspended in midair blankly, completely ignoring the falling giant feet. At the same time, the people outside who were watching the live broadcast were already making a huge noise.
The body of a venerable is still controlled by a foreign land?
The secret realm of Jingmen Pass has been cleaned up by our Tianjing officials several times. We have also been to Bone Mountain many times, but we have never found this venerable from the beginning to the end.
Don't worry about that. The full blow of the dead venerable is also the combat power of the venerable state. Why is Qin Yi just standing there? Could it be fallen under an illusion? Everyone looked at the female elf standing on the giant's shoulders, but they didn't notice the fluctuation of illusion power emanating from her body. Qin Yi, are you thinking?
Not to mention their group of bystanders, even Fisher, who manipulated the giant to suppress Qin Yi, had doubts and hesitation in his eyes at this time. She found that Qin Yi really didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. Otherwise, even if the giant's kick relies on the pressure generated by the absolute power, it will not be able to restrain a being with such combat power as Qin Yi.
She didn't even think about trampling Qin Yi to death with this kick.
After all, the god of nature wanted her to catch him alive. This was her plan, to capture him half disabled and then use the spirit fruit to save him. After all, the most indispensable thing for the natural tribe is the healing fruit. But if Qin Yi doesn't resist, this kick will most likely trample him to death.
Fisher didn't hold back.
Her heart went cold, and in just a few seconds, she made changes to slow down the power of the giant's blow. But as soon as the idea came up, she rejected it.
According to the intelligence, Qin Yi is not a fool. How could he really act like he was thinking?
With this move of moving as fast as a mountain, is he probably trying to trick me into weakening his strength, and then he is taking advantage of me when I am not prepared to kill me with all his strength? Fisher's eyes turned cold and he did not make any changes in the end.
Bang! After a thought, the giant lord stepped down firmly with his foot.
It was like a meteorite falling to the ground, directly trampling this section of the Bone Mountain several thousand meters high into a depression. The entire Jingmen Pass secret realm shook violently, and countless the broken bones were torn apart and flew thousands of miles away, like a grand meteor shower, except that what landed was not meteors, but broken bones. However, Qin Yi really didn't hide or evade, and just stepped on the giant. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Fisher looked at the big hole on the ground, and something was completely wrong in his eyes. Other side. When the people watching the live broadcast saw this scene, their eyes felt wrong.
Chapter 269 King Jinwu takes action. Are you really going to resist? Nothing else? Fisher was a little panicked. She had expected countless outcomes after confronting Qin Yi, including defeat and losing to Qin Yi, but she never expected that Qin Yi, who seemed to be a life and death enemy, would be defeated so easily. he killed him instantly with one move and died. No.
Even if he was not trampled to death by the giant lord, he was at least seriously injured and his limbs were broken and difficult to recover from. Failure to resist at all will cause the Tao force to penetrate into the body, destroying the meridians and foundation, causing Tao injuries. At the level of giant lord, even if he dies, his punches and kicks will still be accompanied by unparalleled powerful power. As warriors practice Taoism, they will naturally become closer to the Tao, to the point where everything they say and do conforms to the Tao, as if they have become the incarnation of the Tao. It is difficult to save a body that has been injured like this. Even if it is saved at a high cost, its basic potential will be greatly reduced. This is an outcome unacceptable to the God of nature. Wow! Fisher controlled the giant and raised his right leg. As the thigh like a towering stone pillar lifted off the ground, large amounts of dust and stone chips fell to the ground, causing a commotion. Looking down, in the kenkang, which is as deep as 1,000 meters, the light is dim. Although the figure is indifferent and upright, it is so dazzling that it instantly attracts everyone's attention. Qin Yi actually still stood there in a daze, not falling down, let alone getting down. An incredible luster flashed across Fisher's eyes. She shifted her gaze and looked at the giant's right leg stagnant in midair, and her pupils suddenly shrank. A medium-sized blood hole suddenly appeared on the sole of the giant's feet, which could almost accommodate an adult. Compared to the huge body of the giant, this blood hole is no different from a pinhole, but when it falls into the eyes of everyone, it looks so shocking. There isn't even a trace of Tao power attached to the area around the blood hole. Fisher couldn't believe it. The lack of Tao power showed that Qin Yi had no resistance and relied entirely on his own physique to withstand the attack of the giant. The giant master is a master who majors in the avenue of power and minors in the avenue of physical body. This type of venerable is also called a body refiner. Even if he dies, he can traverse many great worlds and foreign lands with his body alone. Qin Yi's realm is only the mountain and sea realm. His physical body in the mountain and sea realm is stronger than the giant? Fisher has been working for the natural tribe in foreign lands for hundreds of years. He has seen countless geniuses from the ancient tribes and thinks he has great vision. Extremely high, but this is really the first time I have encountered a monster of Qin Yi's level. She stared closely at the human youth standing alone under the sinkhole, and found that his jade-like body was emitting a dark white light, and his skin was covered with cracks, like broken porcelain. Death energy is constantly overflowing from the cracks in the physical body. This phenomenon generally means that the warrior has suffered fundamental damage that cannot be repaired. Either he will die immediately, or even if he does not die, he will be disabled. Subconsciously, Fisher breathed a sigh of relief. She was obviously here to do something for the god of nature and kidnap Qin Yi. She needed to ensure the integrity of Qin Yi's body. But at this time, seeing Qin Yi suffering irreversible injuries, she subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Because this shows that Qin Yi's talent still has an upper limit. This is a lunatic. It's not that I don't want to perform the mission, it's just that he is too crazy. Fisher secretly muttered to himself, and the giant master's big hand spread down, trying to catch Qin Yi and take him back to the foreign land together. Even though he is disabled, he still has to be taken back to work. However, just at the moment when the giant master's big hand was about to touch Qin Yi. At a short distance away, the giant master's big hand strangely missed the point, and penetrated Qin Yi's body as if it had vanished. Fisher's eyes narrowed and he saw something. The top leaders of the human race have taken action. There is a powerful human being who is proficient in the way of cause and effect, and has temporarily isolated the causal connection between the giant lord and Qin Yi. Cause and effect is a mysterious thing. When there is no fate between two things, even if they are very close to each other, or even right in front of you, it is absolutely impossible for them to get together. A warrior who majors in the way of cause and effect can temporarily isolate the cause and effect relationship between two things, resulting in such magical phenomena as before. Of course, the stronger you are, the greater the price you have to pay for this isolation of cause and effect. When your realm reaches a certain level, your own cause and effect cannot be controlled by others. Unless others are a whole lot better than you. Although the giant venerable is a venerable, he is already a dead thing after all, so naturally he does not have the same terrifying causal weight as he did when he was alive.
The elf tribe, aren't you slaves of the natural tribe? Why did you come to my blue star secret realm to capture my talented human race? A figure in a white robe gradually appeared, protecting Qin Yi. King Jinwu is here. As the true supervisor of this national examination, he must maintain the order of the national examination and protect some people who cannot die. Qin Yi is one of those people who absolutely cannot die. Fisher's face darkened as she heard a taboo word, a slave. This rude human race actually calls the great elves slaves? Oh. Do you really think that the King of Heaven is nothing more than a person?
In addition to the giant venerable, Fisher himself also has a venerable level combat power trump card, and is not afraid of the human king at all. Even if 2 more human kings come, she is not afraid. As for the human race venerable, she can be sure that the human race venerable does not dare to take action. According to the information from the natural tribe, the venerables left behind by the human tribe on Blue Star are basically responsible for suppressing a secret place. Unless it is a disaster of annihilation, they cannot take action. As long as she doesn't kill the heavenly king and the true king of the human race, the venerable human race will not show up.
The genius of the human race?
I can kill him if I want, and kidnap him if I want.
Do I need to ask your opinion of the human race? Even a dog of the god of nature is better than you, right?
Fisher sneered. Then, the giant venerable's right leg, which he had just raised, suddenly pressed towards King Jinwu. King Jinwu's face changed. According to predictions, he could have easily dealt with the giant lord, but Qin Yi's karma weight was heavier than he imagined. In order to isolate Qin Yi from the giant lord, because of the cause and effect, he spent at least 5 times the expected power. The inscription of cause and effect was sacrificed by him, and the threads of cause and effect appeared, intricate and mysterious. He was thinking about resisting the physical impact of the giant venerable and finding an opportunity to take Qin Yi away, but unexpectedly at this moment, a burst of pure vitality suddenly surged behind him. The steps of the giant master suddenly stopped, and both Fisher and Jinwu Tianwang turned their attention behind them. Chapter 270 Dead End. Source of life? King Jinwu and Fisher stopped their ongoing offensive at the same time and concentrated on observing Qin Yi's body. The terrifying and deep wounds on Qin Yi's body are constantly pouring out light at this moment, wrapping around Qin Yi's body, exuding the source of life that penetrates the heart and spleen. Killing the resurrected white bone creatures in the Bone Mountain can give you a trace of life source power.
Qin Yi's previous sword killed at least thousands of 3rd level and above white bone creatures, and he will indeed get a huge life source power in return.
But no matter how wonderful the life force born from the Bone Mountain is, it cannot cure a venerable level injury.
Not enough grade.
Just like antibiotics can destroy at least 90% of harmful bacteria, but once you encounter drug-resistant superbugs, ordinary antibiotics will not work, and you must find other methods. These life source powers are in his own body, not the feedback from killing the creatures in the Bone Mountain. Looking at this, even Dao injuries can be repaired and the foundation can be restored. Fisher was at this moment. My mood is extremely complicated. She was not only grateful that Qin Yi could recover his body on his own, allowing her to compete with the most perfect results, but she was also shocked by Qin Yi's physical strength. She felt that she had witnessed the performance of a top genius. Compared with her own, that talent is not worth mentioning. Geniuses have their own pride.
Fisher is no exception.
An elf like her who is about to enter the exalted realm before she is 100 years old is one of the most talented people in foreign lands. Not to mention she still has the ability to fight across borders.
Thousands of thoughts passed through my mind in an instant.
Fisher laughed at himself and shook his head. What do I want to do with this?
The elves and I are just subordinates raised by the god of nature. I just need to complete the task and get the reward.
Her eyes flashed. Shen, the originally stagnant giant master, suddenly regained his vitality.
With a big hand, he was about to kidnap Qin Yi, who was recovering.
Fisher was certain that even if Qin Yi's physique was against the sky, it would still take 2 or 3 days to slowly recover from his injuries.
This process was enough for her to take the unsuspecting Qin Yi back to a foreign land and hand it over to the god of nature.
King Jinwu frowned and raised his fingers lightly, as if he were playing with the strings of a piano, embellishment out of thin air. Somewhere in the air, the threads of cause and effect were pulled away by him again. The giant's huge hands flew into the air and fell directly from Qin Yi's body. It penetrated through the past. But this time, the problems didn't end there. Fisher had long seen through King Jinwu's methods, threw his hands back in the air, and rushed straight towards King Jinwu, who was flying in front of Qin Yi. The real goal of this attack is to get rid of the Jinwu Tianhuang who is in the way. Bang! The giant lord possesses extremely fast speed that is completely inconsistent with his huge body. When the pair of big hands came over, he came to the front of King Jinwu in just an instant, making the world in King Jinwu's eyes completely covered by his palms. The extreme power set off a violent palm wind, and the violent palm wind blew on the warrior, turning into unparalleled wind pressure. King Jinwu was caught off guard and was pushed towards the Tianking by the wind, while his giant palm followed closely behind and pressed down. In the blink of an eye, the situation took a turn for the worse. King Jinwu, who was about to fall to the bottom of the sinkhole, thought, and the miniature version of the causal inscription in his hand suddenly glowed with supreme luster. An illusory thread started from him and instantly connected to Qin Yi. Aha! The next second, Jinwu Tianhuang, who was supposed to hit the bottom of the sinkhole, actually fell into a sudden space crack in midair, and then was teleported to Qin Yi's side. This sudden space crack was torn apart by the ultimate power of the giant lord. It happened to appear below Jinwu Tianhuang, and the other end of the space crack happened to lead to Qin Yi not far away. The logic of this series of events seems reasonable, but a coincidence within a coincidence is not a coincidence. Create new causal connections at will? You can connect the spatial relationship between yourself and Qin Yi in such a short period of time. Have you already touched something on the avenue of causality? Fisher looked startled. She saw the method used by King Jinwu. The so-called fate means that even if two people are separated by countless distances, they will eventually meet due to the thread of cause and effect. King Jinwu forcibly created a cause and effect that could be achieved in the blink of an eye, so that the subsequent coincidence situation occurred. King Jinwu, who came out of the space crack, stabilized his figure and stood beside Qin Yi, frowning. Something above the path of cause and effect? What is that? Jinwu Tianhuang majored in the avenue of cause and effect and minored in the avenue of qi-luck. He was a king who mastered two superior laws. His talent was actually no weaker than that of the young Chen Ziluo, the lord of all tribulations. But he really didn't know anything about the things above the avenue of cause and effect, and he had never heard of them. The avenue of cause and effect is already a superior law. Can there be a higher level of avenue above the superior law? King Jinwu thought of many things in one breath. Half a year ago, he had faintly touched some higher level things during an enlightenment, which seemed to be the above the avenue mentioned by Fisher. It's a pity that he didn't grasp at that time. Although he gained a lot, he didn't figure out what it was. After that, there was no opportunity to enter the state of enlightenment. Looking at the silent alien elves and the terrifying giant holding up half of the sky, cold sweat broke out on King Jinwu's forehead. The last thing he expected in this rescue operation for Qin Yi was Qin Yi's causal weight. Whether it is creating new karma or isolating old karma, there is a price to pay. The stronger the warrior, the greater the causal involvement, and the greater the price the true martial king has to pay for taking action. The stronger the person, the more weight of cause and effect he has. For example, Qin Yi, King Jinwu originally thought that he would have the causal weight of a true king-level powerhouse, but he never thought that he would almost reach the venerable level. Who could have predicted that a mountain and sea realm could become so perverted? After 2 attacks, Jinwu Tianhuang consumed a lot of energy. Fisher also saw King Jinwu's worries. She smiled lightly and said, "You worked very hard and desperately, but it's all in vain. Even if you try with all your strength, you can only escape by yourself at most, and you can't take Qin Yi away. Causal means like the one just now. How many more times can you use it? Let me guess, 2 times, or 3 times. Wow!" As soon as he finished speaking, the giant master pulled out his big hand that was stuck in the sinkhole and patted it again. At the same time, Fisher's figure suddenly flashed, disappearing from the shoulders of the giant venerable, and appeared behind Qin Yi and Jinwu Tianwang in a snap of his fingers. Emerald green branches grew out of thin air, intertwined and condensed, turning into a big net, covering Xiang Qin Yi. There is the giant lord in front, and the elven leader behind. No matter how powerful King Jinwu is, he can only block one place. Dead end.